Right, ladies and gentlemen, a polite reminder for your mobile phones to be on silent mode. And my request to my friends in the uniform, please come forward actually here, if you don't mind, please. Come. At the back as well. Please, I'll be grateful. Come, brother. Let's populate this side, please. Yeah. Would you like to come and sit inside, please? Thank you. Yeah, this way, please. right now. I'll request you all to please come forward and populate the seats in front. Yeah. Come. Sir, Labru sir. MK sir, may I request you to please come here. Right in the middle. Yeah, this way, so that at least. Are you sure? Sir, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are settling down for our proceeds to start, I thought I'll just brief you. For some of us who were not here yesterday, we had wonderful brainstorming sessions which went through the wars in Russia and Ukraine, tactical and operational lessons learned from there, and we heard about several aspects as to how the common theme which emerged was how military and civil assets can be brought together and they can aggregate, because after all, it's a matter of national asset, that whether the machine be civil or be military. In line with the same thing, today morning, we are going to have Mr. Minister of Civil Aviation with us, Mr. Naidu. He's going to address the gathering. And we have DG AIB, who's going to give us a talk on the flight safety regulations. We are going to give out excellence awards from RWSI, which is our mandate. And we will be honoring some of our seniors and some young blood who's just entered and are shining bright with their brilliance, either from the yesteryears or in the recent times. Following that, we will have the talk by DG AIB. He will cover about helicopter accidents and how the investigation is being done in India. And there were many queries about that, so he'll put that to rest. And after that, Mr. Minister will address the gathering. So this is the outlay for the first session, after which you, of course, have read the program outside. We have a wonderful session planned for you all on safety and regulations as the first part. We have the attaché from FAA with us, who's going to talk to us about collaboration between FAA and DGCA. We have UN World Food Program, Chief Safety Aviation Officer with us. He's going to talk about operating helicopters remotely in a safe manner. So plenty of interesting content we have tried to put together, like yesterday, for you all to take home and benefit. Please be mindful that we are also live on YouTube. So as you know, the industry is out there doing their daily job. They really don't have time to come and attend a seminar. So we made sure that we put it on the YouTube. The link is here. If there is somebody in your company who wants to see this, or somebody in your department, your organization wants to see this, you could just take a picture of this, send it to them. Perhaps they can log onto the YouTube and can witness the entire proceeds. While we are at it, there are a total of 6 awards that would be given out this morning. The first one is the RWSI Safety Award. Of course, as the name stands, human contribution over years. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Minister. Morning. May I have your permission to begin, sir? Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's a great privilege, honor, and delight for the entire RWSI team for this morning in the Heli Power India Seminar 24 on the chapter for the civil aviation that we inaugurate this morning in the gracious presence of Mr. Naidu, Honorable Minister from Civil Aviation. Sir, we've had a wonderful session yesterday in which we have ideated about how the military and civil assets can be aggregated together. And indeed, that it's a national asset, whether it be military or civil, both need to be growing together and coming forward in that particular. Be that may, the fact which has come out is that India continues to languish at a very small number of civil helicopters, which is around 300 and less than that. While the cities in the US and places where you have been already, they've had numbers in excess of 700 for Sao Paulo, numbers in excess of 75 for Tokyo, and so on and so forth. So the intent was that we have fashioned this seminar of ours on a theme of Viksit and Surakshit Bharat, civil helicopter aviation as an enabler. In fact, to be very prepared, that we had carried out a webinar prior to our seminar because the industry is out there flying, doing the normal task, and they don't have time to come for the seminar. So we mined these points deep from them, and accordingly, we have put a panel of experts this morning after your session and subsequently so that we can get through these ideas. These are few verticals. A vertical is of safety and regulations. There's a vertical of fiscal aspects which the industry needs to understand. There's an aspect of air traffic control and the regulation from DGCA and onwards. We have the attaché from FAA who's going to talk to us about collaboration between DGCA and FAA and so on and so forth. So with this flavor, ladies and gentlemen, I need to address you about a few accolades for our Honorable Minister. Suffice to say that you have put your hands together just now for the second youngest MP of 16th Lok Sabha, somebody who's won 3 times. And I dare say that the 3rd time, the margin was in excess of 3,20,000 votes. With your permission, sir, I may also bring this to the notice of the gathering, that he's an alumni of Delhi Public School, DPS Arkepuram, not very far from here. And if you would not know, he is a BTech graduate from Purdue University as an electrical engineer. Further, he has gone on to Long Island University, do his MBA from there, before he's undertaken some bit of a work at Singapore, before coming and joining us back into public policy. That is on his achievement front. On the front of the public policy, his intervention in the sand mining case, which happened over there in 2018, perhaps 17, I may be a bit wrong, has restored 20 lakh jobs to the laborers there back in his constituency. So please be mindful that you are in presence of a luminaire like that who has gone and broken barriers all across. And today he's donned the mantle of Minister of Civil Aviation, and we have requested him, he's kindly consented to come and talk to us about how helicopters can be revived or can be taken forward. So, to start the proceedings, may I request Air Marshal Butola, our President, to please welcome our honored guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for there is a bouquet for DG AIB, Group Captain Yugandhar, please. And please put your hands together for Joint Secretary O of Ministry of Civil Aviation. May I request Mr. Minister, so please light the lamp and start the day's proceeding as is customary. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May the light be spreading around us and guiding us to better and higher pavilions. To shape this morning's proceedings, I am going to now invite our President A. Marshal Butola, service personnel for Yeoman service of about 40 years. His last appointment was AOC in C, Training Command, Bangalore, a test pilot, a QFI, a graduate of DSSC and National Defense College. He has not only shaped the helicopter environment in services, but has done wonderful work in certification of ALH and also to induct Mi-17 V5 from Russia into our country. He's been flying excessively with Israel, IAI, and Nepal Defense Forces at Kathmandu. He's trained their pilots on our Dhruv over there, which is something which we are looking forward to revive. May I please request you, sir, to kindly come and deliver your opening address, your welcome address to Mr. Minister.
Shri Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. Ao, Joint Secretary, Civil Aviation, Group Captain Ugandhar, DG AIB, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you and welcome to the 9th Helipar India Seminar. I thank all the participants for taking time out to be here with us today. This has been a two-day seminar. Yesterday we spent the entire day, we had 4 sessions and each session had about 3 presentations. Good discussions on military aviation and people who are brought up to state on military affairs. Today the entire day is dedicated to the Indian civil helicopter industry. To begin with, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, who has taken time out of his busy schedule to be amongst us today to inaugurate the session for civil helicopter industry in India. So your presence here increases the stature of our seminar. Thank you for that, sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Ao, Joint Secretary, Civil Aviation, and Group Captain Ugandhar, DG AIB. Unfortunately, Secretary Mr. Mang couldn't be here. He was also supposed to come and address us. On behalf of all RWSI members, so we extend our thanks to you, sir. RWSI is a not-for-profit organization registered in the NCR, which was started by 15 Air Force veterans on 18th of June 1998. From a humble beginning, RWSI has now come a long way in these 26 years. Today we have 1,360 lifetime members from the 3 services, that's the Army, Air Force, Navy, the paramilitary, the PSUs, and the civil industry. In addition, we also have 195 corporate members. We are the nodal agency for the helicopter industry and regularly interact with the regulator to find solutions for the issues which are being faced by the helicopter industries. So in fact, in 2004, MOCA had identified us as a nodal point for the helicopter industries. We are also part of Vertical Aviation International, the erstwhile Helicopter Association International, and International Federation of Helicopter Associations. In addition, we are also part of Vertical Aviation Safety Team. We are part of the Integrated Partnership Program, wherein 17 countries, including European, South American, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, are included, where we meet every month, once in a while, online, to discuss global issues being faced by helicopter operators globally. Where we stand today would not have been possible without the hard work of several of our members who worked tirelessly and were instrumental in the growth of this organization. I take this opportunity to thank our founding members and the senior veterans for their vision and valuable guidance. Now, sir, the helicopter industry had a very slow start. After the first helicopter which came to civil industry, which flew in 1954, the growth was very slow. From 54 to 70, we just grew to around 60 helicopters. 60 to 99, the strength increased to about 109. Thereafter, in 2000s, we saw some progress, and the strength reached to about 219, 2012, where it stagnated for some time and started declining. Reasons are many, so, which most of the industry stakeholders know. That was a reduction of 18% from 290 to 239. However, last 2 years have been, there have been heartening signs. We see the strength going from 239 to 269, 13% increase. I think that's a good sign, and I hope that trend continues. So the roadmap for aviation industry has been very well laid out in the National Civil Aviation Policy of 2016. Since then, our country has seen a boom in the aviation industry. In fact, we can be proud of various infrastructural growth and growth in fixed-wing airlines. However, the helicopters have somehow missed this opportunity. The policy lays down the vision for helicopter industry also, but somehow the details of there's only one para 16, which deals with helicopters, which has 5 sub-paras. Somehow they have remained unactioned. So a sincere request would be that if 2016 NCAP, the recommendation for helicopters, if they could be implemented. The policy already exists, and all we have to do is put it in actions. Towards this, could I also request that the helicopter accelerator cell, which was formed in the ministry in 2022, could be revived so that we have a link of industry with the ministry, so that the flow of ideas and suggestions is there, and hopefully two-way flow of information. So the helicopter industry is a very small subset of aviation industry, and at times it tends to get lost in the shadows of big airlines and fixed-wing operations. If we want helicopter industry to grow and become more affordable, we would have to segregate it from the airlines and deconflict in terms of regulations, operations, and fiscal policy. As Indian growth continues and we march towards becoming a developed nation by 2047, as our Prime Minister said, we need to facilitate the growth of helicopter industry also so that they can compete at a global level. And I'm sure the strength of helicopter industry also indicates the strength of the economy. These 2 days of Helipower seminar have brought together all stakeholders here today of the helicopter industry. I'm sure the deliberations and brainstorming will bring out new ideas as to how to address the issues faced by the industry. Our aim would be to put these together, compile them, and put it up for consideration of the ministry. So it is our honor to have the Honorable Minister amongst us. I know the audience would be very keen to listen to his vision for the industry. So without taking any more time, I would hand over to Air Commodore Lal so that he can go ahead with the day's proceedings. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving forward, we have Group Captain Yugandhar with us, the DG of AIB, a serving Group Captain who's right now been from 2022 onwards, been with as DG AIB. He's known as more of a cockpit person, as a flight engineer who's flown more than 1,000 hours all across the continent, sir, and also in the UN mission. Apart from that, he's a great maintenance man. His schemes of repair and overall on helicopters, which have been flying in India, of Russian origin as well as of American origin, has been formalized by CEMILAC as official repair schemes. His repair schemes have become manuals, and manuals have now transcended to all the field work so that the maintenance can happen in a very convenient manner. We do not have anyone else better than him to point a finger at the safety status of helicopters, civil aviation. So I invite him to give his talk on the helicopter accident analysis and preventive measures taken. Yugandhar, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request CMD Pawan Hans to come forward, sir. Please come, sir. As a child, I always dreamt that I should vertically take off and fly like a bird. It is the desire and dream of many children. I am one amongst them. I was lucky that I have joined Indian Air Force and I got all my aspirations fulfilled. The faculty at the Training Institute have taught us fixed wing aerodynamics thoroughly, and it was taught very easily. And we used to do a lot of problems on lift, drag, stability, control, and all those things. But after several classes, the mystery of helicopter was never revealed. And that has motivated me to ask for a choice of helicopters. When we asked for the choice, the P staff officer who was posted there in our training center, for other people who do not know what is P staff is, the HR man who decides about our careers and postings and all. He has counseled us, and he listened to my request, and he has granted my choice. That is how I came into the helicopters. In anyhow, I never wanted to show the slide on the occurrences of helicopters or the accidents in helicopters and their preventive measures in the first slide, because helicopters are the safest platform, contrary to anybody's thinking. Even if the engines fail, we can land auto-rotate. We can select a field and land wherever we want. But we should not succumb to any pressures from the beginning. Whether to take off or during the flying, anytime the decisions are to be taken very quickly and consciously. Then the helicopter is the most safest. Even single engine helicopter is also the safest aircraft compared to any of the twin engine helicopters. Air Force alone flies 40,000 hours safe flying. We fly in base camp, we fly in Siachen Glacier, all single engine helicopters. Safely we fly them. So single engine helicopter, the perception of unsafe is to be removed. It is the safest aircraft. Now, coming to the main topic, I will cover the accidents which have been investigated by AAIB, that is Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is an attached office under the Ministry of Civil Aviation since 2012 to 2022. It was a study given by our secretary to know why more helicopter accidents take place world over, also in India. So those 10 years period, I have taken an international comparison, global offshore helicopter accidents. In the same period, there were a certain number of investigations which were carried out. I compared with the offshore industry because the civil flying in India is as comparatively tough and as comparatively peculiar to the offshore flying. Then we have given the category of accidents to know what are the reasons why these accidents are happening. And then we have analyzed these accidents, and then we instituted the preventive measures. As a first step, Ministry of Civil Aviation has already constituted a team to look into these matters, and we are acting on that. The crashes, many of us are aware of it. We have lost chief ministers. We have lost the Speaker of Lok Sabha, many industrialists, movie actors, and officials. So during our presentation recently at Parliament Bhavan, the ministry, that is the parliamentary committee also expressed their concern when I was briefing about the AIB, why the helicopter accidents are more. So this is what is the perception everyone has got. I will explain why they are more and what are the peculiarities and how we can arrest them. I am not saying, I am not justifying why they are happening. And this is going to increase further with the proliferation of eVTOLs. We are going to have, again, small helicopter kind of a thing, which are operating all over the country. Here, the psyche of pilot need to be looked into seriously to get the confidence of passengers to fly in these aircraft. We have to instill the confidence in the population. There were total 25 accidents which were investigated in India in civil during the period of 2012 to 2022, that is 10 years period. At the same time, 60 accidents were investigated globally in the offshore platform. In that study, we were not aware whether the offshore accidents of India were considered or not, because the study has not revealed about it. So now we have also given the reasons why these various accidents have happened. We will dwell those things in detail when we go into further slides. Predominantly, the CFIT, loss of control, and failure of equipment lead to 2/3 of the accidents. In these 2/3, all the three can be definitely arrested. They are all within our control. When we compare to the fatal accidents, out of the 25 accidents which we investigated in India, 13 of them were fatal. In these 13 fatal accidents, we had 5 CFITs and 4 loss of controls. It is almost similar to what is happening all over the world. But CFITs are found to be higher as compared to the world standards. Now, yearly, if you take the number of accidents which have happened in India, the year-wise accidents are shown. Initially, our study was aimed at Pawanhans. Hence, the Pawanhans is shown in the red bar and others in the blue bar. So again, the fatal accidents which have happened in India, the Pawanhans are shown in red bar and blue bar is for the other accident which have happened in India. There was a decreasing trend in 2018 because certain measures were taken by Pawanhans and other operators also in the quantifiable audit system to reduce the number of accidents. Strict in-house implementation of DGCA regulations. This is where I would like to mention, I carry out so many investigations and a lot of reports come to me. When we finally come to the recommendations, all the rules and regulations are available by the book, issued by the DGCA. What else we can talk about it? The rules are available and people are flouting the rules. So why they are flouting? It's not only for helicopters, I'm talking about other FTOs and other cases where we are doing the investigations. So strict implementation of DGCA regulations also will reduce a lot of accidents. And procedural methods to safety and risk analysis and mitigations have been implemented. Op discipline, of course, it doesn't require any emphasis. These are all the areas which they have worked out and the number of occurrences have reduced. Because the number of occurrences also make a lot of difference. Out of 3,000 occurrences, if the actions are not taken, then it will lead to an accident. So hence reporting of occurrences and acting on those recommendations are also very important to prevent the accidents. And this chart summarizes the entire accidents in India and global offshore. These 25 accidents which I mentioned earlier total, and 13 of them are the fatal, and out of 60 in global, 25 of them were fatal. If you see the figures, power plant failure in case of India, none of them have reported, whereas 2 have happened in the global scenario. The accident rate, the global study shows that for helicopters it is 3.1, that is per million flying hours. And similarly for million flying sectors, it is found as 1.5. Globally, the fixed wing accident rate is 0.2 per million sector. It looks little 7 times higher as compared to the fixed wing. Because the peculiarities are different, there is no doubt, there is always a scope for improving the safety in helicopters. Similar kind of analysis we could not do in case of India because the historical data of number of helicopters registered in civil, operator-wise, and the fleet-wise, they are not available with us. So we have given a recommendation to DGCA that this kind of record is also to be maintained. It's not only for statistical purposes, the analysis will make us give recommendations to prevent such type of accidents in future. So these are all few pictures out of these fatal accidents. One at Mumbai High, one in the Uttarakhand at religious places, and recent Uttarakhand again accident. Luckily, no fatalities have happened, but we lost the helicopter. And again, if you look at out of these 25 accidents which were reported, 18 of them are either in the hills or in the offshore. Only 7 of them have happened in the plains. Even though 7, there were reasons, one in Chhattisgarh, one in Mumbai, and one in plains of J&K. Okay, so, and other areas like in Maharashtra also we had one accident. So 18 of them, I consider the degree of difficulty is similar when compared to the valley flying and also in the offshore. The analysis of fatal accident again brings out that the controlled flight into terrain, where there is no excuse, there were 5 of them and loss of control were 4. One of them we lost due to bird strike and cable engagement. There were freak cases. And similarly, we had lost one aircraft where the pilot was trying to rescue himself actually. The mob was coming to the aircraft, so he has taken off quickly and he went into the hill. So the recommendations we have given, and that recommendation also I will discuss in detail later. The prominent crashes, as I was mentioning, 4 have happened in Uttarakhand, the religious tourism, and 3 at ONGC, and 7 in Northeast, Godhra, Mumbai, and Chhattisgarh. 2 each aircraft we have lost during the valley operations, flood relief operations, 2013 and 2019. Here, a very dangerous mix is there. The valley, weather, and X factor to save the people. The offshore flying, as I was mentioning, is similar to the valley and weather difficulty and complications. So before going to the recommendations and analysis, I just would like to quote some examples which are very common, and we have seen it in Air Force. In Air Force, we had about 10 fatal accidents in 2001. The system has come down heavily on us because it's not that the people are unsafe, because the situations were like that and people were large-hearted and people were trying to help out. And later the SOPs were made so stringent and so strict, which are good actually, which has reduced the number of accidents. And some examples I will quote which are always true, which are to be repeated so that the complacency doesn't set in. We have to keep always ground in contact. Some examples I will give. Okay. So when we were flying from Jorhat to Dibrugarh in the night, suddenly there was a downpour. A simple call, captain said that we are lowering, going, nap of the earth flying. We are following the riverbed. In case of an emergency, we will land on the riverbed. Very simple call. And then, after seeing the TV tower of Dibrugarh, and we just climbed up and reached the level. So these type of calls we have to take whenever we get into the situation. Next is system knowledge. The crew should have a thorough system knowledge. I will give one example where, especially all of them in valley, we were flying in a place called along in Arunachal Pradesh. We were about to come for a landing, and in civil people understand it as a cabin crew, in case we call it as a flight gunner. He reported that there was a seepage of oil from the ceiling. And the scanning shows that the gearbox temperature, engine temperature, they were all normal. And we found the pneumatic pressure was reading 0. And simply we thought that could be the gear-mounted pressure pump for the pneumatic system would have failed and leading to the leak of oil. And because of which we have not created any panic, and the co-pilot who was going through the map regularly and going through the ground features. He has given a emergency landing village, Kaying village, and if it is everything is fine, he said that we can go land it along. So we landed it along, and we found that the same gearbox mounted pump has failed, which has led to the oil leak. So what I mean to say is, it is typical to the pilots landing A320 safely on Hudson River. Nobody has taught them. This particular issue was not taught to us in any of our training centers. It is because of the system knowledge the entire crew have taken a decision like that. And do not delay your landing in case of emergency. There is a particular accident in the principles of AIB. We do not quote the names and the type of aircraft and all, where the ATC has given clearance when the onboard emergency was declared by the crew. But the crew have delayed their landing by 20 minutes. He was giving access for the on-ground transport aircraft to take off from that place to another place. If he further delays, he may have to switch off and has to take the refueling. So he has given all the leeway to the transport aircraft. And he was giving call to the ground crew to get the towing bar and the tractor, so that after crash landing, the aircraft can be taken away from the runway. Why should be worried? You are an emergency, you go and land. So these are all the kind of things we have to take call immediately. We have to maintain cool composure when emergency comes up. There was an instance in Air Force again, where they were flying in valley and both the engines went down. That means both the engines have switched off. So the engineer has declared that both the engines went down. With a little pause, the captain said that we will relight, because the fuel is available, pumps are functioning, everything is green. What is wrong? Kudos to the chap, that cool composure, no panic, restarted the engines, both the engines got relighted. Otherwise, the history would have been different. Similarly, we have one instance where we dropped the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh in a place called Vijayanagar, and the district administration was really in panic. A lot of VIPs were there, and they came to the captain and said that we don't have any accommodation for you, and you guys have to go back. We said that we don't have any interest to stay here, and we have planned to go back. We just took off. Within 2-3 minutes, a dark cloud wall was coming towards us. Actually, we were not flying towards it, and it is coming to us. The captain has declared, just split of a second, we are turning back, going back to the helipad. We went back to the helipad. We decided if we don't get accommodation, we will stay in the helicopter. We will do night halt in the helicopter. And to our surprise, one more helicopter was coming and landing at the same helipad. He was coming through the same valley. We have asked him, how did you come? He says there was no black wall like that, and I'm planning to go back. And we both went back. So what I mean to say is, we have to give respect to the valley weather, and at the same time, it is beyond the imagination of the crew and the capability of the machine. If we have such circumstance, you take a safe call. Peculiarity of landing and precautionary landing without any hesitation. So nobody, like press, all social media, not to worry. Once we were going for positioning of PM's helicopter in a southern state, and rarely it happens, like in a place, Bhopal, we got into a bad weather. So the captain said that we are going to land next to the road. We went and landed on a little elevated place, and we waited there for about half an hour, and the weather has cleared, and we went back. So we were worried some district administration help may be required, some newspaper people will come and all. Let it come. He said that there is no problem. We'll handle that. So this is what is the reminders we have to give to our people when we fly. Then decision based on competency and skills. Sometimes everyone has got certain capabilities and limitations and certain skill levels. We used to fly very young officers in Northeast, and we used to carry something called bridging equipment, which is unimaginable in civil aviation. 15-meter long bridge is hung to the helicopter, and the helicopter carries it in the valley. A small gust will make it to move like a pendulum. It's not the bridge, it's the entire helicopter will move like a pendulum. So this is one situation where we have to do the job. But at the same time, we used to take a call that first time in the morning we do this bridging equipment underslung, because that time the winds are less. And subsequently the winds will pick up, because they expect us to take rest in the afternoon. Afternoon the winds will pick up, and subsequent sorties we do only the internal load sorties. So these kind of decisions, I'm just giving an example, but it can be anything else. So the crew are the best judge to take a call, how to go about it. When we have to say no, just say no. Nobody is going to force. Nothing less than a prime minister, we rejected the sortie after a proper planning from a place called Jaipur, Chennai, and he went by road. The decision of captain is respected. We have to get this respect by giving our decisions. The stability and control of helicopter, as I was mentioning earlier, because even I have not understood it completely. Some of my COs who are test pilots tried to teach us, but it is beyond the average chap's imagination. Let us not get into a situation where it may be not impossible, but it is difficult to recover. So let us not get into, let us underestimate our capabilities, and we do a safe flying. Audacity is required for military flying, but for civil flying, you be very careful. We will get definitely good pilots, whether to do in civil or in military, but the audacity unnecessarily is not required to be forced ourselves in normal civil flying. The preventive measures. The first recommendation which we have given is the improvement of helipad infrastructure. Especially whenever I was interacting with the people who are on the ground during my interaction after last 2-3 accidents, the civil pilots, they have been complaining that whenever they go for such type of rural area commitments, the helicopter is a crowd puller for election meeting. Sorry, sir, you are here. Okay, so helicopters are booked so that the crowd will also come. Okay, so it becomes a bit difficult job for them. And the helipads are also constructed over the night by limited resources, people with limited knowledge. And they do not know the complications and implications of what the helipad can do in case of any bad thing happens. Okay, the dust storms, we enter into the ground, dust will come up. Okay, we will enter into the bowl. And if it is not properly leveled or if it is not properly toughened, so the helicopter is likely to sink. Okay, so these kind of things are to be prevented. And since the policy holder and the top man here is available, even the disaster relief people were also available yesterday, sir. We should have one heliport at every 100 kilometers in the entire country. So the heliport should have radio communication, one police post, one basic windsock, okay, and maybe a stage for conducting various meetings. So the meetings can be conducted next to the helipad, which doesn't make any obstruction for this heliport. So these kind of heliports we should come so that the facility will increase, and the same grounds can be utilized for playing by the children in normal days, and it can be used as a platform where during the disaster relief the people can come and stand, and the helicopters will go and pick up from there. It becomes much easier, and we can also do the relief operations very easily. We can position the MET and police teams at the humanitarian disaster relief sites. As I was mentioning earlier, so the pilot should be relieved from this kind of who has to board the aircraft and who should not load, and what should be loaded, what should not be loaded. He should be concentrating only on the operation side of it. So the entire human aspect should be left to the local teams. We have got very good teams available, and we can train them. Volunteers are also available, so that the pilots can concentrate on the operations. Because most of the time his mind is bothered. Actually, somebody who has got some influence, he will try to come and board the aircraft, and you can't say no for it. So these kind of things can be avoided. Let the administration and everybody decide who has to come. The pilot only takes the number of people who are manifested, and he will safely fly the aircraft. So this is, again, I am calling it as a faceless operation. Like in case of a transport aircraft, the pilot, he doesn't know who is going to fly in that aircraft, other than some VVIP is on board. So the entire manifesting has been done, and he is given the load chart, and he will just take off. So similar thing we have to institute for helicopters also. By the way, these recommendations have been given to our secretary, and some of the things we are already working on that. And we have constituted an advisory team led by Air Marshal Butula. He is the most renowned pilot in India as of now. He is a test pilot, and we have flown together in Russia also. So his ideas we are taking, and he is the team leader. And maintenance, last 30 years I have been there in Air Force maintaining these aircraft, and we have nominated one aviation psychologist, Dr. Kuhu Ganguly. She is with DRDO. For the first time, we interacted on 30th of September and 1st of October at Mumbai. Our secretary has said that let all the offshore operators participate. It's not only for the Pawan Hans. And we are thankful to Pawan Hans and CMD Pawan Hans for hosting us there. And it was very good interaction, and very heartwarming feedback has come, and we have started working on those feedbacks. So we called it as a positive safety culture workshop, and we are going to conduct at least every 6 months in a year, so that the feedback can be given to our ministry for implementation. As I was mentioning, the historical data, somehow we are not good at maintaining the history, let us accept. So the historical data, if you ask how many aircraft were registered in 2001, 99, 90, 84, it is not readily available. So this historical data, we are, of course, it is with ministry only. DGCA is going to implement that. Make, model, operator, how many hours they have flown, what is the accident rate, and all we will calculate, and we will also come out with the preventive measures. So accident investigation is not only investigation, my role is also to do accident prevention. There is a great scope for helicopters in India. Like yesterday, General Atta Hassan has mentioned that we have a scope for about 800 helicopters. I say that there will be more than 800, at least 2,000 helicopters are required. Airbus has realized that business model, and they have come up with assembly plant in India. So if you see the Asia-Pacific region, so we stand very, very below. The affluence is increasing, the law enforcement, and then the disaster relief operations, and we need a lot of helicopters in civil aviation. So the OEMs are here, so you have to take the cues, and you have to come up with so many plans. And we need training also. So right now, the helicopter training is not a very lucrative thing. So we have to come up with helicopter training, which is to be made lucrative, so that the boys and girls can join. Okay. So it is only possible with the OEMs. If the OEM is trying to sell some aircraft, and that aircraft training center has to be established in India. So then what happens is, there are people available. Like if you want to buy any vehicle, you look at whether servicing centers are available or not. And similarly, maybe I am not so rich, but maybe a big man, when he want to buy some car, he may think for a suitable driver also. So similarly, we have to get the skilled manpower for maintenance, operations, and which the OEMs only can pick up in the initial stage. And subsequently, the market will look into it. It will take its own course of action. India has got a very good position in the offshore. Like you can see in the 2, 3, and the last position also. We have very good offshore operators in India, Global Vectra, Pawan Hans, and Heligo. Okay. So the accidents and reasons which have been happening, they are common across all the operators. We have to take measures to arrest these particular reasons and prevent the accidents. And our ministry at top level is pro reforms. We are ready to do anything good for the system. And I am available for discussing about all these 25 accidents which I have mentioned about. All these 25 accidents were thoroughly studied by us, and these accident reports are available in our website. Whatever we do, they are transparent, they are available in our website, AIIB website. You can learn from that. We are going to increase its presence by making it more dynamic. So with this, I have concluded, sir. Thank you very much.
Group Captain Gandhar, thank you very much for pointing the beacon at us. I'm sure the industry leaders sitting over here and the pilots amongst us and those who are locked onto the YouTube listening to you are going to take the cue from this and look at the qualitative audits, look at the aspect of no means no, and taking correct op decisions, so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us who are here, I'm sure, are very keenly waiting for our chief guest to come and deliver the keynote address. So without much ado, sir, may I please request you to deliver your keynote address in the Heli Power India Seminar 2024. Thank you, sir.
Honorable President RWSI Air Marshal A.S. Butolaji, DG AIB Yugandarji, Joint Secretary Ministry of Civil Aviation Asangbaji, B.S. Singh Devji, and respected members of the Rotary Wing Society of India, I am very much honored today to join you in the inauguration of Heli Power India Summit for the second day, which deals with the civilian helicopter sector. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Rotary Wing Society of India for bringing together such a dynamic gathering of leaders in the rotary wing sector. Amid the rapid growth of India's aviation sector, my top priority is ensuring our skies are safer and secure and more comfortable. This is where I see Rotary Wing Society's role as both prominent and very, very essential. This is over its 26 impactful years, RWSI has done commendable work in promoting helicopters as a safe and effective mode of travel, establishing itself as a driving force in this industry. The fact that over 1,300 aviation professionals deeply dedicated to the field have joined RWSI speaks volumes about the society's impactful work. I once again congratulate the RWSI for all the amazing work that it has been doing and also intends to do in the future. And I'm really pleased that today we are honoring individuals who have contributed to the helicopter industry with their exceptional skills and dedication, and our helicopter pilots definitely deserve this recognition and encouragement. Since taking on the role of Civil Aviation Minister, I have witnessed that aviation professionals are not only mere skilled experts, but they're very, very passionate people. They're passionate about aviation and pushing the industry to new heights. RWSI embodies this spirit, and I appreciate the society for organizing this 9th Heli Power Summit, which is a testament to their dedication over the past 18 years. I see this as a very valuable opportunity for the helicopter industry, bringing together industry leaders and regulators and discussing various issues that needs resolving. This is a significant platform to connect and explore advanced technologies, innovative systems, and safety devices that are shaping the future of our industry. And I'm proud that this is the only dedicated civil and military helicopter event in the whole of South Asia region, highlighting India's commitment to elevating the helicopter industry. Today, we are not only just acknowledging the immense potential of India's helicopter industry, but we are also coming together to harness the potential and integrate helicopters into India's aviation growth story. I don't envision a separate parallel helicopter industry operating in isolation. Instead, my vision is to seamlessly integrate air travel ecosystem where fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, eVTOLs, and UAVs, they all work in harmony to create a more efficient and connected India. With this perspective, I am prioritizing the development of aviation infrastructure across the country, focusing particularly on helicopters because of their unique game-changing potential. Since the first helicopter took flight in 1953, our growth has been very modest, to be honest. Despite growth potential, the helicopter business in India has faced challenges like lack of adequate infrastructure in terms of helipads and landing sites. It was surprising for me to learn that we currently have only one licensed heliport in the whole of the country, which is located in Rohini. There are many helipads or many buildings which are acting like heliports, but licensed one, we just have one, and it shows the vast opportunity that is there. I know that there are a lot of enlightened people that are sitting here when it comes to helicopter industry. Some have flown the helicopters also more than I have been in the helicopter itself. I just want to share with you some of the ideas that I have so that we are all on the same page and we are moving in the same direction as a team. And to put things into perspective, India has about 250 civilian helicopters, serving over 140 crore people of the country. And in comparison, if you take Brazil, over 2,700 helicopters for a population of around 20 crores. Belgium, which would probably be around the size of Punjab, operates around 650 helicopters. This stark difference highlights the urgent need to expand our helicopter fleet and helipad infrastructure to meet the connectivity demands of our vast and diverse nation. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we are committed to democratizing the air travel, transforming the dream of flying into a reality. And as the aviation minister, I recognize the vital role helicopters can play in realizing this vision. The ability of helicopters to take off and land vertically with minimum infrastructure requirements compared to fixed wing aircraft and their ability to hover in the air make them very, very versatile. Capabilities of a helicopter help in accessing difficult terrains to provide life-saving medical services or reaching the areas affected by natural disasters. I realized this potential during the recent floods in Vijayawada also, where the whole city was blocked with a lot of water on the streets, and there was no way possible to reach out to the homes. And the way we are reaching out the relief material, especially the food, was with the help of helicopters. And the surprising thing was that the helicopters were again provided by the military. They were coming from the army. So the potential to have each state also to have their own disaster relief systems, which include the helicopters, is humongous. And for this, I was looking at international comparative data, and I found that Japan has around 40 plus civilian helicopters dedicated to rescue operations alone. And for surveillance, they have another 90 helicopters dedicated for that. While here in India, we have around 20 plus with the BSF and 3 plus with the Central Armed Police Forces. And if we compare global fleet utilization of helicopters, then for emergency medical services, the global average is 18%, whereas for India, it is just 1%. Last week, helicopters under the leadership of Prime Minister, we have dedicated the government heli medical emergency service, the HEMS, to the first one of its kind in the public sector to the country in the state of Uttarakhand for the AIIMS Rishikesh. And I was also present in the inauguration alongside the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, and it was a very historic moment, adding helicopters into the medical ambulance services. And with joint efforts of Ministry of Civil Aviation and the state government, people with a radius of 100 miles from the AIIMS Rishikesh would get the service of air ambulance for free. And importantly, critical care in the life-saving golden hour. The potential for HEMS, the Helicopter Emergency Medical Services, in India is immense, yet we are only beginning to tap it. In my discussions with Pawan Hans, which is our stakeholder in this industry, I identified a tremendous opportunity to expand HEMS along our national highways and expressways. Deploying over 50 HEMS units across the routes is not only feasible, but essential as they can offer life-saving support in critical emergencies. In fact, I would also take the example of our growing cities, the metropolitan cities like Delhi and Mumbai, where traffic congestion is also creating a major issue when it comes to addressing that golden hour time. This vision is achievable through a collaborative approach involving government support, CSR initiatives, and sometimes probably the insurance people also. Together, we can make HEMS a robust part of our healthcare infrastructure, bringing rapid medical assistance to areas that need it most. We are working to make helicopter services more accessible and turning them into a practical solution for the common man of this country. Pilgrimage by air through heli-tourism, one of the most successful interventions. Take, for example, the Kedarnath pilgrimage. When helicopter services began in 2004-2005 with Pawan Hans, it was just a single state-owned operator. Today, the demand has surged to such an extent that 9 operators serve this route with DGCA managing time slots to keep up with the growing demand. More than 3 lakh passengers now fly to Kedarnath annually by helicopter, which is roughly 800 passengers per day on average, which is a very big number. Similarly, at Mata Vaishno Devi, over 5 lakh pilgrims chose helicopters for their journey every year. These numbers speak for the immense need and the potential that we have for expanding our helicopter services. And in India, they are also safe, quick, and efficient for the people to travel. We are also committed to building more heliports across the country, and the government's emphasis is evident through the launch of dedicated UDAN scheme specifically for helicopters also. UDAN is the revolutionary scheme which the government of India has started under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, which is Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. It was to create an efficient, affordable, and convenient way of travel and connect the remotest parts of this country. We have expanded infrastructure like anything in the last 10 years. From 74 airports, we have grown up to 157 airports. But how do we connect them? That was where UDAN played a very key role. It was creating that viability gap funding for airlines, for helicopter services who are running in these routes so that they become viable to run. So UDAN is something which we are very proud of. We saw the effect it could have on the industry. Now UDAN was started in 2017 and it will end for 2027. That was how it was envisioned for 10 years. But seeing the potential that UDAN carries, we are extending it for another 10 years, and we are in the idea that we need to include more of these helicopter services and building up of heliports also into that program. So if you compare, I heard this suggestion also coming from the speakers earlier when it comes to building of these heliports. And it's such an easy task, I feel, right now, where one airport itself costs around 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores for us to build. And every penny that you spend on one airport, I think you can create 100 heliports in the country with the amount of money you are spending on one airport itself. So it is not a very challenging task for us, but the idea and the vision should be there, and we definitely carry the vision that we need to build heliports across the country, across the length and breadth of the country. And in the last 10 years, we have witnessed a significant transformation, like I said, from the UDAN scheme. A 30-minute helicopter ride, which previously used to cost around 1.25 lakh to 1.5 lakhs, has been made much more affordable and accessible. With the implementation of the viability gap funding in the UDAN scheme, it has come down for a group of five. If they're traveling, the price has come down to 30,000 and much less in many of the cases. And this was the vision that our Prime Minister had, where even the Hawai Chappalwala should be able to do the Hawai Yatra. UDAN operations involving helicopters have greatly reduced the travel time also. If you look at Himachal, Shimla to Kullu on road takes about 6.5 hours, whereas by helicopter it takes approximately 50 minutes. And on Uttarakhand, Dehradun to Pithoragarh, by road takes around 11.5 hours, whereas by helicopter it can be covered just under an hour. So I believe together we can unleash the potential that helicopters carry and position helicopters as an essential part of India's connectivity revolution that we are undergoing right now. As an industry, there are several critical areas we all need to collaborate upon. One of the foremost challenges is the high maintenance cost of rotary wing aircraft, or that's what I've heard from the industry. We must focus on reducing these costs by facilitating more for the maintenance, repair, and overhaul. These facilities should improve in the country, and by building up our helicopter fleet and ensuring adequate MRO support, I think we can create a more sustainable and efficient operational environment for the operators. Additionally, establishing state-of-the-art training facilities, which was also flagged earlier, that is very, very crucial. Currently, we have only one operational helicopter pilot training academy in the country. Airbus, which is also trying to set up the H125 assembly line in the country, I have been talking to them and encouraging them to put up a parallel training academy also. And like earlier they were talking about, if someone is trying to manufacture a helicopter in India, definitely it becomes the responsibility for them to train the right set of people to operate that aircraft, to pilot that aircraft in the country. And not just that, other OEMs who are into this helicopter services, definitely they should strongly look into promoting the training academies in this country, and we as a ministry are going to encourage them more to do so in the future. And setting up helicopter facility, like I said, Airbus, we are trying to encourage them, and we have seen the facilities, what best they can do. Recently they have done for the Airbus 350, the regular aircraft, they have done wonderful facilities. If similar kind of facilities come for our helicopter network, I think it improves the number of pilots also that we have in the country, which kind of becomes a bottleneck in some places. We also need to make this career path more attractive to prospective helicopter pilots. I was in one of the seminars and discussions, I was asking why are not more people coming into becoming a helicopter pilots. They said the regular fleet, that is more attractive to become a commercial pilot than becoming this. So somewhere we need to address the practicality of this issue also. We need to make it more attractive for the young passionate people, that it is, if you come into the helicopter sector, it is even more exciting and enticing. So flying a rotary wing aircraft demands a unique set of skills, and I have tremendous respect for helicopter pilots, like I've been saying. We must prioritize professionalism and skill above all else. By focusing on onshore training and adherence to best practices, we will instill greater confidence in the public about helicopter travel as a reliable and secure mode of transportation. And we must foster a positive safety culture around helicopter operations. This was insightfully, we had a presentation from our DG Yugandarji, who has through his experience explained how the safety aspect needs to be addressed in the country. He has mentioned various number of points which I feel are very, very important, and from the ministry we are going to take them seriously. And one other thing that I would like to add on to it is that there is a pressing need to break the myth surrounding single engine helicopters also. Many people, for some reason mistakenly, they believe that single engine helicopters are less safer than the twin engine helicopters. Single engine helicopters are also designed with advanced technology and stringent safety standards, making them highly reliable for various operations. In fact, single engine helicopters have proven their capabilities in various environments, including medical health services, law enforcement and tourism, and they are most cost effective and easier to maintain also. So that if there is any misconception that they are very less safer than the twin engine counterparts, then that is one thing as an industry we should advocate to the people so that they feel more comfortable in traveling single engine helicopters also. And I must state that these helicopters undergo rigorous training, testing and certification process to ensure their reliability. Pilots operating single engine helicopters are trained to handle potential emergencies and have robust safety protocols in place. And one other thing that I also heard from Air Marshal today also is that how they are facing a certain issue with the Ministry of after the helicopter accelerator cell. It was found, but I think it is little defunct now. I don't feel very good about it. So I'm not only going to revive it, but I'll go one step further. Whenever we have this separate set of operations that are required for these, we have a fixed wing, separate directorate, we have a directorate for drones also. We see a lot of potential in drones. We have created a separate vertical and we have a directorate. And I am going to plan to have a different dedicated directorate for helicopter services so that we can address these issues that the helicopters are facing through the ministry. They get a dedicated wing, dedicated team that addresses these issues. That is going to be in the plan that from the ministry we are going to do. And for ease of doing business and ease of flying, the ministry has also launched the Heli Server portal, which many of them would be aware of, for obtaining landing requests digitally. So in my time, I also want to move most of the operations to digital this thing, so that we create more accountability, transparency, and we avoid unnecessary delay of time that originates from physical movement between the offices. So that is one thing that I would want to stress upon. And this Heli Seva portal is one good example where the clearances are obtained within 48 hours after applying in the system itself. And one other, through my 4 years experience of, 4 months of experience of being a civil aviation minister, I've seen that when it comes to the airports, when the helicopters have to take off from the airports, they actually have to wait until the air is clear so that the regular aircraft just flies off and they give a dedicated time. But whereas in some countries, they have mastered it where they have simultaneous operations. And we have the brains, we have the navigation services, the ATC, everyone is there who can parallelly manage them. The helicopter services can take a different route. The regular aircrafts who use the runway, they can take a different route. But I don't think it was thought upon before, but definitely at least in the metropolitan cities where the both are simultaneously functioning, we want to create an approach where the helicopter services individually, without affecting the ATC or the navigation of the regular commercial flights or the scheduled operators, these take a different route. So that is one approach we are taking, and definitely I feel that we are going to be successful in the coming future, at least with the metropolitan city airports. This is going to encourage more people to take the helicopters. Otherwise, these are practical things. When they go to the airport and they want to take the helicopter, they're waiting near the chopper for 1 hour or 30 minutes, saying that, oh, this flight is going, this flight is going. They have the route of way and all that. So this is some practical issues that we've encountered, and definitely we want to solve that. And the environment is conducive for the helicopter industry to take off. And I assure once again that complete support to the industry will be given from the Civil Aviation Ministry. We might look like we are the regulator, policy maker here, but we are also the a stakeholder, like I've mentioned, because of the presence of Pawan Hans. We also have a lot to gain when this whole industry moves forward. So definitely as a partner, we are going to collaborate with all of you, and which is why I appreciate this seminar once again for taking up those crucial issues which we need to break the ceiling to ensure there is a proper growth for the helicopter services in the country. And I'm committed to ensure that Rotary Wing Aviation receives the attention and the support it deserves. I would once again commend RWSI for organizing this wonderful event. I would suggest that RWSI, one more thing is we are having this at the national level. One idea that I've observed is that the states are also coming up with their civil aviation departments. They are coming up with their civil aviation corporations who are actively looking at how to improve from the state itself how to expand on their aviation network. I've seen Madhya Pradesh, where doing the air taxi, they have brought in a helicopter services for medical services, tourism. So states are also coming up innovatively. So whatever we are discussing at the ministry level or the national level or the government of India level, similarly smaller seminars or these kind of seminars can be done with the states itself, where the states also become a partner in this. I see a lot of potential when states also come on board. Things will be much more easier for us to facilitate. So definitely these kind of events need to percolate little bit more deeper near the states itself. So that is one suggestion I would want to give through this forum to the RWSI, to reach out to the states and encourage them to be in the process of the growth story for helicopters in this country. Many of the times, I'm seeing the aspirations of the people today have increased. What used to be before that, let's go to that place, let's see that place and enjoy that place in terms of tourism. Now people are feeling that not just going to the place, let's go in a chopper and see from the top how does it look. It could be a waterfall, it could be a gorge, it could be some monument. So the aspirations have increased. Now they're seeing that the India is growing so much that it's not just about going on road or rail, but we can go on air and also see all these locations. So we need to cater to these aspirations, and we collectively have a big responsibility. And I'm definitely going to be there in support of you in whatever best decisions we all need to take collectively. And in the end, for the collaborative approach that we are all taking, our Prime Minister famously advocates that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. That should be a guiding mantra for all of us together here, and with the government and the industry coming together. Once again, wish all the best, and my best wishes to each and every one of you that are here. And for the people who are taking the award of excellence today, my sincere congratulations to all the efforts that you have done and the wonderful career that you would have had over the last 30, 40 years. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to end my speech. Jai Hind.
As you settle down, sir, may I call upon this august audience to let go their inhibitions and stand up in a standing ovation for the Mr. Minister for a wonderful round of applause, sir. It's a path-breaking moment for us, sir. A data-driven speech by Mr. Minister himself, who brings out so many aspects, and we look forward now to a new dawn in the civil helicopter industry in India. Thank you very much, sir. For the next, as you mentioned about the Excellence Awards, RWSI presents 6 awards. Actually, we used to do 5. A 6th has been included this year onwards. There is the RWSI Safety Award. It is awarded to a pilot or an AME who has contributed safety the maximum. Then we have an RWSI Humanitarian Service Award. Igor Sikorsky was a scientist who was associated with Helicopter Design and Bureau. So they had Sikorsky had instituted this award, and this also goes to one of the luminaires from our side. There is a Lifetime Achievement Award, and then there is an award for an outstanding contribution to our sister industry, that is drone. So allow me to, sir, please introduce the citation for the Mr. P.S. Ganpati, RWSI Safety Award. A Master of Science in Statistics, a 58-year into civil aviation operations of safety. He retired as a General Manager of Flight Operations in Air India after 33 years of service. And since then, he has been very actively writing articles, shaping our industry and its safety norms. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. P.S. Ganpati. RWSI Humanitarian Award. On 30th of July 2024, the Kedarnath Valley was struck by devastating rains, leaving numerous pilgrims stranded in the perilous conditions. Lieutenant Colonel K.S.A. Khan, retired with unparalleled courage and dedication, was the first to respond to that urgent call for assistance from the local administration. His swift and resolute action became the cornerstone for the rescue operations. In this honor, the RWSI is pleased to award the RWSI Humanitarian Award to Lieutenant Colonel K.S.A. Khan. Satellite constellations have been playing a great role in providing the GNSS navigation satellite service. Little to us that is known to the fact that India itself has launched its own NAVIC, navigation with Indian constellation, and that has been languishing for a while and not moving much forward. Our next awardee, the RWSI Igor I. Sikorsky Award, goes to Lieutenant Colonel Velen for promoting NAVIC and his applications. Colonel Velen has launched Elena Geo Systems in 2012, and since then onwards, he's been awarded by the Ministry of Communication as well as the most successful startup by Electronic Manufacturers Associations. A slice of history before this, sir. After this. We go back to 1971 war in the Northeast. Everybody knows it was a 13 days short, violent war, which was brought to end by some contribution from helicopters. That some contribution helicopters is got a face name, Squadron Pushp Kumar Vaid. Sir, may I request you to please. 94 hazardous missions between 6th December and 16 December 71, including the perilous Meghna crossing, where bullets ricocheted all around the Mi-4 helicopters of that year, was flown by Squadron Pushp Vaid as a flight lieutenant who was the flight commander of 110 helicopter unit in Kumbhigram. Sir. And sir, after having put in that war effort, sir has flown extensively in the North Sea and is a survivor of a Bell CH-47 crash in the very cold North Sea, sir. So once again, a round of applause for our veteran. Wing Commander VP Mathur, a life member of RWSI, has a unique distinction of being an instructor of excellent repute. To your astonishment, you may realize that he has 3,000 more pilots he has trained all the way in ground training. He is a man who has shaped the ground training of helicopters and fixed wing in India. He has been commissioned into the Indian Air Force in the fighter stream, in 14 Scorn flying Vampires, but has shifted to helicopters. Has a unique distinction of serving the Himalayas from the northeast, Sikkim, Bhutan, all the way to Jammu, Kashmir, Ladakh, and beyond, perhaps in Daulat Beg Oldie, flying very old helicopters, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Wing Commander VP Mathur. From history to the future, our young awardees who are now, Captain Aman Johri is the CEO of Jatayu Unmanned Technologies Private Limited. He is, of course, the member of the RWSI drone group and has done yeoman service in trying to promote the drones in India. He has got the first training academy of the drone in India, sir. The civil pilots are trained by him. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for young Captain Aman Johri. The indigenous development of UAM of large cargo drones is at his hands and is now going to come through very soon. Sir, thank you very much. Maybe please step out. May I please request you to step outside to the foyer where people interact with you, sir, and give you their opinion, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. and gentlemen, as we get ready to start our next a little longish session, I have the similar request to repeat. From the flanks, may I request you to concentrate the force in the center and be available just right here, please. Thank you very much. My call to the left flank, far outreach. Let's roll in and come closer, please. Come here, right here in front, please. Sir, may I inconvenience you a bit? On my flank, sir. May I inconvenience you a bit? Sir, would you please populate here? Actually, I'll be grateful. Right here, sir. Sorry, sir. Come, please. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. It's like, in keeping with the traditions of yesterday, we have planned this as an academic session with experts from practically all over the world. So this is a session which is focusing on safety and regulations. Safety, you heard Group Captain Yugandhar a while ago, our central body of aircraft investigation, accident investigation. He's heading as a DG. So you heard him talk about the preventive measures and recommendations from that particular angle and aspect. We are now trying to move towards regulations, and in that, may I welcome Dr. Daniel Jacob on the stage. As he walks up, let me introduce him. A luminaire of FAA, he's the FAA attaché here in the Embassy of US and has had decades of experience in managing environment and energy at the FAA office. He's been part of the FAA for a very long time. He's handling the entire South Asian region here, and he's going to educate us about FAA DGCA collaboration. So I'm just waiting for the CFI, Deputy CFI from DGCA to be here shortly. They were all already here. Thank you very much. So we try to put this together so that we can understand how we can perhaps go about doing this. Our second expert for this session is Mario. May I please invite you on the stage? As he walks up again, Mario Siberian, Chief Aviation Safety Unit, United Nations FAO. Welcome on our dais, please, sir. Thank you very much. Come, have a seat. It's an Air Force pilot from Hunter Air Force, commercial pilot, administrator for a long time, aviation training in several safety aspects, quality management, aviation security, and have been working, once again, with DPKO for a very, very long time. He's going to deliver his talk with the help of Ms. Karishma Kaur, who's also here with us in the audience. She'll join us a little later, who's the Deputy Chief of WFP Aviation, and she handles policy and normative guidance. She's a master in air transport management from Cranfield, UK. So you can look forward to many interesting aspects as to how the WFP manages their remote helicopter operations from far distant places in Africa and other less privileged places in the world, and they go on to do that. They shall educate about that. I once again invite my friend from Bell, Mr. Miauchi. Are you here? Thank you very much. Those of us who were here yesterday, we heard him speak about disaster management. Today he's going to talk about the policing role and law enforcement. For those of us who are new here, just to update you, Mr. Miauchi is Terence Scott Miauchi is with Bell Helicopters. For a long time, he delivers consultancy-based services to segment operators, but right now has been Bell for a very, very long time, though he's an Aero Scout pilot from the US Army, and thereafter has been an instructor pilot, stanchion pilot, so on and so forth. He specializes as a commander in conducting police, law enforcement, fire, SAR, and emergency management operations. So he's going to talk to us about the law enforcement today as a civil aspect. And then we have our very own expert, Captain Piyush Kumar from Chipson Aviation Private Limited, an experimental test pilot, rotary wing, and he's a type rating examiner on H145. You've been hearing him, or at least reading about him and his articles in our ecosystem about PINS approach, performance-based navigation, and many such things which Mr. Minister covered in his now rather legendary speech, which he delivered just this morning. So from heliports to issues to do with AI, to do with the navigations, IFR, VFR, special VFR, what have you not. Piyush is going to talk about that and how we can do that. I invite the chair for the session, Wing Commander B.S. Singhdev, Vice President, RWSI. Sir. So just a bit of a nuance for the House that we are starting at 12 o'clock as against plan of about 11:40 or so. But the lunch, as we know, can always be squeezed in, and we can benefit from the wonderful conversation and insights from the experts sitting over here, sir. Without much ado, I would like to invite Dr. Daniel Jacob to the podium to deliver his talk on FAA DGCA collaborations for regulatory reforms. Thank you, sir.
somebody's going to bring this up. Should I advance the slide here?
You can change from.
I'll use this.
You can point up.
No, I don't need pointer. Thank you. Good. Greetings, everyone. It's a great honor to be among very honored guests and esteemed guests here this morning. Thank you to Air Marshal Butola for inviting me to speak in this forum, and also for Rotary Wing Society of India for inviting me. I am going to be talking about, I was asked to talk about the FAA-DGCA collaboration. Instead of focusing like a laser on the FAA-DGCA collaboration, I thought I will come from a global perspective to the Asia-Pacific, to South Asia, and then come down to India and what we do here. So I thought that would be probably useful, more useful for us to kind of go through. And in that context, I would start with providing an outline of my presentation. Start with who we are as the Federal Aviation Administration. As I was being introduced, I am the FAA attaché here in New Delhi. I cover South Asia, and I came to New Delhi in June of 2022, although I was born here in India, so this place is not anything new to me. But I have been gone for more than 30 years, so it's a good comeback home for me. So I've been enjoying my 2+ years of time here in Delhi. When I was growing up, I didn't know what FAA was, so I thought I'll provide a brief overview of who we are and what we are planning to do in the 21st century, and talk about selected topics where we have good collaboration ongoing with the DGCA of India, where it might cross over to the helicopters and rotorcraft. And I chose these essentially for that purpose, and that's advanced air mobility and global safety information management exchange. And in addition, finally conclude by talking about what we are doing in this region. So first is FAA mission. Our mission is to provide the safest, most efficient aerospace system in the world. And this is almost all of the civil aviation authorities have in some form or fashion. This is our goal. We are all on the same page. Civil aviation is a global industry, so we have to be on the same page. In terms of vision, our vision is to reach the next level of safety, efficiency, environmental responsibility, and global leadership. What we mean by that is that we should be better this year in a quantifiable fashion compared to last year, and better next year compared to where we are this year in terms of reducing our incidences and accidents and so on. So safety is our North Star, as one of our previous administrators, Billy Nolan, used to say. So safety is the foundation of everything we do, and almost that's true for all the civil aviation authorities in the world. So in looking forward to 21st century, the FAA administrator, along with the rest of the FAA team, came up with 4 major pillars: safety, people, global leadership, and operational excellence. And you can see what the screen says. So I'm not going to read everything verbatim, but I just wanted to highlight a few things. First, safety. In terms of safety, what we are looking at is a proactive data sharing between the manufacturer and the regulators, so that we can predict any risks in advance and we can act proactively. So what we are trying to develop in this case is an improvement of safety culture, where we want to be in a place where we want to share information rather than holding information within us. So this is important across the industry, particularly as our DG of AAIB talked about. Helicopter accidents per capita is much more than what's happening with the fixed wing. So when an industry, rotorcraft industry comes up, this becomes an important thing where we share data openly and our experiences openly, so that we can develop solutions very effectively and we can share them globally. So that's one of our goals of this safety pillar. The second one is people pillar. I talked about 4 pillars here: safety, global leadership, and operational excellence, and people. Without people, you cannot accomplish any of the other pillars. You need people for safety, global leadership, and operational excellence. And people have to be skilled and they have to be trained. So the FAA for 21st century has come up with the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, aviation, and space education, what we call STEM AVSED, to train future people. And in addition, as you know, many of the workforce people have retired during COVID, and we are still trying to claw back from our workforce loss. And when we look at this, 50% are women, 50% are men. We are kind of equally distributed. But in the aviation industry, we always have less women participating. That essentially means that we are not utilizing the skill set of 50% of the population. So we want to make sure that we get more people, not just to replace men, but to add to the existing workforce that we already have. So that's our people pillar. And thirdly, the global leadership. And as I mentioned, global leadership is where we work with key partners, including DGCA India. It's for all over the world. We have a lot of different partners, and we try to make sure that we share the information. Most of you are aware that the FAA puts in a lot of information in terms of all sorts of sectors, in helicopters, in fixed wing, and even other areas, and even in operational safety in terms of 5G and so on. And this is where we need to partner with each and every civil aviation authority and the air navigation service provider. And finally, the operational excellence. What we mean by that is that we want to provide a tiered approach, tiered service level, where we are very nimble as a government agency. We want to satisfy our stakeholders and government's requirements and provide service where a service is needed in time and more efficiently. So this is very important for us when we try to integrate a new sector like advanced air mobility within our existing national airspace system, where it's heavily designed for existing fixed-wing aircraft and some helicopter operations. So this is where we are trying to see how we can improve our operational efficiency. So these are our goals for 21st century. And so to accomplish this, we have a global presence. And this map is color-coded, as you can see. The red is what we call as the Western Hemisphere region. And we have the Montreal ICAO headquarters. We have 4 different places in the Western Hemisphere. The blue is Europe and North Africa, Europe and Africa region. And so we have 6 positions there. And then the green is Asia Pacific. So I am covering South Asia in New Delhi. My colleague in Beijing covers North Asia. My colleague in Tokyo right now covers Australia, Oceania, and all the islands. And we are looking for a new position in Sydney. And there is another one of my colleagues in Singapore covers Southeast Asia. So this is how we develop relationship with our civil aviation authorities all over the world. And talking about Asia Pacific, one of the questions always comes up is, what does FAA have to do with Asia Pacific? We are a North American nation. But looking at that, we have Hawaii in the Pacific. We have Guam and many other US territories. We have the Oakland Oceanic FIR, Flight Information Region, that covers a lot of Asia Pacific flight information regions. And overall, we have 29 FIRs covering 29 million square miles. That covers almost 15% of the Earth's surface, as most of it is over the Asia Pacific. So, and we are also a full member of the Asia Pacific Director Generals of Civil Aviation Conference, which happens every year, and the last one was in Philippines, mid-October. So we all participated in that. And the Asia Pacific Air Navigation Planning and Implementation and Regional Work Group, that APNPERG, and correspondingly for safety, RASG, we are all full members of it. So we have a vested interest. Why Asia Pacific? And we've been talking about, the minister very eloquently talked about the civil aviation growth in the last session when he was here. And this map would show you the North America growth forecast in the next 20 years is about 2.3%, whereas Asia Pacific is growing at a rate of 4.6%. This is from 2022. So these statistics might be subject to revision as well. But I think in India, this growth rate is even much higher than what the general Asia Pacific is growing. So with the Indian government putting a lot of focus on the regional connectivity scheme, as you heard the minister talking about, the last point of connectivity comes from helicopters and small aircraft. So this is where we see a lot more growth is likely to happen if the infrastructure and other supporting logistics are set up. So, we see that this is a very important sector for us to be cooperating and collaborating in partnership with the local regulator, MOCA, AAI, and DGCA. So again, I'll start with AAM, because AAM is one example where we have very good collaboration with DGCA, not only with DGCA, with the rest of the regulators in the region. And AAM, as you know, is a hybrid aircraft, so it's a mostly electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, what we call as the eVTOL. But they have, since they take off vertically, they are subject to mostly helicopter rules as we begin our operations. These days, so this is about 14 different companies I have listed in the Asia-Pacific region. But when you go back to the US, so I'll talk about the international engagement. Why do we need AAM international engagement? Because we want to make sure the standards are accepted. One of the things we always run into is the philosophy of certifying aircraft. One is you want to be prescriptive or you want to be performance-based. So there are two approaches to it. So we tend to lean toward the performance-based approach. There are other regulators who might go toward prescriptive, but our endpoint is always the same. So how do we interact with each other? That's why we need the international engagement. Our overall objective is seamless transfer of certified aircraft, right? If FAA certifies an aircraft, how the DGCA would accept our certificate and so on. So this is where we need international collaboration and engagement and a streamlined type validation. But moving forward to AAM in the United States, we have multiple players involved, major players, who have put in a lot of money into this sector. Multiple US applicants are targeting type certification as early as 2025. So Archer and Joby are a couple that they are well advanced and they have demonstration aircraft. What I would like to point out, though, is that if you look at the initial use cases, it's very similar to helicopters. They are not different. You have air taxis, cargo in small market to hubs, and medical transport. These are endpoint services, right? So air taxi, again, this concept is not new. In the 1950s and 60s, LA, Los Angeles had air taxis operated by helicopter companies, and they used to take people from the airport to downtown area, and also in New York, John F. Kennedy Airport, they used to pick up people. And very recently in Bangalore, the Blade used to take people from Kempegowda International to the HAL airport. So these are all not new concepts, but they have very good application to the helicopter operations as well. One distinguishing thing about this AAM is that these are going to be mainly single pilot operations under our FAA's 14th Code of Federal Regulations, Part 135. So there may be some differences, but if you're only going to carry 6 people in an aircraft, having 2 pilots is going to be really limiting. So these are some areas where we would constantly look to partner with our regulatory counterparts in India and elsewhere to try to see how we can advance our overall goals. And that will feed back into helicopters as well, because actually if you have good experience with helicopters, it seamlessly can be transferred into the AAM sector. And finally, the AAM ecosystem that needs to emerge, which is in terms of vertiports, which we said it's actually the helicopters use helicopter landing pad, which can be very easily transferred to a vertiport operation. But what we need in terms of AAM is added complexity, that is charging station, and then you would have to look into automation, which are not part of the helicopter ecosystem. So if you are already working with helicopters and going to AAM and vice versa, should be very easily transferable once we get the hang of it. As we talk about this, I just want to, we want to focus on the safety, but I want to move on to the next one, essentially because we are all learning as we go along. The FAA just released the final rule for the Special Federal Aviation Regulation, as we call it, is SFAR, for the AAM operations and the pilot certifications in the US. So we sort of updated 13 parts under the 14 CFR, that's Code of Federal Regulations that applies to aviation. So we actually updated 13 parts and essentially starting to let the AAMs operate under visual flight rules to use helicopter minimum. So that may be a special VFR or a VFR, and that's where we are starting with. As we learn and gain more experience, we might try to relax these rules, but since I already mentioned, safety is our priority, and we don't want to lose a single person to an accident. So that's where we are starting from. So, and I think this has very good applicability to the helicopter industry. And another important thing, so this is the Global Safety Information Management Exchange. We presented a paper during the ICAO last assembly, ICAO Assembly 41st, I think, on the Global Safety Information Management Exchange. It's very easy to look at it as though it applies to large civil aviation, large civil aircraft, so it's important that a lot of people are taking it. But it's also important for the reasons I mentioned before, that the accident rate for rotorcraft is higher. So you need to make sure that we all share information, and that gets lost when an industry is small and people are not following the needed information exchange. We are going to continue to be unsafe compared to the rest of the industry. So that's why I wanted to highlight this. And we are setting up a lot of things under the GSIME. One is continued airworthiness. As a state of design, we require a lot of information from operators and industry and also other regulators. So that will impact continued airworthiness. Cargo safety, it applies across the board, including AAMs and the helicopters and the airplanes. If somebody learns something is hazardous, then if the information is exchanged, then we sort of improve the safety for everybody. And safety management, it's a critical part, and one of the things people, as I mentioned, is the smaller the industry gets, people say, oh, I don't want to maintain a safety management system. But that's far from the truth. We want to maintain a very good safety management system and develop a good safety culture so that we are confident in our process, in what we are doing and how we are maintaining our aircraft and how the pilots are trained, and what we don't want to indulge in a punitive culture, but maintain a safety culture where we encourage people to share if they commit a mistake, and so that it doesn't happen again and people remain safe and we increase the level of safety. And shared surveillance concept is all CAAs are able to share their findings, then it becomes easier. We don't have to duplicate our efforts across the board, right? If I may have resources to do it, I have the information, I do the data analysis and push it out to other folks, and people can verify my calculations and say, okay, we are agreeing with you, and let's implement this process globally. And secondly, and finally, if there's a small CAA who don't have the resources, they can borrow from the results and the decisions and the conclusions that come from larger CAAs. So that is a global advantage of having an information exchange. And coming down to the next level, what we are doing in the South Asia region. So our goal here, the FAA is here, our goal is to increase capacity locally. We are not, our interest is not in telling other people what they should do. We are not going to come and tell other regulators that do what I do as I do. We want people, other CAAs, to tailor the solutions to their own needs. In that context, the government safety inspector course, in terms of airworthiness, operations, and personal licensing, we offered the course in terms of using the train-the-trainer paradigm. What we do is that we pay the tuition for ICAO-approved courses, and we would like to take a few people who are trained. So all these people who go through the GSI training, they become qualified inspectors, right? But we want to pick up the qualified inspectors who have an inclination to teach others and train them to teach others. So we are going to fund a training instructor course in Singapore for the entire Asia-Pacific region, and we would love to get few people from India as well and rest of the countries. So the people can get trained to be teachers, and then we improve the capacity in India, in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka, so people can be taught by their own instructors, and whenever they need a course on personal licensing, they can offer the course in the Indian Aviation Academy or the CAA, Bangladesh Aviation Academy, and so on. So that's what we are doing in the region. And we are also trying to sort of look into training program assessments. What would make the biggest bang for the buck? What would give us the biggest bang for the buck? If we address a certain point, that will provide the more increased capacity, the increased capacity building within the region and within the country. So that's how we are looking at. And we are also planning to offer an accident investigation training. And I had talked to the DG before, I think when we were there and, at the ministerial, and we would like to come back to you for getting some nominations for that course. So this is going to be offered at the Transportation Safety Institute in Oklahoma City, so we are still trying to work out the details of that. And as I mentioned earlier, women in aviation and STEM, I think India has better statistics than the US in terms of women pilots. I think as a population, it's 15% of the women pilots 15% of the pilots are women pilots in India, whereas the US is about 6 or 7%, although the absolute numbers may be more. So, so this is something where we are looking into learning something from how India is doing versus what we are doing, how you are doing better in terms of the normalized score than us. So this is a mutual learning process, and in terms of that, we will partner with the DGCA and Ministry of Civil Aviation. And then we talk about the regional connectivity, small aircraft and helicopters, right? This is not just a case with India, and you have Nepal, and you have Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. This always comes up in every one of these countries, and so we are trying to address that as a region-wide issue. We will try to organize a seminar or something. That's our plan in the near future. And finally, the India-specific activities. So our initial goal is to have a civil aviation authority to civil aviation authority relationship building. In this context, we have done a lot of lessons learned meetings. I think last year we had four different topics. We had Government of India present and Ministry of Civil Aviation and also the industry. We are also working on a memorandum of cooperation and memorandum of agreement. There is always a lot of interest, but in the end, we want to be cognizant of the needs of the government of India. It's not like what we can tell people what they need to do. If Government of India comes to us and says, hey, I would like to learn the different, kind of tell us what you learned and how to partner with us in this area, and then we will try to address and schedule some events. So there are a lot of things on the sustainable aviation fuels and the airspace modernization, and this is where the helicopter operations that Minister was talking about, how the helicopter operations can coexist with the fixed wing operations. We have a whole handbook on how we do that. We would be very happy to, at the request of Government of India, would be very happy to organize a meeting and try to work with that as well. And the second item that I want to point out is the US-India Aviation Cooperation Program. This is a trilateral program. This was the initial agreement was signed in 2007 between MOCA, US Trade Development Agency, and the US government, and under which we have the US industry, Indian government, and the US government. Different agencies are part of that. And this organization offers technical seminars and roundtables. And some initial projects are funded by USTDA under the US Trade and Development Agency under the ACP umbrella. But the main goal of this cooperation program is to respond to Government of India needs. If MOCA and DGCA and AAI feel a specific need that would be helped by us sharing our knowledge and partnering with them, that's what we would try to offer. And so that's one thing which we are continuing to do here in India as well. So that's been a very encouraging experience. I think we are more than 25 projects now into this, and we have a very good relationship in terms of working with Government of India on that. So with that, I'll end my talk here. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for RWSI for inviting me. It's always been a pleasure to come in front of you and talk a little bit about our collaboration, and with the view of improving our relationship and improving our partnership so that we sort of increase the global aviation safety. So the cliche says the rising tide lifts all boats. And so that's, although it's a cliche, that's what we are after, right? Every incremental safety improvement lifts everybody's safety level. So that's where we are. And with that, I'll stop here and give the microphone over to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jacob. I'm sure the audience has questions, but we discussed this, that we would take the questions at the end, sir? Chair, sir? Would that be okay, sir? We take the questions all at the end, sir, perhaps. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. All right, sir. That brings us to the next topic for the day or the session, which is about safe helicopter operations from remote locations. This is being dealt, like I mentioned to you, by Mr. Mario and Ms. Karishma together. The basic essence being that since we operate from far and remote places, and it becomes very important for us to try and take as to how we can implement measures and strategies to make sure that safety doesn't get compromised. So I invite Mr. Mario to present his case of safe helicopter operations from remote locations, strategies and measures.
Thank you, thank you.
This is forward previous pointer.
Okay.
This
This is
is pointer.
pointer, okay. Good morning, distinguished guests. It is an honor for us to be present in this very interesting event that the United Nations World Food Program likes to present the compliments to the Rotary Wing Society of India in these efforts to bring collaboration with the civilian and military, bringing operational solutions, and not forgetting the safety aspects of the work that we do. So as the topic that was assigned to us, safe helicopter operations from remote locations, strategies and measures, we will also take the opportunity to present to you the potential operators that are here on the table, in the venue, that there are opportunities of business with the United Nations World Food Program, and the kind of work that we do has been preceded by those who presented yesterday the events of disaster management, very well presented for India. And we will show you what we do in a similar fashion. In the micro world that you presented, we will present the macro world, because for us, we have to attend the worldwide emergencies, and this is the role of the World Food Program. You may ask, what does the World Food Program has to do with airplanes? Well, interestingly, the United Nations has mandated the World Food Program as an agency program to deliver humanitarian air transport to the humanitarian community. So we provide services to the UN stakeholders and also to NGOs and diplomatic services states around the world. So the presentation will be given by myself. I will present the safety side, but first I will let Karishma Kaur present in the operational side of the house. Why are we presented separately? Because we're independent units, and second, because in the UN we promote the gender balance, so she has to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Good morning, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here at this forum and, as Mario said, showcase women in aviation. Welcome to World Food Program. As you can see, we won the 2020 Nobel Laureate because we realized that food security is a critical enabler for driving away hunger and also kind of achieving resolution to conflict in most of the areas. Because of the work WFP did in alleviating hunger, delivering food aid, we were recognized in 2020 with the Nobel Peace Prize, of which we are very proud of. About WFP, as Mario discussed, WFP is the world's largest humanitarian organization providing food aid. Not only do we provide food aid, we also provide life-saving cargo for crisis-driven conflict areas. We also transport humanitarian aid workers into areas where there is no other means of access. Usually, we are funded by governments and a few private entities. Giving you a Slight history of World Food Program. World Food Program began in 1960s, but WFP Aviation, which falls under the auspices of the Supply Chain Division, began in 1980s. In 1980s, we began delivering food, life-saving cargo and humanitarian aid workers to countries such as Angola, Sudan, Somalia, and Ethiopia. And surprisingly, we are still there, which is a perfect example of protracted crisis. In 2004, the United Nations Humanitarian High-Level Committee on Management mandated World Food Program to be the lead organization for delivering humanitarian air services. And that is why, as Mario said, we are the ones providing humanitarian air service to the entire humanitarian community, whether that be NGOs, INGOs, donors, diplomats, and humanitarian and development aid workers into conflict areas. On any given day, as we are part of supply chain, we have over 100 aircrafts flying over the world. We have about 20 ships and about 5,600 trucks delivering life-saving cargo and food to the people in need. In 2023, we reached 152 million people. This is an overview of how we work. Primarily, as you can see, we work in Africa. We have 21 missions globally, of which 18 or 19 are based in Africa. And we have Yemen, Syria, and Haiti, and Afghanistan, which are the more recent ones. Giving you an example of my lived experiences, I have worked primarily in West Africa. I worked in Sudan, in Darfur, in South Sudan, in Afghanistan, and in Chad. So I can assure you that the work we do and what we present is very, very relevant to alleviating hunger and providing some form of assurance or assistance to the people in need. A large part of what we do belongs to developing capacity, both national and state capacity. So we work very closely with the host governments. We only go into countries where there is no commercial viable air operations available. We only go in when there's no other mode of transport. And we do not go in there to replace commercial air operators. We go there only to fill a gap. And as and when there is a viable, safe, reliable commercial air operator, we exit the country. In terms of numbers, in 2024, we've transported about 167,000 passengers, about 1.7 thousand metric tons of cargo with about 140 aircraft. In 2023 alone, we transported over 380,000 passengers. We transported 4.6 thousand metric tons of cargo, and we served over about 600 user organizations. WFP also has a partnership with the European Union, which has the European humanitarian aid flights. We operate flights in conflict areas, primarily in DRC and Mali, and also we provided support or assistance in Madagascar and in Somalia and Chad. WFP Aviation, being under the UN Secretary General's Sustainable Goals, has a large focus on environment sustainability, and therefore we have a well-developed sustainable program. And in fact, we will be now reaching out to Nairobi the next week, whereby we have an environmental summit with WFP Aviation. A brief summary of what is required of us. So when you know that when crisis comes in, whether it's protracted or the sudden onset of crisis, we need to respond immediately. There is no way of accessing the people who are vulnerable. There is no road transport. All the ports are closed. Insecurity makes any access impossible. There are no commercial air operators. And that is when WFP Aviation comes in. We launch flights within 24 to 48 hours, and we ensure that we can carry in either the relief goods or, for the example of COVID-19, where we provided pandemic relief. We transported medicines. We even have set up sometimes mobile hospitals for some of the vulnerable population. We kind of come in and fill the gap, enabling the state to kind of have a more sustainable solution to make sure that the response time is adequate and also as per what is required. The greatest challenge we have is in responding to the sudden onset of crisis. Whenever crisis happens, we are required to deploy in 48 to 72 hours. And as we work with air operators, we have a large pool of air operators which are vetted by safety, and then they can do business with us. And we have some who are on long-term agreements with us and some who are on standby. So subject to where they are geographically positioned, we call out to air operators to do the business on our part. Something happened. Next. Skip. Thank you. When we go in for UNHAS, for those, I should have explained this earlier, UNHAS is the United Nations Humanitarian Air Service. That's the flagship carrier of what WFP Aviation does. WFP Aviation has three main pillars, of which one of them is UNHAS. So wherever we operate in the missions, which is the field areas, it's called United Nations Humanitarian Air Service. As and when we call you in, of course, we ensure that when we go in, we do a needs assessment of the passenger and the cargo demand required. Then we do a feasibility study of what is available in terms of national capacity, aviation, and the airlines. Then we conduct a gap analysis. Based on the outcome of that, we decide which is a technical suitable air asset which is possible to be deployed. Subsequently, we also source out for funding. And once all that is done, do we commence air operations? We also have a very robust aviation security process whereby we do risk assessments and also threat analysis. And of course, all of this has to be only processed once it's kind of cleared by our safety unit. Expanding it further, we also have to engage very extensively with our national governments because they are the host governments which invite us. We have what we call the SOFA agreement, which is the States of Forces agreement, under which we operate in all the countries where we are. So we request for authorizations to enter and use airspace. We also request for authorizations to use certain airports. Very often we have the hub and spoke concept whereby we have a base and from there we go and come back the same day. We also have sometimes to conduct flights from operations whereby from operation base to other delivery airfields and landing zones. And also, of course, the lifting of any other forcible restrictions which may hinder the efficiency and effectiveness of the air service. In some countries, the CAA, and it's more often than not, requests to inspect the aircraft and gives us a permit to operate for a certain period. And this operator permit has to be renewed subsequently. A brief overview of how we do business. We have a decision, of course, I said, which is taken on the following criteria in terms of air assets which are deemed practical to support the operation. We have the air operation which is funded usually by host governments, by donor governments, and then ensuring there are no viable commercial options, and then we've been granted authorizations to operate in the host country. A point to note here is usually our standards are higher. Because of the humanitarian aviation, we have what we call the UNAV stats, which is the United Nations Aviation Standards. These are joint standards which are developed by the ICAO, the Department of Operational Service in New York, and WFP Aviation, which benchmark minimum criteria for personnel to work with us, for crew licensing, and also for crew to work with us. So these standards are higher than the aviation industry, and with good reason, because most of the areas we work in are very hostile and are very different from the normal established aviation infrastructure. Of course, all of our operations are subject only to approvals from the host government. We cannot go in if we don't have the required CAA permits. A brief overview of our emergency response over the last year. Afghanistan, when the Taliban took over, we went back in 2 days. We established air bridges over Doha and also Dushanbe and Islamabad for the humanitarian aid workers to go in and out. In Burkina Faso, when we had the expansive effect of the anti-government elements, we set up our largest helicopter operation. We have 7 helicopters there, 2 Chinooks, Mi-8s, and the Bell 412s. In Gaza, when Gaza conflict broke out, we negotiated with the Jordanian charity and also with the Royal Jordanian Air Force, and we transported ready-to-eat rations, which we airdropped over 3 successful flights. In Haiti, when we had the outbreak of civil conflict, we built air bridges over to Dominican Republic. We also did a lot of medical evacuations, and in 2024, the Learjet 45 was replaced by a smaller aircraft, the CASA 212. In Myanmar, whereby there was a lack of clear, safe, reliable airlines, we engaged with a local operator and provided reliable, safe humanitarian services for passengers from Yangon to Sitwe. South Sudan being one of our longest and oldest protracted crisis, we have been maintaining a fleet of fixed wing and helicopters, whereby we provide aid, humanitarian and development, and access to the workers to the remote regions. Some of our challenges which we are incurring recently now was the ICAO significant safety concern, whereby WFP Aviation had to reconfigure our helicopter fleet, and that is maybe one of the reasons why we are here, because we are now going away from the traditional helicopter fleet to different options. And we had 5 countries whereby we had 16 Russian registered aircraft which had to be kind of replaced within a matter of 1 month. The second biggest challenge we have is the lack of aviation infrastructure. Most of the places we fly are very remote. It's called bush flying. There is absolutely no infrastructure. The civil aviation authorities are weak, even though we work with them. It is primarily flying into the bush, giving the medicines and bringing people in and out. There is very limited navaids, there's very limited ATC. It's basically just flying in the blind. What is coming up now in a big way is the aviation security. As you can see, the anti-government impact around the globe is increasing, especially in the Sahel region where we are primarily present, whether it's Burkina Faso, whether it's Mali, whether it's Chad, whether it's Niger. The presence of anti-government elements is increasing, and a change and shift whereby, whereas earlier we were considered as neutral and not partial, we are now seen as a target. So we do have a huge focus on aviation security, whereby we ensure that the risk mitigating measures are implemented, a regular threat analysis is done, and we ensure that in case the risks is unacceptable or high, it's elevated to the right levels for approvals. Of course, the continuous evolving context of operations, the kind of work we do, we don't know tomorrow morning what would be in the country we are operating in. There is sudden outbreak of conflict, there are sudden attacks, complex attacks, there are places where you do not know, you have weather phenomena which comes in, and because there's a lack of, let's say, reliable source, and because there is a lack of information infrastructure, every day is a challenging context for operations. An overview of our fleet, as I shared, we have 21 UNAS operations, of which we have 74 aircraft, and which are on regular contract. When you say MGH, MGH for us means long-term contracts. So what we do is we have ACMI contracts with aircraft operators, and we bring them on board for a period of 2 years, and then subject to what is the funding requirement, the operational context of the region, we kind of have protracted contracts with them, or we move them to other missions. And these aircrafts are dedicated to perform in those missions. We also have 40 aircraft which are on standby, what we call on our standby fleet, and these are called in when there's a sudden scale up or a sudden onset of a crisis. And these are usually deployed within 24 to 48 hours. An overview of our rotary wing. We have about 32 rotary wing currently deployed or contracted with us, of which 21 helicopters are on regular contracts and 11 are on standby. Primarily, we're working with medium to heavy helicopters, whereby we're looking at the Chinooks, the Mi-8s, Mi-26s, the Bell 412s, the Sikorskys, and the Super Pumas. This I should give to Mario, because this is part of safety.
Thank you, Karishma. I think she deserves a round of applause for this part of the presentation. Well done. I couldn't have done it better. It portrays her experience as a UN staff, and the best of all, she was made in India. Well done, Karishma. Excuse me. The safety side, everything in the contracts begins with the selection of operators and the pre-qualification. Like Karishma mentioned, we use the United Nations aviation standards, which are a little bit higher than the ICAO standards and the FAA that have been presented here for a reason. The places where we operate, as she mentioned, are bush kind of operation, and it requires a lot of additional measures to buffer for what is lacking. And in that way, we manage the risk. With the registration process that I'm presenting here, is just the beginning of what we do into managing the risk into remote locations. Every company that is tendering for a bidder in a WFP contract has to be first registered in this, we call it the LoRa list of registered AOC holders. This list, they can apply by contacting WFP, and they just send the air operator certificate and their op specs. With that, we see what type of aircraft they have and where are they based, so that we also try to connect the nearest point to where we are having the challenges to deliver. So this helps us to determine, is this operator of interest or no? Yes, it is of interest, then we begin to the second part, the technical pre-qualification. In the technical pre-qualification, what we do is we ask them to send us all their manuals, all their documentation, and with that, we go under a review, a very thorough desk exercise. We have a checklist. We say, okay, in the UNAVSTAT says that you have to fly with 2 pilots. It's a caravan type that you have. It doesn't matter that you just say, yes, I do. Okay, give us the procedures that you also have approved, because that's where the challenge begins. You can say, yes, I can put another pilot if you ask me to put in a certified aircraft for 1 pilot, but the UN requires for 2 pilots. So small things like those are the ones that make the difference in the registration process. It's just not the cosmetic phase of fixing something that appears to be compliant, but also why is that behind the scenes compliant in the sense of challenge and response checklist that says that co-pilot that is in the caravan is not a decorative figure. It's a person that has an action and a function to perform together with the pilot. So the third part of the process takes us to the, once we decide that the documentation is acceptable, we go to the physical evaluation. And the physical evaluation goes precisely into demonstrating that what is written in paper matches in the reality. And we need to make sure that this operator will also have procedures, for example, to go into remote locations. How do we know that? Okay, we ask them, where do you have outstations? Show me what are your procedures for creating an outstation. What is the maintenance side of it? What is the operational side of it, the setup? And all that goes together. What happens after? They are contracted, they pass on the registration, they tender, they gain the contract, and that's not the end of the story. Every 2 years, we're gonna go and visit them at their base to check that they still maintain the standard. That is the continuous monitoring approach that the World Food Program tries to do. And you may ask, but the World Food Program is not a civil aviation authority. Correct, we are not, but we have a contract with them. Now that we have a contract with them, the contract has a clause that stipulates that they need to comply to the UNAVSTATs, and they at any moment can receive the visit of an auditor from the Aviation Safety Unit or from the Quality Unit to check them. And it's a collaborative approach. So every 2 years we check them at their base, and if they are serving a contract to us presently, we go and visit them where they are serving the contract. For example, we can have an operator in Kenya, but we visited their base in Kenya. We also have them serving a contract in Congo or in South Sudan. So we plan a visit every year to go to South Sudan, to Congo, and check that what they said they will be doing in their base. I have in my manual written that we will set up a team of 5 technicians, a team of this to maintain so many aircraft. We check all that, and if all matches, okay, the company continues. If they don't match, then we make findings. That doesn't mean we also apply the non-punitive approach. Very important to say. That means an operator can have a low side because they have lack of staff, not permanent, etc. So what we do is we make a finding in the field or in the base, and we give them the report in 2 weeks after what we have inspected them, and they also have 2 weeks to give us their corrective action plan. The corrective action plan doesn't mean that they're gonna close the items in 2 weeks. It means it's a commitment. If the item that was graded as serious or critical, then we need them to attend to it immediately. But if it's a major or a minor, because can be in that sense as well, they can take their time because we understand also the balance between production and protection. We cannot suffocate them by telling them, you have to comply, you have to do this, if there is no money behind that needs to work. We also understand that the operator needs to make profit. This is something very important, because if we don't let them make profit, then there is no sustainable market. They cannot, how will they report to their stakeholders, yes, we are serving the UN and we are losing, then there's no point for us. We will not have operators. So we look for that balance in this scheme of production and protection, as recommended by ICAO standards in the safety management system in ICAO 19. So for us, we try to play the game in the most fair way, but at the same time, we try to maintain a level of safety culture that allows reporting there. So in the contract, they have a list of things they need to report that is not exhaustive, but they are encouraged to report voluntarily. And of course, there are mandatory reports that they have to do for their authority, because we don't discourage them to report to their authority everything. In fact, we need their authority, like it said in one of the slides, we encourage the authority to go and oversight them. If they need to check them, we welcome that, because it's a second layer. We do a sampling exercise. That doesn't mean that we know everything they do or we checked everything. No. Being a sampling exercise on the audits is like the same CAA do. So if we cover those gaps that the CAA did not cover, we are supplementing safety and working together. So this is what we have from our side. Here are some useful links that you may take a picture of from the WFP site. And we have the email addresses of our key personnel. And last, I will leave you with a QR code where you can see more about our work, which is the annual review. You can read the full report. This way, you can also find where are we, what even the description of how many aircraft we have at that location, what type, and etc. Like I said at the beginning, I recall my military days when I had to be like a junior officer reporting to a general. You only have 10 minutes, and then the military briefing, for those of you who remember it every day. You talk about what you're going to be talking, you develop what you're going to be talking, and then you say it again. So in this case, I have covered what I said at the beginning, that we will be talking about the WFP work, our intention to also get attraction from potential operators here in India that would like to collaborate with the World Food Program and make contract, being registered with us and having the opportunity. Now we have portrayed the challenges we face, the difficulties, and how we overcome them in a manageable way that preserve lives and at the same time serves to the humanitarian community in the world. Thank you very much.
Mario and Karishma, thank you very much for bringing us this very interesting perspective in the remote area operations. Standards, best practices, audits, voluntary disclosures, measures to make sure that we meet all steps which have been pre-committed before we getting into the remote areas is an important aspect which take. Of course, on the sidelines also for the operators over here, those who would be interested, they can always link up with WFP and perhaps get to be aware of that. From remote locations, we now come back to the dense population of our country, which is to be looked after in policing and law enforcement. You heard in the morning, Mr. Minister mentioned that there is hardly any helicopter which is being committed for policing and law enforcement duties, wherein it is an established fact that world over it's a standard vertical by many governments who are indulging into this kind of a monitoring. Though there is an issue that the drones would come up and do that, but the human element of decision and appreciation on the spot and thereafter taking decisions over there is an interesting aspect. So I call upon, once again, Terence Scott Miocci from Bell Helicopters, who himself has been an expert on this kind of a role in which right from firefighting to law enforcement to policing and onwards to disaster management and emergency response mechanism that he has been setting up. We spoke about him briefly, and he had touched this upon earlier in the presentation yesterday, but today he want to focus it in and rephrase it to tell you all about how it happens in the policing and law enforcement. Mr. Miyachi, thank you.
Thank you again for such a warm welcome, and thank you again to the RWSI for the opportunity. I'm truly honored to do this. It was mentioned yesterday, I came from the US. We're one day closer to our elections, and I'm still in India, so that is a good thing. So we'll be anxiously watching that. So yesterday we talked a lot about the emergency management. We talked very high level, kind of generically. We talked about how the civilian market or the civil aviation aircraft are very robust in many of those systems from the global perspective. I'm going to show you a lot of the same slides today, but I want to now hone in on some of the details and why police and fire, as he mentioned, because in these comparisons that I give you, it's actually the police and the fire that are carrying this out. I want to give you some of the stats and some of the, like I said, the deeper research that will show that. Show of hands, how many were here yesterday? Okay, so maybe just about half. So some of these slides I'm going to go fairly quick through. We did talk a little bit about the history of Bell. I'm not going to bring up that Bell 47 again, although we are very proud of that. I will point out a couple things here, though, in addition to what we talked about yesterday. Bell has about 14,000 helicopters in operation around the world today. 2,200 of those are public safety helicopters. The bulk of those are actually police helicopters, and a small percentage, about 2,000 and about 200 police and fire helicopters. They, by and large, are the ones that are carrying out that emergency management mission. Why is it that the police and fire do that? It's because they're doing that mission on a daily basis already, typically on a much smaller scale. I'm going to use my own agency that he mentioned, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, which is one of 50 states in the U.S. We had a program there of 14 police helicopters, and on a daily basis, we did public safety. Not just law enforcement, but it was rescue, it was hoist operations, it was fire operations. And when we moved into that larger scale national disaster at a federal level, it's fire operations, it's hoist rescue operations, actually the same type of thing that we do on that daily basis. So it becomes a natural fit in this regard for the police and fire units to move into that broader national emergency management system. I do want to come back to this slide again. I showed you this yesterday, and I apologize for those that were here yesterday, because this slide and the next one after it show a lot. So when we look at the population of India, now the world's most populous country, and we look at the landmass size, it becomes very important. We talked about yesterday, it's about operational readiness and it's about speed of response, a safe speed of response. When that fire is burning, how do you keep a fire from becoming a big fire? Treat it when it's small. Put water on it while it's small. And that comes down to aircraft services being available in a timely manner. I do want to specifically point out, though, so here's that parapublic, our police, fire, and search and rescue helicopters. For the U.S., this case is 960. For that European Union, 1,667. And I had the China on there at 92, and the India, which is 20, which is ironically about what was put out this morning as well. On this slide that you also saw yesterday, this one hones into just the parapublic comparison to that landmass, to that population base. So looking at the U.S., one helicopter, one police helicopter in this case, for every 347,000 people. It's one police helicopter for every 10,000 square kilometers. Why is that important? So when I look at the US, with a couple of exceptions, I can have a police helicopter or a public safety helicopter anywhere within 1 hour. Most of those areas are going to be much less than 1 hour. There are some exceptions that are going to be just over an hour. Those are very remotely populated areas. But by and large, our population density in the US, and actually it's even better for Europe, is going to be 1 hour or less. Many of those areas are literally 15 minutes or less. So why was that comparison to India with the landmass size being smaller important? It actually is not as bad as you think it is with just those 20 police helicopters. And let me back up a second. I am in no way suggesting to India, this is the way you need to set it up. You need to buy police helicopters and police need to run your emergency. I'm not saying that at all. This is a global perspective that you could maybe take into consideration as you develop your emergency management here in India. Whether you're looking at that landmass population comparison or that, population comparison or landmass comparison, you do see a gap in that civil market for India, and that's what this comparison is meant to show. Again, the complexity here. How do you tie all this in? I want to take this a little bit deeper, and the World Food Organization example it plays right into this. I mean, they are an extension, a core part actually of emergency management, perhaps with a little bit different focus, and it's a regionalized focus into specific countries that they're looking, but tie that in to this. And maybe not their organization entirely, but organizations like that within the US. It's not just police and fire in that regard. It is also the medical operators. It is also the utility contract operators. It's not uncommon to have a fire contractor in the US or in Europe become an emergency management logistic supporter in this regard for the larger scale events. Again, the goal remains the same though. Even though it's very complex and each operator looks a little bit different, that end goal is the preservation of life, limb, and property. This one I had on there yesterday. I just want to highlight a couple things to it. And I want to talk about as Mario talked about, the standardization and how do you now take all of these different entities and create a standard, many of which are not going to be under a contract. When I point out to the 50 states in the US, 48 of those have state aviation departments, if you will. My own example, we had 14 helicopters in the state of Arizona. Should we meet someone else's standard? Is the California standard going to be different than ours? Yes. Are we held to that same standard? No. In fact, when we look at this public safety in the US example, it's actually very lowly regulated. It's under what we call the NTSB's public use, which allows these agencies to actually self-regulate themselves. Most of those agencies will create their own standards that are very equivalent to a Part 135 commercial standard. But it has wiggle room to do that unique mission that they need to do. That stops, though, at the state boundaries. When that state asset becomes part of a federal response program, they do have to meet a different standard. For the US, we call it the IHOG, the International Helicopter Operators Guide. It's our Bible in that regard, and it's detailed, probably very similar to some of the stuff that Mario was outlining here. It actually does say your pilots, even though this state only requires 1,000 hours to be a pilot there, that IHOG might require 2,000 hours. So it brings that standard in when appropriate, if that makes sense. That same IHOG gets broken down to the civil market, the military market, and the contracted or the government contracted market. So now all three of those entities are operating on that same standard when they're operating at the National Emergency Management level. I want to talk briefly on this one here. We had this same slide here, but the culture of preparedness, since this session is about safety and about standardization, this becomes huge. When we just recently responded to hurricanes in the eastern and the southeastern U.S., you literally had, in this case, 8, 9 different state aircraft. You had government contractors, you had the military aircraft, now operating all in that same arena, if you will, that same airspace. So what becomes the commonality in this? What frequencies are you going to talk on this? It's huge. So when I yesterday said the FEMA and the federal government put many, many efforts to decentralize and take the rules out of it, the exception to that becomes the safety side of things. The exception to that becomes the IHOG. The exception to that becomes the focus on safety culture, which I heard spoken twice this morning in the presentations from the minister and the other gentleman. What does that look like? How do you create culture between agencies that rarely work together? We actually do events just like this. This past month, I was at 2 separate events, actually in the Southeast, where we bring those regional state operators together, we bring those government contractors together, and we do things just like this, with safety presentations, fly-ins, storytelling, lessons learned, that type of thing. It's kind of an off-the-book way of how you take that culture emphasis and take these agencies that typically don't work together, and we make it work. Okay? Focus is on the state and local level. So yesterday I said it's civil, it's the police, it's the county, it's municipalities. When it actually comes to the national emergency management, it's typically the states that are doing this. So as India sets this up, you know, could a cause be made for the New Delhi police to have police aviation all day long? And I could probably talk about that. Made for the state to have a police service all day long, and now even more so, because it's typically the states that are carrying out that firefighting and that search and rescue along with it and become part of that national emergency management program. I know I'm skipping through some of these, and I'm kind of cover man as I speak, but I also don't want to just be repetitive to what we did yesterday. So I do want to stop on this slide here. We talked yesterday about the 5 pillars that get focused on, and I said for helicopter, it's typically the response and the recovery phase in which we're most active. Emergency management is not just about helicopters. In fact, helicopters at a broad, and many of you in the room know this, at a federal level, helicopters are actually a small part of it. The prevention and preparedness is huge in these national emergency management situations. I talked about the fires, 65,000 fires in the US on average, about 60,000 a year in Canada, 50,000 in Australia, Spain, Greece, and some of the others. These fires, we're not surprised anymore by them. We know we're going to have fires. So what are we doing to be prepared? What are we doing to prevent those fires? With a focus on safety and the things that have been said, fires, these hurricanes, we know we're going to have hurricanes in the U.S. every year. It's just a matter of when and where they're going to be. The number one advice that I preach all the time is these fires, these hurricanes, these earthquakes, they are not emergencies for aviation. An emergency is when the engine quits. That's an emergency. If we know we're going to be doing these events, we have to be prepared, we have to be trained, we have to be regulated, we have to be contracted in order to respond to them safely. This is where, to me, the success of emergency management actually happens in the off-season, not during the emergency itself. I want to pause a little bit more time on this slide than we did yesterday. So the type 1, 2, and 3 helicopters, again, I'm not promoting that this is what it should be at all. But I'll use the U.S. as an example here, where We take, in this case, gross weight of the helicopter to determine the size. Another very common method that you would see in places like Korea and Japan, they're going to do it by payload, and specifically water payload. A South Korean example would be 2,000 liters of water is going to be the differentiator between a Type 1 and a Type 2 aircraft. The point I'm trying to make with this, emergency management is broad. There's not one type aircraft that can do it. All the types are needed in that regard. So as you look at developing this civil aviation and this emergency management and this public safety response, it's important to remember that the type of aircraft matters and the definition of the mission matters. As I travel the world, I mentioned yesterday the number of places I get to visit. The number one mistake, I think one of the number one mistakes that I see is the skipping of the first step, and that is define the mission. I love this helicopter, and I want to buy this helicopter, and we skip that. Actually, what do I need the helicopter to do? What kind of range do I actually need on it? What kind of potential payloads do I need? What's the primary mission? What's the secondary mission? And what's the potential future mission for that? Define the mission, define the budget. If I had to say one thing that I find in common around the world that everybody has, it's budget, right? It's always an issue, whether it be for the government contractor, the private operator. It's politics and budget. So when you're developing and establishing or expanding these programs, define the mission, define the budget becomes the number 1 and 2 aspects that typically get skipped. We find the aircraft we want, and now what can I do with that? It's really backwards in that regard. So as simple as that sounds, that's one thing that, to me, we see over and over again. I want to go a little bit deeper on the exclusive use contracts and the call when needed contracts. So how is it that FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management System for the U.S. or the equivalent for the European Union, although it looks a little bit different, how is it that they actually own no aircraft, but they have access to these aircraft? It's right here, the exclusive use contracts and the call when needed contracts. I gave the fire example of 700 to 800 aircraft that are on call when needed. The difference between the call when needed and the exclusive use now is under a hard contract to where FEMA or the U.S. Forest Service, or whoever the contracting agency is, they now hard own the availability of that aircraft. So if I put an aircraft on a FEMA contract and FEMA says, hey, I need your aircraft in Northern California, guess what? I'm contractually obligated now to move that aircraft to Northern California so the federal government has access to it. They start out a fire season with about 100 of those aircraft. Again, we know the fires are going to burn, so we have to be prepared for it, and they pre-position these helicopters to that. With the call when needed as the backup, that's where they have the flexibility to scale up. Do operators, whether government or government contractors, just freely provide these helicopters? No, they don't. And what that means is they have to pay for them, and they have to make it profitable. One of the things we just recently did with the U.S. Forest Service, who is our biggest firefighter in the U.S., we did what was called a MATOC, basically a helicopter modernization program. And when we, as Bell, were trying to push some of our new products out there, the operators, the contractors said, why would I buy that when the contract is only paying this? There's no incentive to make that investment, if you will. So in this case, our marketing at Bell actually went, in this case, to FEMA and the Forest Service, said, hey, you're missing out on this modern technology. If you want this technology, you have to write it in to your contracts, not just in the specifications, but in the dollar amount that you're willing to pay for these contracts. In this case, you actually can buy part of your safety program. Safety comes in many areas, but one of them is safety through technology, and that technology does cost money. So that's another, I guess, area of caution I would give to you as you develop these programs is to, when you write these contracts, when you look at these various structures, you typically are going to see used aircraft that come to the top. And if you as contractors are aware of that, you can write in those modern features or those safety features. We talked about the Maui fire, and I want to just give you some more stats on this and what it means actually at the police and the fire level. We talked about this being the most deadly wildland fire in U.S. history in more than 100 years. It was 102 people confirmed dead and a handful more on top of that, more than likely. 3,000 structures were burned on this aircraft. When we look at okay, the size of a state, the size of a county, the size of a city that would typically have public safety aviation, Hawaii doesn't fit into that mold, or I should say Maui does not fit into that mold. The cities are smaller, the island is smaller. This becomes a huge risk. This area here is actually one of those exceptions when we do that landmass comparison. Maui's not covered. We actually don't have assets there. We do have tour aircraft there. We do have some utility operators there. So why weren't they in that emergency management fold? Why couldn't they be brought onto some of those call when needed FEMA contracts? I can tell you with certainty, because I'm part of the discussions there, that's exactly what's happening in Maui now. The state of Hawaii is setting up, like I mentioned yesterday, that 5 aircraft proposal. I know I'm going back and forth. We talked about the history of FEMA and the history of emergency management in Europe. It typically always happens right after a big event, unfortunately. People typically have to die before it gets to the attention. My encouragement to you there, I'm literally hearing from the Minister of Civil Aviation and others for the last day and a half how this focus on civil aviation, my focus would be my recommendation would be, you have that political support at this point. Don't wait for that next big disaster before you start setting up. You actually have a window to start focusing on that now, and I would highly encourage that. I apologize if you were not here yesterday. I'm kind of just flimming through some of these slides. I want to focus on, so we talked about define the mission, define the budget. There's not one size that fits all. We travel countries, right now there's several countries in Europe. Believe it or not, there's a handful of countries in the Middle East that are setting up fire organizations to fire helicopters is basically what they're setting up. Right now, it's literally Bell's #1 growing segment is the fire industry. We're selling more fire helicopters from a percentage of growth than anywhere else. And one of the things when we go into these countries is we need big helicopters. We had a big fire and we need big helicopters. And I look at them and I say, hold on a minute. You actually need potentially a type 1, a type 2, and a type 3. Here's why. Best way to fight big fire, don't let it get big. Best way to not let it get big is to get water on it as soon as you can. I would be happy to sell you a UH-1 Yankee or a Zulu or a 525 with an 8,000-pound payload. I could probably sell you half a dozen 505s and a 200-gallon payload, and your initial attack program is going to be so much more robust. Kind of a simple example, I know that, but so that define the mission becomes very important. The 505, this is actually, I talked about the #1 growing segment. The 505 is Bell's #1 selling aircraft right now. We sell over 100 of these a year. Why is that? This aircraft was certified about 5 years ago is all. It's all modern technology. It's a glass cockpit. Our entry-level aircraft before the 505 was the 407. For our competitors, it was the 109 or it's the 125. The 505 comes in about half that price. And for you aviation buffs that remember or maybe even still fly the 206 Long Rangers, the performance of the 505 is equivalent to the Long Ranger, the L4. We do that now at half the price. Why? And again, I'm not a sales guy. I'm not trying to sell you the 505 in this regard. I'm trying to push this aircraft. We're selling over 100 of these a year. We're selling them to all segments, police and fire. Some of these are actually going to emergency management aviation. There's a very large fire department. The LA City Fire Department just bought 2 of these for firefighting. Could they afford the much larger aircraft? Absolutely, and they buy those much larger aircraft as well. So there's a place for that. The Bell 407, I know you have a lot of those here in India already. It's one of the longest running original certification aircraft out there. We're coming up on nearly 30 years. It's a very prominent, very heavily used aircraft in policing at the state level. It becomes a great multi-mission aircraft, if you will, in that regard. I'm going to jump to the next slide here. 429, whereas any OEM, any operator could claim, yeah, my aircraft is multi-mission, they would be correct. When it comes to the 429, though, this one I'm going to be a little bit biased to, and I'm going to be biased to it because of the stats that are on this aircraft. So, and these stats are a little bit outdated here. So we've sold about 500 of the Bell 429. About 125 of those have gone to public safety. What does that mean? The public safety market within the global helicopter industry is about 10% is all. About 10% of the helicopters are public safety helicopters. Yet for this airframe, it's about 25%. That does not happen by chance. Okay, it's a great, this is what I operated in Arizona. This is why I'm biased. It's a great multi-mission platform in that regard. Is it too much of an aircraft to do patrol over a deli? Not at all. Several agencies that do that. Is it enough of an aircraft to do a complex search and rescue? Absolutely. I can point you to operators like Air Zermatt in Switzerland who literally do 4,000 hoist operations for the country of Switzerland. They become a great example. Define the mission. Why is that so important? When you look at Switzerland, their mission, their primary mission is hoisting out of the Alps. It's what they do day in and day out. So their secondary mission is other things. So they literally look for an aircraft, in this case, that's going to be a good hoist platform. You might go to somewhere else and you're not going to be doing any hoist or very little hoist. And so again, an emphasis to define the mission. I want to come back to the 412 again and point out a few different things about it. Today's helicopter, the global industry is moving to wheeled aircraft, right? Why is it the 412 and the recently certified new version of the EPX 412 still skid? It's a truck. It's designed to work in the austere remote environments. This is why those 45 that we've sold here in the last couple of years have all gone to wildland fire. The majority have all gone to wildland firefightings and utility backcountry type operators. Tell me when and where the next fire or the next hurricane or the next national emergency management event is going to be, and I'll go build you helipads. And I heard that this morning several times, the need to build that infrastructure, and I don't disagree with that. But that doesn't mean you cannot operate helicopters off-site and off the helipads. And 412 is specifically designed with that in mind, with a high focus. When you look at some of those standards, the IHOG standard, it literally requires, even if you have a belly tank on that aircraft, a minimum of 13 inches of clearance underneath that aircraft so it can land in that remote and those austere environments. I did not have that slide up yesterday, but that's that nearly 30 million flight hours and almost, actually just over 15,000 airframes sold on that aircraft now. Do you think there's lessons learned and improvements that have been made over that 60 years in that airframe? Absolutely, all day long. So I want to go a little bit further. Yesterday we talked about the 525 and my partner from Sikorsky, we both talked about fly-by-wire and why that's important. We talked about the automation aspect, and we talked about the removal of the mechanical points of failure and the removal of those weights so we get better performance. You also get better mission efficiency is what I'll point out on this time. Typically when we go out and do that hoist, that Air Zermatt example I gave you, we do hoist today, and I don't know how the military here does it. I'm assuming you have a pilot on the controls and a hoist operator and a conning process back and forth where that hoist operator is saying slide left 2, slide right one, slide forward and maneuvering it. With fly-by-wire, we now give control of the aircraft to the hoist operator. For you pilots that just probably fell off your seats on that, it works. And here's why it works. It works because of fly-by-wire. Instead of that hoist operator having to say, hey, slide left 3 feet, he's actually just doing it himself now at this point. He's the one that is looking straight down at the load. The fail-safe systems are in there. That same hoist operator cannot change the altitude of the aircraft. That pilot can take control back of that aircraft at any moment and override what that hoist operator is doing. We're adding that feature to the 525. It's there already. We're actually adding it to the newer 412s. I have flown that system, and I did years of hoisting with the conning procedure. Guys, this is an advancement to safety and our efficiency when we do that. We get victims out quicker with those types of technologies. I want to just show you a little bit more of the 525 in this regard. It's an 18-place helicopter. It's an 8,000-pound payload, and it's all modern technology with that fly-by-wire. Large cabin doors. I know this is starting to sound like I'm pushing Bell, and maybe I am. Bell is so entrenched in this public safety mission business. We know that the business happens in the back of the aircraft, whether it's medical or hoisting or SWAT egress or cargo upload. And we become best in class for all of our aircraft for the cabin openings. And as simple as that sounds, it makes a difference. And that type of stuff carries over into the 525, which will have an incredibly wide cabin opening to access it. I did not show you that's some of the hard numbers on the 525. Another just quick look at our military aircraft. That was the focus yesterday. And again, I'll make this our conclusion slide here. I know I've kind of been all over the place with this. My intent was to not repeat what I said to you yesterday in that regard, but I will repeat this, and that's the Bell commitment, an 85-year history where we actually did field the world's first police, fire, and medical helicopters in 46, 48, and then later in 1971. And we learned a long time ago that a transaction of selling an aircraft is one of 100 steps as you develop this type of operation. We fully understand that, and that's why teams like I'm on are totally committed to supporting that, to consulting that, to helping you write your policies and to helping you develop those infrastructures. And with that, I'm going to yield some of this time back again, and I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miyachi. It was, I think the policymakers who are sitting here and they are going to take the things forward, which has been said by the minister this morning about our national response to the emergency management. Many points, many indicators would come out from your, this illustration of the slides which you have done to us. The fact that we carry this lesson forward from here with us when we're going to interface and interact with the governmental authorities in trying to shape up our response mechanisms, whether it be fire, emergency, police, or law enforcement, we will take many of these points into account and then we will move forward from there. Thank you very much for that. Right, gentlemen, we now get back to home, back here in India, and we look inwards as to what is our situation in state. We've heard remote area operations. We've heard what FA is trying to talk to trying to collaborate with DGCA in terms of training and everything else. We also heard what's happening in law enforcement and emergency management all over the world. But like we said, India is India in every possible aspects. Large landmass, very great population, very big population, very small number of helicopters, and yet there is a vertical of fixed wing aviation and rotary aviation which are not able to come somewhat. You heard Mr. Minister talk about it, that people keep waiting, helicopters are not allowed to depart from the main busy airports, and so on and so forth. So that brings to our very crucial aspect of how the regulations can be used or can be modified, can be optimized to make sure that helicopter operations can progress. After all, we may accept that there is a requirement of helicopters. We may provide with pilots and technical resources to operate the helicopters, but unless that helicopter can take to sky in performing the duty and task, the net result would remain the same. This is what has been the experience of the industry, and when we have mined these points from different operators, right from all those sectors which Mr. Minister mentioned in the morning, from religious tourism in the north to offshore flying down south, to ecosystem in Pune, and any other executive stroke election flying which is being done within us, HEMS included, which will be spoken about shortly after the lunch. We've had challenges in which capable helicopters, trained pilots, and there is a possibility to go around that way. So I will not intend to take any more from our next speaker, Captain Piyush, who's waiting in the wings patiently. So you have to hear him out as to what we have been trying to push from RWSI interfacing with the DGCA, and what should be the roadmap where we can go forward and make sure that the helicopter operations are facilitated with optimized regulations. Empowering regulations for Indian helicopter operations. Captain Piyush.
Can I have the cordless mic, please? Namaskar. I'm Captain Piyush Kumar, and I'm representing the Chipson Aviation Private Limited in this forum. Not only to the RWSI for this audience, I'm also thankful to the speakers, specifically the chief guest today, which brought in some elements which will be reflected in this presentation. And I would probably put it as that wise men think alike to my advantage on this. So, the convenient options that can be offered to a commuter, a fare-paying passenger, in terms of travel options and saving the time, is probably the most important, unique value proposition of helicopters. Helicopter operations, in this context, lie in the category of services under the umbrella of business. A safe, reliable, and meeting the needs of commuters, the end users, service will have a sectorial growth. To match this context, it is important that the regulatory upgradations match with the corresponding speed of technology. Now that's in a statement which we will see in some part of our presentations as well. It is the speed of technology which will be shaping up the expectations of consumers, the fare-paying commuters, based on which the sector grows. And that's going to be the moot point of this presentation. This is also the line which can help us identify the regulations which needs upgradation or an updation, semantics as you would like to call it. The primary domain of helicopters lies well ahead of airports. Last mile connectivity, the term that we probably would have heard a number of times today. However, even though the domains in the terms of physical realm are mutually exclusive, where airport ends is where the helicopters start, they are connected with the same common user, which expects the same kind of service from either end. It does not matter if it is on the aeroplane or a helicopter. The major difference here is that helicopters, while operating under VFR or the visual flight rules, more of it later, aeroplanes who are operating day and night 24/7, almost given all the weather irrespective, they are operating under IFR, instrument flight rules. This major difference is where we are also going to focus and think about what can we do about the helicopters today. Possibly this is one of the reasons why we have a stagnated growth, as also reflected by the data already published on the DGCA website. When I present that data, it might seem a little off the numbers as been spoken, but the focus remains on the relative numbers. And I have done something. So this is what we spoke about, that helicopters are ahead of the airports. That's the workspace. That's the revenue generating workspace for helicopters. We need to have reliability of operations which match with that of aeroplanes today. That's what the end user expects from us. The regulations, therefore, needs to upgrade. Unfortunately, we have, as shown in the data, we have hit a hard ceiling there in terms of growth. And that is what we are expecting to collaborate with the ANSP, that's Airport Authority of India, and the regulator to grow together. As typical to aviation, as we chart our courses, where you are and where you want to go is the start point. So let's see where we are. We are here. This is 5-year data from the DGCA's website published in the handbooks. As I said, let's not relate with the numbers. It's the trend which is being shown downwards with an arrow in the red. That doesn't look good. And that is what we are all here to improve. So let's talk about the helicopters per se. Helicopters, we are looking at pilots and other than pilots. So I'll be going a little bit more into the non-technical terms under IFR and VFR here. VFR is an analogous to driving a car. You look outside the windscreen, you see the landmarks, find your ways, avoid obstacles and other traffic. VFR, visual flight rules, period. Instrument flight rules, this is where the trick comes in. Let's say the same car is in the pitch dark night, you want to find your way, but there is nothing outside the window that you can see. It might be because of, let's say, fog. Delhi has fogs now coming up, or maybe by night. That's where the problem lies. The electronic pathways which are provided into the cockpit are used to fly it safely and to the destination where the pilot wants it to be. It avoids obstacles by a predetermined pathways given to him or her periodically by the computers and of course the ATC instructions. That is what enables the instrument flight rules enable the aircrafts, both helicopters and aeroplanes, 24/7, night, and all weather. Now, in terms of helicopters, we all know that broadly multi and single engines. Nothing great about that, but the single engines operating under VFR are pretty much doing the job what they are doing. We will see it later in subsequent slides. However, looking at the multi-engine which can operate both under the VFR, visual flight rules, and the IFR is possibly where we'll be inclined to see and maybe talk about a little more further. So let's talk about this in terms of graphics. Very simplified, or possibly oversimplified, but the circles represent the size of the fleet among single engines and multi-engines in our country. The larger single engine fleet should be ideally operating under VFR, is an ideal operational scenario here. For multi-engines, they should be selectively operating in an ideal case under VFR. Most of it should be under IFR. The reason being, we are talking about multi-engine helicopters which are costlier to operate, costlier to induct. The cost is passed down to the consumers. And if the consumer is willing to pay an additional fee, why the consumer should not be expecting an additional service? That's the business model which survives everywhere. This is how a safety and convenience to the end users will provide multi-engine helicopters only and only if they are operating under IFR predominantly. Unfortunately, this is not the case in the prevalent scenario. A depiction, while single-engine helicopters are doing a phenomenal job. They are doing the job what they are supposed to be doing, what can be expected out of them. And perhaps that's the reason why they are growing a lot more in numbers and a lot more in popularity. Multi-engine helicopters, unfortunately, have a very minimal presence in the IFR regime. In fact, to be honest, it will be almost zero in some cases in terms of some operators also. That's not the case that we would like to see in a growing sector like ours. We would need to place the machines where they belong to if we want the sector to grow. Build an ecosystem which facilitates to exploit the capabilities. There should be end users who are willing to pay for the services what they are being granted. A fair paying commuter which is getting an equivalent service in terms of both convenience or safety we'd of course go for a single engine in this case, if there are no additions which are being provided from the multi-engines. So obviously this is a target picture, and it is an uphill task. There are no exaggerations here, but it is an uphill task. However, what do we need actually? From the multi-engine helicopters, we are looking for operations equivalent to aeroplanes from airports. And that's not futuristic. We will prove it that it is not futuristic. It's already widely prevalent in the West. The multi-engine helicopters in a target picture scenario should be looking after the heliport operations, that means between heliports under IFR, operations between heliports to airports under IFR, which will give them a capability for transfers 24/7 all weather. And that's how we will be able to match the expectations of capable fare-paying passengers. Unless we have this capability in this contemporary world, it will not have commuters as we would expect for the helicopter stream. So, how do we go about it? Looking about the IFR structure at heliports, which is primarily based on the conventional navigational aids, there are some terms, NDB, VO, or ILS, not very important, but these are legacy conventional navigational aids prevalent. It's expensive to install, maintain, calibration downtime, lead times of procuring spares, and so on. It's a pain that we have been following because of a lack of an option. However, they still are economically justifiable at airports for the reasons of the passenger footprint that the airports can accommodate. Obviously, at heliports, where the scarcity of passengers is predominant, it has not been viable. This is where the performance-based navigation concepts came in. The performance-based navigation was developed by ICAO and has specifically been provisioned for helicopters under some navigation specifications. The nav specs, as I would be calling it subsequently. The best part is that under these specifications, helicopters can operate in remote areas, exactly where they do belong to. They can operate in mountainous terrains, offshores, and remote areas as safely and as efficiently as possibly the aeroplanes are operating between airports. Performance-based navigation brings home the requirements that we need from multi-engine helicopters. Just an input, the signals for navigations are received from the signals in space via Gagan and GPS. Hopefully, some people sitting here from the NAVIC stream would be also helpful in case we have GPS being replaced by NAVIC subsequently. However, for this, we need due cooperation from AI and DGCA. Now, this is just a picture. The duck exasperation is understood when we see what all is required on an airport, typically for conventional navigation aids to support the aircraft's landing. That's really, really something that we can get rid of. That's something which we can get rid of both without compromising in flight safety and maintaining the safety and efficiency that we already have. On the contrary, when we go to PBN-based heliports, this is what we see. It's not an oversimplified version. It is exactly what you will find on a PBN-based heliport, which is capable of operating 24/7, all-weather almost. Almost is because the all-weather we are talking about is a reasonable all-weather. Even the scheduled flights get cancelled in bad weather. This infrastructure for the navigation facilities at heliports enables helicopters to jump where they belong to, in the way that they deserve. Of course, since this looks oversimplified, let's be realistic. There is an infrastructure which is supporting the satellites signals, that is GPS today and Gagan. However, none of this infrastructure is required at the heliports. They're all required at some remote part of the country without having an impact on the operator for costs or otherwise delays related to the equipment. So this is what it is. When we saw the performance-based navigation, we understand that it is the signals in space which can be reached out by helicopters even in the remotest parts of the country and facilitate what we were lacking for in terms of 24/7 operations. IFR operations being the safest form is undebatable. We have talked about safety. The opening address today was about the accidents. We talked about not so great accident rate in terms of helicopters. IFR is the answer. Because when our driver analogy, if let's say in a foggy Sunday morning, when you drive a car and suddenly hit a fog, there are chances of getting into a road breaker or a median. That's what happens in CFIT most of the cases. So that's where the IFR instrument flight rules are helpful both in terms of safety and efficiency. Since now it's available and already prevalent in the West, we should be looking at the collaboration from every corner of this ecosystem for the purpose. However, a commercially viable ecosystem is also required. We will come on to that with some example later. Towards the summary of it, we will pick up some examples from the field and connect it as enablers. However, please do understand that unless a commercial viability is facilitated by regulators and by the ANSP, that is AAI, any kind of a technological advancement will not bring to fruition. So what does the concept of operations look like? Oversimplified, but it helps us to reach there. So in a typical airport to airport scenario, there are aids which are used by the aircrafts during the departures or takeoff, cruise phase, and landing. They include NDB, VOR, also GPS these days. However, these are the ones which have been in the legacy. When we are talking about the heliports, between heliport operations, this is how it looked like. The operations remaining the same, the takeoff, cruise, and the arrival phases are going to be covered under the GPS and Gagan systems with the same amount of safety. Now, just to bring in that this is not futuristic, this is not a science fiction, a chart which is listed by ICAO themselves, and specifically the helicopter-related are boxed here. These are the nav specs which can be used by helicopter operators for approvals and therefore be able to accomplish what we saw in the previous slide. Now, the previous slide looks like this. If you see on the bottom, these are the navigation specifications which can be facilitated to have an operation between two heliports, day and night, all weather. It has been fine. How about implementation? So let's start from one end to another. Starting from the aircrafts. I'm sure most of us know, but just to reiterate, the helicopters which are capable of undertaking these operations, performance-based navigations, are already flying and operational in the airspace, Indian airspace, in substantive numbers. We do not lack aircrafts. Good about regulations, DGCA has been kind enough to promulgate regulations which are required for such kind of operations back in 2022 itself. So we have the regulations and the helicopters in place. Now comes a little challenging aspect about the infrastructure. And infrastructure, we are not talking about the hardware infrastructure in terms of helipad and the civil works. We are talking about the airspace and the air traffic management infrastructure, which is taken care of by the Airport Authority of India in our case. This is where we need a lot more improvement, a lot more push, and innovative solutions, upgradation to the speed of technology. Perhaps that's one place, if that's overcome, we will be able to fine-tune and reach where we want to. Commercial viability, we always spoke about what is the commercial viability. Going a little bit more specific, the commercial viability also is related to the air crew and the trained crew in the airworthiness departments, that's maintenance and engineering, a lack of which is going to have the operations affected in the wrong way. And that's what the chief guest today talked about. We will talk about it with the help of example in the last slide. Finally, opportunities which can be generated by the ministry are plenty. Let's say, for example, the RCS Udan scheme, which has been talked about number of times since morning, is a scheme where the helicopters fit in the best. RCS Udan scheme was reported by CAG in 2023 by an extensive report. The startling factor was in the 0 to 400 kilometer segment, which is so typical to helicopters, was having a 3% of sustainability after the VGF. VGF stands for the, I'm sure we all know, the viability gap funding. This 0 to 400 kilometer segment is so dear to helicopters that most of the helicopters would be performing any aircraft, outperforming any of the aircrafts here. Moreover, spaces like hilly terrains have a problem of land acquisitions related to RCS Udan scheme. This is where heliports can come in, providing 24/7 operations. Finally, a sustenance in future cannot go without the help of the ministry. We need to have a supporting and a monitoring role of ministry so that the system becomes self-sustainable for future. At this point, I would like to quote one of our stalwarts in the Indian scenario, Mr. Subramanian Swamy. This quote is so dear because it so closely relates to the statements made previously. One is about the minimalism in regulatory interventions. That means it should be facilitating. Second, it's about the quality of upgrades. And finally, a balance in maintaining law and order. So it's not a free way to everyone. However, it is contained in a way that it helps to progress. I'm coming to the second last slide, which I would like to speak upon a little longer. And I have some time to go, so it's good. We are talking about shift in the intensity of IFR operations for helicopters between heliports. That's the moot point here. And we can have this injected into the domain, possibly in the best way via a public heliport. Juhu Airport has been one of its case. However, for last about 3 years, it has been kept off, possibly because of the traffic at our next door Santa Cruz Airport. However, with the Navi Mumbai Airport getting operational, we have a fair chance of implementing the PBN-based operations at Juhu Airport. Make it 24/7. That's one place where the helicopters have the maximum intensity of offshore and the onshore operations. The operations, therefore, when experienced, will have a contagious effect, and that's a guarantee. The next is about regulations, and it's just an example. It's not only, and it is not encompassing everything. It's about the regulations which are stuck to the legacies. It's about the single pilot operations under IFR. Now, there are helicopters in India which are already operational, flying with 2 pilots, though certified for single pilot operations under IFR abroad. They are already prevailing. We do not have excess of pilots, though we insist upon having 2 pilots operations. But the contrasting factor is that aeroplanes nevertheless are allowed for operating with single pilot under IFR. So, 2 aspects. One, the same helicopter when operating in India is required to operate with 2 pilots under IFR. When it operates in Germany, for example, it can operate with single pilot under IFR. However, in India, there are aeroplanes which have been certified, and of course, the regulation accepts them to have single pilot operations under IFR. Now, we understand there's some point of time in the past, in yesteryears, when it was formed, the legacies and the technologies prevalent at those times did not allow this to happen. But today, as we said, that we need to upgrade our regulation with the speed of technology, these are some elements which need to be looked into. A helicopter-centered cell at the Airport Authority of India is one possible element which can be injected through the ministry or through the regular offices, whichever the case may be, so that we do not have helicopter-related procedures being a priority 3 all the time at AAI. That is one of the reasons that since the load of the AAI does not permit the helicopter-related procedures to surface, we continue to stay where we were, even with the PBN-related regulations coming up. Connecting to the grassroots levels, and that's my last slide, and I'll be finishing up before time for the lunch. So it goes like this. These are the grassroots level issues which are related to the ANSP, AAI, and also some of them with the DGCAs or our regulator. Operations under VFR has been there since the helicopter started flying. Now, it is startling that we still do not have maps related for VFR, unlike we have it in other or let's say there are sectional maps, VFR sectional maps in US, we still do not have AI-issued maps for VFR operations. The three banes of helicopter operations being traffic, terrain, and weather. Now, weather is what is having most of the causal factors in accidents. Helicopters operate in class Golf airspace. This is an airspace where there is nobody bothered. It's outside the purview of airports. However, this is where the revenue-generating airspace for helicopters in India is. Unfortunately, we do not have any facilities for weather reporting, which can be used by the pilot for a go or no-go decision before takeoff. It's only possibly in the WhatsApp era that we have some arrangements ad hoc in nature where the videos or the photographs are sent across. Not a great thing to do in a professional system. Automatic weather operating system is not a rocket science technology today. It has been there in the system, already deployed adequately in the country, unfortunately not used for aviation, particularly for helicopters where they need it most. A network of automatic weather operating systems being available on anybody's app or a desktop will allow the pilot to take a go or no-go decision, or even having a check by the supervisors and contribute to the safety. Traffic, terrain, and weather, the traffic being related to the Airport Authority of India primarily. A sensitivity of the air traffic controllers towards the peculiarities of helicopters. Speed and maneuverability, a much higher maneuverability, is a factor. There are international airports as busy possibly as our Mumbai airport, where the helicopters have a separate procedure for the same conventional navigation aids. I'm talking about the ILS and VOR. They have different ILS VOR procedures for helicopters, in addition to having the PBN-based procedures for helicopters. That's how the helicopters can be accommodated in the same space. That is where we are looking to have helicopters being embedded and embraced into the Indian airspace. A bit about the maintenance part, the engineering and maintenance, and it best seen from an example. Let's say if we have a helicopter operator in Delhi operating his helicopter in Bhopal, for example, and if it goes bad, there's a snag on there. The regulations require that the repairs location need to be approved by DGCA. Now, with all due respect to the safety and the regulatory matters, it is the approval time and the efforts required which have a downtime resulting into the revenue loss of an operator. These are the aspects which should be related to the ground level, which should be having regulations to facilitate this. Like I said in the morning by someone, a previous speakers, a digital platform with a time-bound manner approvals is going to be giving an answer what we need. And finally, we want more helicopters in Indian airspace. Numbers being brought in, but how? One of the ways in this matter could be incentivizing operators who have imported the helicopters and are using helicopters for maximum public transport. The data is sent to DGCA every month. Now that data is, we have smart people in DGCA. They know who is operating for public and in what quantity. It'll be nice if the import duty, let's say today, hovering around 3% of the import cost. For a helicopter about 100 crores, it will be costing 3 crores. Helicopter operators are small operators, most of them in single digits, or rather predominantly in single digits. A 3 crore amount is an amount which can be granted as a reimbursement or part thereof if the helicopter operator is performing the duties in the service of public in a large manner, in an encouraging manner as an incentive, just to push in a little bit more cash into the environment, into the ecosystem, a sector which we want to grow. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Piyush, sir. May I request the House to be open for questions to the panelists, please? Right here in front. So the microphone for you.
Yeah.
I'm from the Indian Coast Guard. First of all, let me thank and compliment RWSI as well as Ms. Karishma and Ms. Mario for giving a very different perspective on a helicopter seminar, which is about World Food Program. Being said that, let me draw parallel with WFP as well as helicopter. As helicopter pilots, we are the saviors who kindle the ray of hope into the hopeless, or where the hopes are diminishing. The same way, WFP is also kindling hope into those who are in the verge of hopelessness by reaching out with food. Being said that, my question here are two. One is, it was told about 16 Russian helicopters which were to be replaced or something. It is out of curiosity if it can be told as to what is the reason for this, and is it political or it is technical or what it is. The second question is, it was mentioned about the hub and spoke concept of operation. Are drones a viable solution for last minute connectivity, and if so, is it being used or it's in the pipeline? Thank you.
I will take, I will take the answers. If Karishma wants to add something, let her. On the first, the reason for diversifying the fleet has been after the war. We actually, ICAO, made a significant safety concern on the Russian Federation. So what we did immediately was we were bounded to stop contracting Russian operators. But the Russian machine is good. So we did not want to let that go. The Mi-8 has been a workhorse throughout all its life, and we appreciate that. So what we did was accepting other operators with Russian-built machines, and now we are facing the consequences that the supply chain has affected them. And we began to experience for the first time serious incidents, generator failures that caught fire, engine failures that made the pilots forced to do a precautionary landing. This has added up the perception of our public, our users, that the aircraft is bad, and we are trying to find, under the just culture, to demonstrate to them that that is not the case, but we're trying to find alternative means, and that was part of our visit here. We have met some persons that have given us some light on supply chain of parts. By that I mean genuine parts, because you have a lot of parts that are not approved, and that is not what we want, because that will take us to the same problem that we're facing. And we understand our operators are doing their best to maintain the operational readiness. But if the parts do not come, we are not mission ready. And that is the challenge that we are facing. And the reason why we're trying to change the fleet to a more Western build, of course, is more expensive. That is the other take back that we are suffering from that side. And on the side of the Mi-8, we are using Ukrainian operators, we are using Tajikistan operators, and all of those are proof that the aircraft is for us valuable. So we are not taking out the aircraft, but it was the significant safety concern that ICAO made on the Russian Federation. That's all. We don't have anything. Besides, we are neutral. We need to remain neutral, because in these instances we need to maintain and prove that we walk the talk. The neutrality that we claim, we're doing it that way. The second question on manned aerial systems, yes, we have already a unit in Rome that is even promoting in other states where we are supporting, like Madagascar and Mozambique, that did not have proper setup to approve these kind of devices. So we got in touch with ICAO. In this case, we are the facilitator, let's put it that way. And ICAO has sold a package that is providing training to the authority in both countries, and we are funding it through donors. So we appeal to the donors, we bring the project, and the donors say, yes, you need to operate there, we need those aircraft there, because they really enhance the cameras. In the past, for example, here in Pakistan, 2014, we used to send a helicopter to find out what areas were flooded. And now with a drone, we can even say, in these coordinates, we see that there is flood, we can see people, and we don't need to pay the cost of a helicopter travel to go there. So definitely there is a huge potential in this kind of equipment. Thank you. If you want to add something else.
Do you want a mic? Karishma, just one second. Yeah.
Thank you. And just to add that we had a collaboration.
Jain sir, I'm Captain M.K. Singh, and the question is to Mr. Daniel. We in India now, we are growing at a very fast pace of aviation, and naturally will require a lot of professional bodies to oversee it and govern it, like in case of specific to accident investigations. Presently, we don't have any formal or structural way of training people for investigation into the aircraft. They have been doing it based on their Air Force, Army, Navy experiences and civil experiences, of course. I've been following with the aircraft investigation or Nat Geos, although as a primary thing, but then I followed it up. But your NTSB, sir, I think US had a training program for aircraft investigation course, in fact, specific for helicopters also. But unfortunately, I presume that the entire training center has been closed down now in NTSB. And in India, at least in India, though, of course, we don't have any. So what I wanted to ask Mr. Daniel, is FAA, since not that they're directly related, FAA and NTSB, but they must have been in collaboration with each other or in contact. Is there any other provisions or means? Secondary, like you told that we'd like to get the training back to India instead of all Indians going there. So is there any, outlook for that? Why I'm telling, sir? Because we have huge number of experience, at least in the helicopter world, I can tell you, with experience of 20,000 across this spectrum. They have operated offshore, deep into hills, open seas, far across the islands. After retirement, they just go home and they are into the sunset. So we are losing very valuable human, trained, experienced manpower in absence of proper structural training. I have been working on accidents in my own way, in my informal way, but in fact, I had one point of time, I had thought of going and doing that course, 11-day course at NTSB. So what happens, sir, if we active pilots may not go, but then those pilots who are retiring or gone, they have a lot of time at home. So what they can be made to do the training, instead of they going and doing on their own, keep them in your manifold, so they may not be employed directly. And they're spread across the state. So now you don't have to move from north to south, someone like what FAA used to do. Any accident in Southeast Asia, anyone who done with NTS, because you co-opt him for the investigation in Asia or in other countries. So it would be a great effort on both Indo-US joint efforts to create a training system here with, of course, our AAIB, which is newly formed of last 4 or 5 years. So it would do a great service to the otherwise exploding aviation situation in the countries.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is a very difficult question because it's a common interest in this region, right, including Asia Pacific, South Asia, and so on. As you know, there are, due to the hilly terrain, we see a lot of crashes for helicopters and also in airplanes, for example, in Nepal, the 2 recent crashes. So there has been an interest in the accident investigation course. And there are multiple levels, right? I think one is some of the small states, they have to learn how to preserve the site before somebody else could get to. The same thing applies to us. If an accident happens in Guam, NTSB will take 24 hours to get there. But people cannot disturb the accident site. If something gets disturbed, then NTSB wouldn't be able to get to the truth, right? So there are certain levels of training that we can offer. The only difficulty that we face, again, talking from this regional perspective, We tried to offer this, we are planning to offer this course in Oklahoma City because there are a lot of mock-ups that are used as part of the training course, and they cannot be moved. So essentially, this is a lot of effort if you need to move the mock-ups and things like that, and that's why I am not aware of any secondary training that we would offer. I know Frank from NTSB is in contact with AAIB. So they work very collaboratively, and I've been talking to NTSB as well in terms of what the accident investigation course that they might be able to offer. But it's a continuing conversation. I'll, I think, turn over the microphone to DG of AAI.
Yeah, it's a very relevant question, sir. What we have done in AIB is, now we have a team of subject matter experts. So long back, around some 3 years back, the expression of interest was given to all the professionals who all would like to be on the panel of SMEs. And now we have taken their availability and we have shortlisted about 85. So next year we are going to give the, again, expression of interest, and then we will take the subject matter experts. And these subject matter experts will be given training in India in collaboration with all the international participants. Okay, so many of the other ICAO organizations are also ready. And we have got Indian Aviation Academy in India. We are going to give certain training to other small countries also. So from 2nd to 14th of December, we are starting the second course. So the first course which I have conducted, it is basically for the investigators of AIB and for DGCA officers. So the next course, about 4 vacancies we have offered for other foreign countries, and we have offered for the Indian airline operators also. So initially we started with some 2-3 course that's vacancies for each of the operator, and the course will be for about 20 plus officers. And subsequently in next year we will do it for the SMEs also, and we will take the ICAO also onto the board. Thank you. I hope the future plan. Next, coming to the mock-up.
Yeah, anything for the helicopter specific?
Yes, yes. We are going to do for helicopters also. And the another good thing is, one of the best in the world, actually we are learning from all of you. Okay, so all the good learnings, we are going to start one National Aviation Safety Museum at Noida International Airport. We have already acquired about 4 acres plus land and a 100 crore project, in which these mock-ups will be there for giving training for the investigators, and we are not leaving it only for the mock-ups, and we are making it as a National Aviation Safety Museum in which the public also can come and attend, having, general tourist interest. So it will be on the city side of the Noida International Airport.
Thank you, sir.
So the mock-ups we will position there.
Yeah, sorry. There's a question right there.
May I? So Wing Commander Mishra from Rotary Wing Society of India. My question is to Mr. Mario and Karishma. You were talking about bush operations being done in the places where you operate. And what we get it is you're operating in places where there is actually no setup in terms of, the ATC or the firefighting or maybe even the weather reporting. I'm just curious, what are the accident rates that is, with your organization for these aircraft that you're operating vis-a-vis the world standards? Because if your accident rates are, comparable or lesser, then I feel that countries where we don't have such kind of setups are, doing fairly better than countries where all the setups are available and still we are having accidents at a very high rate. So what is the, difference, or what techniques, what risk management philosophies you apply to keep these accident rates low? And then I have a subsequent question for Captain Piyush also.
Copy. We have in WFP a governance body which is called the Aviation Safety Board. One thing I forgot to mention about the UNAVSTATs is something that came up among the conversations. What if the rule of my country says something and the rule of the state where we are operating and the state of the operator that's serving the contract collides? The UNAVSTAT has a very wise rule. It says the most restrictive rule shall apply. So if we have a requirement that is not met and the operator is willing to do because in his country he can do it, we don't do it respecting the country where we are. First, the safety board is the body that is like a vigilance body to which we report all these occurrence reports from all the operations, and to which we bring up the serious events that before the accident happens is an alarm. So the body takes decisions that stops, for example, an aircraft or a company to be serving the contract after an accident, if there is evidence. Remember, here we have a challenge on preserving also the safety culture or the non-punitive approach. So we cannot penalize an operator that just had an accident, because probably he has a good systems in place, but there are weaknesses, there are gaps that are not covered at some extent. And that's what came to the surface in the accident. So we try to apply and maintain a philosophy of the balance between production and protection to maintain as low as reasonably practical the risk. For instance, if we have a location that during the summer time we send a caravan to fly because it's dry, and then we decide that to mitigate the risk in rainy days, because the aircraft can get either stuck or get a runway excursion, for example, so we only send helicopters. It is more costly, but it's the mitigation measure that we have put in place. But remember that despite of all that, there is always a residual risk. And the residual risk is the one that we are more focused on, in maintaining it as low as reasonably practical, because the moment it is unacceptable, we don't send an aircraft to that location. We apply the 3 strategies that SMS recommends, that you segregate the risk, you don't put all your baskets, all your eggs in one basket, you reduce the possibility of having an incident by, if the schedule is 3 times a week to that location, we only go once. And the last one is not to fly to that location. So basically is how, in a nutshell, we try to mitigate, to maintain the risk within those capacities and limits, because we also have to deliver to the needy people. And that is the challenge that we have in the house. Karishma, for example, she works in the operational side. They are very proud to deliver, because for them, a life being saved is it. For us as well. But the problem is, we say, okay, mission first, but safety always. I don't know if that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My next question to Captain Piyush. You segregated the 2 aircrafts into the multi-engine and single engine, and you talked about IFR operations only for the twin-engine aircrafts. Now, as we see, aviation started with the VFR, VMC, and now we are moving, and you gave an analogy of the, car and all those things. So we are going towards autonomous vehicles. So what is your take on single engine IFR, and do we today require VFR operations at all? Because as long as we keep sticking to VFR operations, what you're talking about IFR for helicopters and all is not likely to come in, because the best way is to sideline and keep telling the helicopters to keep operating VFR.
So there are 2 parts to your question, to the question. One is about the VFR operations. So I'll answer the second one first. VFR operations are doing what the single engines are doing throughout, and they're doing a good job. What we focused on the presentation was about what needs to be improved in the multi-engine scenario. There is no way that we can get rid of VFR operations. Aerial works, operations, they are typical to VFR. You too, and we even when we are all pilots, so many of them are here. There is no way that we can put off the list the VFR operation. That was never said. The focus of the presentation from the beginning was thereafter inclined to the multi-engine operations. The multi-engine operations which are undertaken under VFR is the cause of concern. That is where the focus was brought in towards the performance-based navigation. This is not something that we are looking to pitch in as a novelty. It exists, already prevalent and widely growing in the West, where 24/7 operations, day and night, into the hills are being undertaken by helicopters, into the hills. If you want to check out, you can go in the AIP Norway checklist, AIP Norway plates. You'll find departures, arrivals, approaches, all into the hills available with you. So that was the second part. We are not looking to have VFR operations being sidelined. It is just that they are doing the job which their machines are expected to. So that need not be talked about a sectorial growth being hampered today. And sorry, what was the first part, sir? If you can let me know.
It was about single engine IFR. We are, if we have to move ahead.
Right. Absolutely. In fact, that's one of the best things that you asked. I was hoping that somebody asked. Today we talked about, in one of the speakers, about the advanced air mobility vehicles. We talked about those going to be initially with VFR only operations, and the best they can afford is single pilot. Be it known that the autonomous is not, at least to my knowledge, being seen in till 2050. That's some stage which we are still looking at in a distant future. Also, the commercial viability of operations like the urban air mobility in a country like India have already taken a backseat. We know what happened to heli taxis in Bangalore. It's not commercially viable to operate 40% of 24 hours, that too when the weather is good, and hope like being commercially viable like what the aeroplanes are doing. We cannot do that. You have to have a commercially viable operations which can be brought in only by IFR. And those IFR operations in UAMs will ultimately have to be either done by a single pilot or by an autonomous. Today we have helicopters which are capable but not being allowed to fly in India with single pilot under IFR. And that's a dichotomy, because we are now traveling and pushing ourselves towards advanced air mobility vehicles which are today having a single pilot, and they will go in future with single pilot under IFR, and maybe in future after 2050 or 2060 autonomous. So it's a dichotomy in the same canvas. On one side we are not allowing helicopter operators to go single pilot IFR. On the second hand, we are pushing advanced air mobility vehicles which are already single pilot, and in very near future, because of the commercial viability, they will go IFR. So that's the dichotomy. So all I'm saying is, yes, single pilot IFR is what we can do and what is being done, and it is also aligned with the focus on future about the advanced air mobility systems.
Yeah, may I just put some recurring twin engine IFR capabilities? There are 2-3 facts which is inhibiting from utilization of all our multi-engines into night. First thing is that the operators generally don't want to operate at night. Second thing is that for operating at night, you need a fully trained crew in all aspects. Instrument, there are some companies which have stopped doing instrument rating tests just to avoid simulator training every year. One thing. Now, second thing, like I'll give you a classical and factual and example of Tata Steel. We started with one, I was with there for 3 years, one helicopter. So that too also the management got fed up. You tell you'll go after sunrise, 1 hour after sunrise. 1.5 hours before sunset, you tell, sir, chalo, let's go back. I have to land before sunset. So what is the utility? Then we worked out on that. And gradually we went to US for our training on MD902 and we got our night rating converted. We started flying night. Now, to cut the story short, today Tata Steel, and thanks to Bell Textron that they immediately provided them the substitute aircraft to MD902. They got 3 Bell 412s now. Like Piyush, you'll be happy, that is one of the rarest places where Jamshedpur airfield is PVN certified, cleared. All 3 helicopters are PVN cleared. And now what they do, sir, that they don't operate between 2 PVN, say heliport to heliport. They have a Jamshedpur, which is a VFR airfart night cleared. So they go to the Far East places, take off 10 minutes before sunset, or say at sunset, convert into IFR, come back and land at night at the airport that is Jamshedpur. They are having a regular night flight. I don't think so any helicopter company in the country is having. So that was just a small case which was built up because operator was, Tata Steel was ready. Pilots were enthusiastic to operate at night. And let me face, I being a pilot, most of us are SS pilots, the sunrise to sunset pilots. We do not want to be woken up after sunset or keep flying through the night. We got to break the ceiling in case we want to like. Otherwise, aircrafts are available, capable, IFRs, everything. But another thing I want to bring out, why are we not going into instrument flight rated single pilot? Sorry to bring out that there is a minimum equipment required by manufacturer, I am not talking regulator, for carrying out an IFR. One of the very important thing is that apart from 2 VFI, ABCD, stabilization system, because it is, NASA has proved beyond 20 seconds, nobody can concentrate on manual stabilization. So, you'll be surprised in our regulations, commercial helicopters, minimum equipment list has got the stabilization system for IFR. Unfortunately, for private category, it's not there. And why don't people want to get the stabilization system? Because it costs. It comes with, like you told, 3% cut in the tax will bring around 3 crores. So one autopilot fitment will bring up the cost by 10% or 20%. And nobody wants to invest in that. We want to operate on minimum. So that is one of the greatest stumbling block for our helicopter development in our country.
Thank you, sir, for augmenting what I said. And I'm grateful that you brought up the operators element, because I think in the presentation throughout, I had been focusing about the ANSP, that's the AI and DGCA. Operators are equal party to the dragger that we are proving to be. Thank you, sir.
Please go ahead, sir. Yes.
I have got a question for Daniel. Daniel, you spoke about a very interesting aspect that in the training bit that you look after, the aviation training, the safety training that you look after, you mentioned a term, train the trainer. And that's a beautiful concept, because unless the trainer has been trained properly, the subsequent training and down the line is what has been a cause of concern in the past. So we couldn't agree with you more on that aspect. Now, if you could speak a little more, because we are also in it at the Rotary Wing Society of India, and I are looking after their training. I'm the chief ground instructor. So that's a point of common interest with you. Can you speak a little more? And of course, we can later on connect up because we also run a training department in aviation subjects. And we are concerned, and our motto is safety through education. And if I can bring in some train the trainers program out here, what you are saying. So can you speak a little more with regard to train the trainers that you are running?
Right. So ICAO has a global aviation training program. I think it's, I am kind of not remembering the acronym. It's called the GATT. Under GATT, they have set the requirements of who would be trained and what the training requirements would be, and so on and so forth. So we are essentially partnering with ICAO and different countries in the region to facilitate under the ICAO umbrella to train the trainer. So they have all the, what do you call, the requirements and the needs and the qualifications set forth. So we are essentially partnering with ICAO. And so when they identify a candidate, they need to go through a certain number of courses and also do the on-the-job training. So the OJT is a very important component that's set forth. So I mean, I think anybody could borrow that sort of framework and implement it in your training. But since this has been set forth for us, and also in terms of the government safety inspectors training, it's important for every civil aviation authority to have a certain number of qualified, trained people. And when you are falling down on numbers, then if you have your own trainer, then it's easy to train your people by an ICAO certified instructor. So that's where the attraction comes in. And also these people would be part of the GAT panel, and the trainers can go anywhere in the world and offer courses for ICAO. So those are the, some of the advantages of this particular framework, because people have already thought through many of these difficulties, and we are just following those.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more on that, and the value of the fact by saying that we need more trained trainers who are technically qualified and on-the-job training, sir. We'll get in touch, sir.
Thank you, sir. Maybe have the chair's remarks, sir, closing remarks. Can we have your remarks, please, sir?
Okay. I think we have had very good 4 sessions, very educative and excellent presentations. The first one was Daniel's, and one thing I like most is his mention that for AAM, it's the helicopter operators who have the expertise and will move on to using eVTOLs. That very much applies to us. We have so many of our helicopter operators present here, our corporate members. You already have the expertise in passenger handling, in air traffic, in ticketing, in handling of dangerous goods. All these things, expertise is already there. So you'll be able to move on to AAM rather easily compared to somebody who doesn't have any experience. We came to the next presentation by Mario and Karishma. The tagline, the logo of the World Food Program is saving lives, changing lives. And in RWSI, we say that helicopters save lives. So it's an excellent thing to cooperate on. And we came to know about this organization and their activities and how they charter, hire helicopters. Very important for our corporate members. I do hope you will all be in touch with them, and then look forward to having some helicopters flying for the UN World Food Program. We already have some pilots sitting here who have been part of the United Nations peacekeeping force in Congo. So there's no reason why on the civilian side we can't be part of the UN. Terence once again brought out a lot of statistics about the population distribution. I'd just like to add here that the middle class population of India, the size of the middle class, is more than the population of the US. So we do look forward to addition of a lot of helicopters to our fleet, especially on this firefighting role, emergency medical service role. And finally, we had Captain Piyush Kumar. Many of you have read a lot of his articles, his initiative, and this IFR helicopter, when you say, you think just additional instruments. Now, let me just give you a small example. When the Bell 407 was fielded, it was a VFR helicopter, and it had all the instrumentations required for IFR, complete, as much as a very, very modern airliner. When Bell applied for certification, FAA looked at all the documents and everything, and then they told the test pilot, okay, endurance of this aircraft is about 3 hours. So in a pitch dark night, put the hydraulics off and show us a flight of 3 hours. No, it could not be done. VFR, you can fly it with all the stick forces, but under IFR, to fly 3 hours without hydraulics was not possible. So FAA said, sorry, no IFR certification. So Bell devised a kit of a dual hydraulic system, and they proved it that if one hydraulic system fails, the chances of the other one failing is less than 1 in 500 million. That is what is required for certification. So having done all that, that test was done, and then the F407 was given IFR certification. So when we talk of a IFR certified aircraft, you can rest assured the rule makers have made sure it's as safe as anything else. So there's nothing to fear that how will a single engine aircraft do IFR flying, or how can you do single pilot IFR flying. All these aircraft which are certified to do so are accordingly equipped and instrumented. So there is no reason why we can't do it according to that. So with that, I think we have come to a close of a very, very informative, interesting, and interactive session. So back to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the panel. And all that is left for me is to request our Vice President to please give away the medallion for RWSI to the speaker, sir. Right in front, sir. Can I request Dr. Jacob to please accept? Mario, please. Thank you very much. And yeah, please request Karishma to come forward and accept a medallion as well. Thank you very much. A loud round of applause for the gender neutrality. Our balance happens in the next session when we open up the session. Terence, please. Thank you. Captain Piyush, please. It's a late hour, like I always say. The lunch is, yeah, while the speakers are collecting forward for a group photograph, can we request President for a time, sir? What would you like to come and? Yes, one slot is gone, sir. 1515. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's step outside for the lunch and then be back here to start the proceeds by 1530. So do make it a point that you are gravitating this way, 152025, please. Thank you. up from people across. If you have friends and people who are around, just give them a tinkle so they can come back. Come, brother. Why don't you sit here? Come. Come, please. Come, brother, please, if you don't mind. Right in front. My team Deloitte is here. Can we request you to come forward, please, brother? Thank you. May I request the speakers to please come and take their place? Dr. Shalini, please. Anil, Commander Anil Mamani, please. Thank you. So. Rajan, but this is a session on operations and industry. It's going to be chaired by our President, Western Region, Captain 9th Heli. You all are very familiar with him. Administrator, flyer, and business innovator par excellence. He's helped several businesses set up through, and they all have been flourishing in different places. And he has been our President of the Western Region. He would preside over this session, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So our first speaker, I would like to introduce Dr. Shalini. She is the chairperson for ICATT, ICAT Air Ambulance Service. And she's going to be talking about HEMS to us, actually. It's a much mystified subject to us. We, in fact, had a session in our webinar on HEMS and how Victor Tango India Charlie uniform, ICU, was taken through this pace and how it happened, it didn't happen. There were many aspiration gaps which were left between the regulator and the operators. People who wanted to utilize it, they could or they could not. There were several issues as to how the aeroplane needs to be certified with litters, with CGs, with people on board, and so on and so forth. So is that the issue that we need to give an ICU service, or is that an issue that we need to give an EMS service, or is it an air ambulance version that we have to take the aeroplane in? So there are several issues which cloud this. You heard the speakers in the morning that it is a foregone conclusion that eventually HEMS is required to be established in India in great numbers. The first one, it's a contest between Dr. Shalini's endeavors and what's happened in Uttarakhand about 3 days, 4 days, about a week back, when the HEMS has been set up there at Dehradun. So we need to see actually where we are going, and we thought it's best to reach out to one of our members, Dr. Shalini Nawad. She is well entrenched into this entire topic and extremely qualified to speak on this. So we thought, ma'am, we will request you to please come here and demystify this topic of ICAT Air Ambulance Service. Thank you.
ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು. That means like I bow to you all this afternoon postprandial. I know hypoglycemia, like, sugars are high in the brain, and then food takes the priority to digest and not listen. I would like to make it as interesting as possible. I would like to thank RWSI and Butola Saab and Singhdeo Saab for having me here and also giving me the opportunity to be in the council as well. So ICAT stands for International Critical Care Services. Like that means like we are critical care specialists. We are 2 doctors who came back from the UK in 2016 And our interaction has been with the aviation world since then. In 2017, we started our company called iCatch Air Ambulance Services. So today, we almost stand as one of the Asia's largest team of air ambulance services as I speak. And I would like to just start by context about air ambulance service. So this is a young guy, he's a 45-year-old, is a wildlife doctor, is kind of a celebrity in region in Karnataka when it comes to forest department. He's an expert at capturing or tranquilizing panthers and elephants. So he was trying to tranquilize an elephant. He got under pressure by the district administration to rush in when they spotted this wild elephant, which has been killing people around. So he rushed in without proper backup, like normally they go on other, two more elephants with mahouts, but he rushed in his jeep with a couple of small sized, I would say, like his juniors. So when we went in there, he was trying to load up his gun with tranquilizers. This man was right behind the bush, and he charged him and put his feet on his chest. And you can imagine what exactly happens when an elephant has his leg on the chest. So, of course, his lungs were fully crushed. He was taken to local hospital where they stabilized him a little bit, then got a call for us to mobilize him. Ideally, it is an air ambulance or helicopter which should be responding. He was in Shumaga, which is around 300 kilometers from Bangalore, and to bring him by fixed-wing air ambulance, we didn't have the option because Shumaga airport was not operational, although it was inaugurated. So we had to mobilize a team by road, and we put him on something called a lung bypass, where we create a lung outside his body, and then it's called ECMO, and we brought him to Bangalore, and that's him recovered after 58 days, coming back to our office and thanking us, and going back to that elephant and posing with the elephant which crushed him. This is a story we wrote, but ideally this should have been done by HEM service or helicopter emergency or air ambulance. You can give it 3-4 terms. I think aviation, medicine, or aeromedical subject, it should be driven medically, not by aviation. This is my argument, and I would like to show how this has been the ethos and the formula of our success so far. This guy, we brought him by a green corridor, creating 5 distinct green corridors because there was no HEM service or a helicopter service. So we brought him 7 IPS officers from Joint Commercial, Joint Commissioner of Bangalore Traffic coordinating with the District SP. Within 230 minutes, we could transfer him to Bangalore Hospital Tertiary Care Center. The only reason why we could do is was because we had the skill set to put him on a lung bypass and bring him safely. But if it was any other kind of team responding, they wouldn't have the skill set unless by an helicopter. I think it would have been extremely impossible to bring him alive. So it was not just the speed, it's also the skill set that required to bring him safely. And again, this is another horrible example of 25 women with they have teenage children, and they were going on a holiday, classmates going on a holiday from Davangere to Goa, and met with an accident. Literally 90% of them died. There were only 2 survivors. One of them we airlifted by a fixed wing from the nearest airport, Hubli. The other one didn't didn't survive as well. So this happened. The reason why she died, all of them died at that point of time was, you can understand what I'm getting into. There was no proper response, no skill team going, no speed at which they responded. So any accident that happened in any point of time, survivability rate is minimum 40%. That means 40% of them will be rescued or they will survive if we give intervention on time and also with the speed. So here, what we did, I'll just talk about the journey. So if you look at this accident that happened at any point of time, like, first a critically ill guy will be taken to the closest hospital. That could be a primary healthcare center. Then they'll say, like, no, we need to escalate. They'll take him to the district health center. They'll say in the district hospital, they might not have a neurosurgeon or appropriate trauma surgeon. Again, this guy will be taken to the tertiary care center, for example, metros like Bangalore, Hyderabad, or Chennai. By the time this guy reaches there, like you yourself know, there is absolutely no golden hour concept there. It is, we can easily call it a mud hour because this guy will be buried. In this situation, what happened, like, exactly that's what happened to those ladies who died in this transfer or on that particular occasion. So coming back to our journey, I and Rahul are the founder directors of ICAT. We are part of 4 organizations. ICAT is a private limited company, and we have ICAT modules, our overseas venture. Fellowship in Aeromedical Sciences is our training program to create aeromedical commandos, we call them, because they can do anything from a primary assessment, roadside, up to opening chest if there is a penetrating chest injury. The reason I'm coming back to this is we believe in stay and play. India being large geography and topography, if you look at Australia, UK, where they have centralized tertiary care center, they believe in stay and play. It's not scoop and run. If we do scoop and run, that will be a case evac. If we do stay and play, it's a medevac, from my definition. When we do this medical evacuation, we stabilize the patient, and then we fly them. The reason being, if you are bringing a patient to AIIMS Delhi or taking the patient to AIIMS Bhopal, we need to have that confirmation of bed, and also these patients do not die of the primary injury or primary insult. Almost all of them die from the secondary insult. For example, if I have a bleed in my brain, I wouldn't die of a brain bleed. I will die if my bleeding will kind of gets complicated and my brain swells, and there is something called a coning. It happens. The brain can't expand outwards, it goes downwards, and patients kind of, that's when people die or the patients die. So to contain this primary insult, we need a skilled team to respond to this. It's not just a helicopter, as everyone thinks. Take a chopper, and then if a 40 crores helicopter is going, we can't have a 4 paisa skill set going on that. It's absolutely, it doesn't make any sense if you do not stabilize a patient before we fly them to the tertiary care center. That's where this fellowship in aeromedical sciences came, and it's a joint program with the UK, which I'll talk about a little bit more. ICAT Foundation is our philanthropic wing. We have trained 48,000 people in basic life support and CPR. We just don't fly. We also train people on ground to become the first responders, or it could be police, it could be auto driver, it could be a bus driver. How they need to do the first aid is also what we teach from ICAT Foundation. We hold 2 world record in training people. We do a lot of philanthropic work, which I chair. I'll just talk to you a little bit more. So these are the services we provide: domestic air ambulance, we do international, we do bring patients on the commercial airlines when there is, like, where they are, for example, someone has gone to US, they fall sick, they run out of their insurance in the hospital, and then the billing starts like almost 7,000 to 15,000 pounds a night. That's when if the acute care has been taken care, if they just have to come back to India, they still require medical support. We bring them by commercial airlines as well. And helicopter emergencies, which I'll speak more. In Maldives, it's about seaplanes, responding by seaplanes. And we have a specialist neonatal newborn baby. We've done some groundbreaking work, like, putting this one-year-old child on lung heart bypass and retrieving them. Of course, in the tele-ICU involved. Our journey, when it began in 2017, thanks to Singhdeo Saab again, he got us involved in, he asked us to get involved in drafting the CAR document, CAR document with the DGCA. That's when we got involved writing this HEMS document. We had quite a significant input as well. We conducted the first international aeromedical meet with the British Deputy High Commissioner. You can see Mr. Abullar is there, and we have NHAI Chairman Raghav Chandra, and Society of Emergency Medicine India President Mr. Dr. Srinath. we brainstormed how this HEMS, has to take place, and we were on the international advisory board to Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji, who was the Honorable Minister for State for Health that time. There was a task force that was made, and a lot of meetings happened chaired by him. We did the first HEMS drill in Madurai in one of the one of the emergency medical conferences called MCON. Again, that was like almost the first drill introducing these helicopters to our medical world. This was in Kerala, and this was in 2018 when Kerala was flooded. We put an Augusta 109 helicopter there, and we airlifted patients from all the relief camps. There were nearly 1 million patients in relief camps. They all were cash evacuated, so they were all airlifted, or they were brought in by the fishermen and the local police and district administration to these relief camps, but they were dying of this, food poisoning, or they were dying of snake bites, stress-related heart attacks. So there was no way they could get to the hospitals, because entire Kerala was waterlogged, and there were huge relief vehicles. We put a helicopter in Chenganur. We set up a command center just within 4 hours at Chenganur National Health Mission Hospital, and we airlifted patients, and we did it all free of cost. People talk about aviation being expensive, helicopters are unaffordable, but it all requires this intention, and just to say this is how we spend our pocket money, I'm just joking. But that was a proof of concept for the first time that HEMS could be done in India. Until then, nobody ever believed the crowd control, overhead wires, this car document is never going to work, this is absolute nonsense, where can we in civilian world land and take off helicopters in random places? But we did that, and we proved the concept in Kerala floods. So we had to create a medical force as well. We just can't say we are very few people who understands the altitude medicine, stay and play, doing all intervention out of your comfort zone, by roadside, or it could be any place in field, that could be anywhere. If you put even a best of best cardiothoracic surgeon out of his operation theater, he will not be able to operate, because every doctor, surgeon, whoever it may be, when they are in their comfort zone, because it's all about standardization, if they are in the comfort zone, they perform to the optimum, to the best. The same doctor, if you put in some other hospital and ask them to operate, they will not, despite the best skills. This is the reason why we created this training program, because in the UK, it takes 7 years to become a flying doctor. It's 7 years of anesthetic training or emergency medical training, and then a year of fellowship in HEMS, and then you're allowed to fly independently to airlift patients. But we didn't have that kind of a luxury if we wanted to get operational. So we created this training program with KSS HEMS. KSS is Kent Surrey Sussex HEMS of the UK. They're the longest serving HEMS service of the UK. They partnered with us, we partnered with them, we collaborated, we brought all the trainees to India, we trained them in the airport bases, we did drills using helicopters and fixed wing plane, and we trained them in a year course, and they become our aeromedical commandos. You can see some pictures of this training program there. And all faculty come from the UK, Australia, or Singapore to train this. So we get the best of best, and we train these guys. We fly them all to UK in the last module to Red Hill Airport. That's where the KSS is based. And there, again, they get their training. They go on real helicopter sorties. They have landed on the, one of the hospital helipads in London. And they get into that real scenario of responding on choppers of HEMS choppers there. And they get trained, they get examined, they get certified, and they all come back. And most of them we absorb, or they go outside India to work. Again, this was coming after that, when Chhattisgarh elections happened, both during the assembly elections and the general election, we got a call from the election commissioner if we could provide air ambulance service for the state of Chhattisgarh during the elections. And we mobilized, of course, it went through the normal tendering process. Again, we were the only technically qualified bidder, the reason being our medical strength and having experience of doing this in the past and within India as well. So we put a helicopter that Pawan Hans were very cooperative in providing the Bell 407 and a fixed wing plane in Jagdalpur, which is second most sensitive airport of India. And we responded into these jungles of Narayanpur and places like that, and we airlifted these CRPF soldiers who are fighting there and who are getting injured by grenade, bomb blast. You can name an injury. They were having those kind of gunshots injuries. There was crossfiring non-stop. We responded by these helicopter, and then we brought these injured guys to Jagdalpur or flew them to Raipur or Delhi using fixed wing if required, if they have needed higher intervention. Within a week, 16 of them were saved. So imagine a CRPF guy being able to fly when they have an injury. Like, even I think if you look at the armed forces also don't get this kind of a cover, like a highly trained critical care team going and rescuing them. It was covered by a lot of newspaper. This was kind of taken up by the Madhya Pradesh government. So the Chief Minister announced from Ujjain helicopter emergency under the name, or the air ambulance service, free air ambulance service called PM Shri Air Ambulance Seva, which was launched from Ujjain, from his constituency. Within a week after his announcement, we positioned the entire team, aviation team, medical team, software. The new software was developed overnight for this project. We trained all the CMHOs, we trained every district collector. Within 2 minutes, they can trigger a call for airlifting patients. Now we are operational there. If we look at today's Dainik Bhaskar, this is the headlines there of today's newspaper. Even yesterday, we airlifted a patient from Rewa. So farmer or a guy in a village who had not even in his entire lifetime sat in a car is being flown on these machines to higher care center, to Bhopal and, or Indore, places like this for treatment. So again, coming back to the same point, it went into under the tender process, cabinet approval, and this is how we got operational there. It has been a very successful project, highly visible service, lot of lives are being saved, and that is kind of coming from a medical background, getting into aviation world, today our dream is alive, our dream came true, I would say, in Madhya Pradesh. We have done nearly 285 ECMO transfers, that is heart and lung bypass. If someone's heart is stopped, we can create a heart outside the body and get his heart to kickstart. If a lung is fully crushed, ventilator fails, we can start it again. This is what is called ECMO. We have done the highest probably done by any one single air ambulance organization in the world at such a short period of time. I presented this in Keystone Conference in US, got a standing ovation for this kind of a work. Because if you look at the helicopter services in the US, most of them are led by paramedics, not led by physicians. In the UK and Australia, led by physicians. So the patients getting higher medical care is kind of unheard of, this kind of procedures being done in remote locations. We do almost 97% of the organ airlifts now. We have completed 2,000 missions, both between fixed wing and a helicopter. So this was in MotoGP. I think you all know the Grand Prix which happened in Noida recently. One of the reasons why they could qualify for this was we could provide the HEMS service for them, or I wouldn't technically HEMS is not the right word, so air ambulance service to airlift these guys if they get injured. And this is our Maldives operation. How did we, I wouldn't say perfect because medicine is called practice, it's called perfection, but still how did we achieve these kind of achievements or the landmark milestones? Because of our protocols, which we literally brought in every single thing from the UK, which they're the most evidence-based practice, National Health Service practices. It was easy to bring in, but the government funds there here, people fund it themselves, or the government SOPs, checklists, like we have checklists like Formula One, because when the team leaves the base, we have a checklist. When the team reaches the airport, we have a checklist. We have a team goes near the patient, they have a checklist. Before leaving, they come up with a checklist. Checklist is the only thing which has kind of got us right. And we have debriefs, literally after every single transfer, you have a debrief to see what went wrong in the last one and next how to correct. During COVID, we were doing 5 airlifts, and all 5 of them we used to put on heart and lung bypass machine, and we used to transfer them without a single patient we lost, like, that is a 0% mortality on board, touch it. And of course, it is extreme hard work. We need to have a team which also has the equal driving spirit to do this, and relationship building with the government, with the bureaucrat world and things like that. Even today, I'll come to the actual aviation part. I think in all your minds is running, how do we fund this? Where is the money coming from? How can we make this sustainable? How do we operate this? If you look at the road fatality, just pure trauma, other than the heart or the medical emergencies where people die, like literally every minute there's a death by heart problems in India, and it's gone up by 20% after COVID due to many reasons, and nearly every 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes, there's a guy between 20 to 44 dying on Indian road. 4.5 crore is the strategic value of life, what Government of India puts into, that's their formula. That is 4.5 crore loss by one death and 1.5 crore loss by one disability. I would say it much more. If you look at that, one helicopter, if we say, if I spend a twin-engine helicopter for 25 crores put in per year, and 1,000 hours if you're flying, even if you take conservative 720 hours if you're flying, the number of lives that are saved in these 7,000 instances, like almost 500 sorties of 2 hours if you take it average. So you can put 500 into 4.5 crore. You can just put the value reverse back and see how much it is cost to save life. When we spoke to the Niti Aayog CEO, Amitabh Ji, he said, like, how much do you require for India to cover India with, HEM service for the entire national highway network? We said probably highest 500 crore. I think you all agree with that. What is the cost of Apache? It's 1,900 crore or something. So imagine the number of lives that could be saved just covering India with these. And they are the young guys who are dying, contributing to their families. Generations will get affected if one person dies. Abdul Kalam ji said, one death kills their entire world. One person will save the entire world for that particular family. If one of the studies say 2,500 crore if National Highway spends on constructing a road, 25,000 crore is the loss of life because GDP lost to the country is nearly 3% just by this road traffic accident. Forget about all the other kind of trauma or the medical emergencies. These are the HEMS bases which we require to cover India just for the national highways. Plus the states are looking at having 2 helicopters plus a fixed wing at this point of time. Brasilia agreement was signed a few years ago where Nitin Gadkari ji said he'll bring the death rate down by 50%. So they signed up for 4 E's. One is emergency, education, enforcement, and engineering. Emergency, I'll leave emergency aside. Enforcement, yes, they brought in the motor vehicle law. Education, we have celebrities wearing helmets and seat belts and trying to educate people about that. Engineering, if you come and see Mysore-Bangalore highway in my state, is one of the best. And E, the last E, was emergency. You can build number of trauma centers, but if we do not have the skill set there, it's absolutely no point. Like even a CT technician is not ready to work in rural area today. So the only answer is bringing these patients or traffic victims by helicopter with the right skill set. The scope for HEMS or air ambulance, we call it by helicopters, is immense. In Germany, they have 120 helicopters. They have 80 million population. That is almost 1 helicopter per million plus 20 to 25% backup. So India, just with the HEMS, has a potential of almost more than 150 to 170 helicopters. This is our training program. Just wanted to show this. And we have trained 2,500 Bangalore police and hold a world record. And we are driving a campaign called #SaveLivesOnRoad, HEMS, the Federation of Industries of India. I'm open for questions. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, you couldn't disagree with me at all on this fact that in the morning, Mr. Minister mentioned that helicopter pilots are very passionate people about aviation. Looking at Dr. Shalini, please put your hands together for a very passionate understanding on the whole thing as to how she has actually demystified this aspect of that such an endeavor is being led by medical aspect rather than the aviation aspect. And aviation happens to be a facilitator perhaps in this case actually. Without much ado, sir, if we may allow to go to the next speaker, please, sir. Thank you, sir. So I now invite Captain Aman Johari, CEO of the Jatayu Aviation. He is the man of the moment who is going to talk to us about advanced air mobility platforms and as to how he has envisioned it and built around the system. A bit of a background on Aman. Jatayu Aviation is based at Juhu, where most of us are also based actually. He has plenty of aeroplanes along with him. Sometimes you find him toying with the R. Robinson 22. Sometimes he is busy attending big meets, doing overhauls on Nepalese army aircraft, perhaps, and so on and so forth. So his interests are diversified, but one thing I have known for sure, since I met him quite some time back, is that he is very astutely aligned to the unmanned domain. And that is where his expertise lies, and that's what we honored him this morning as a young achiever award. May I request Captain Aman to please come and cover your part.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. And I know I've been given the more technologically heavy topic right after lunch. So I'll try to keep it as interesting and engaging as possible. While fully understanding that seminars like Helipower, and Helipower has a legacy and a history of taking on tough topics every year that this has happened, I don't want to let go of some of the important issues that India and the UAV industry faces anyway. Can I have the presentation up, please? My topic is rotor wing UAVs for urban aerial mobility. Yeah, so my topic is rotor wing UAVs for urban aerial mobility, the technological and regulation challenges. Now, urban aerial mobility, just by semantics, people automatically assume it means air taxis and unmanned drones and fancy birds flying in the future, but that's not the case. Urban aerial mobility just means a method or a process by which you and I will move from one place to the other in the very near future. The one thing that I like to clear out before anything else, people say drones are the future and unmanned is the future, and I very respectfully disagree. I believe drones are very much the present. If you go out and see today what's happening in rural India in terms of drones, I'm not even talking about the urban and semi-urban environments. Just to touch upon urban environments, there was a time in the late 1990s, early 2000s, when Akshay Kumar's favorite stunt used to be flying from a helicopter. And my father used to be one of his favorite engineers to do this, kind of fancy stunts. And a lot of those aerial shots were taken by helicopters. Cut to today, I mean, last about 8-10 years, all of these shots are taken by drones. Very rarely are helicopters ever used in Bollywood. Big production houses with big budgets, the reason I mention them is because they have money. Dharma Productions, Yash Raj Studios, they use drones day in and day out. They have more drone pilots and drones in their fleet than they have DOPs and script writers, which kind of talks about their content these days. But what I'm trying to say is that the technology is very much out there, and India is leading this forefront of the unmanned domain. What the future holds is the interoperability of conventional aviation as we know it, both general and business, combined with the UAVs and drones that exist today and what might happen in the near future. If you are not aligned with the drone industry for just 6 months, if you switch off for 6 months, you will find a revolution. That's how fast it is changing. Every 6 months, I'll give you an example. 6 months back, the largest battery we were operating was a 25,000 mAh lithium polymer cell. And today, that's outdated. Today, we are using a lithium ferrous cell. And in the next 8 months, it's going to be a hydrogen fuel cell. That's going to be the industry gold standard in terms of operation and use. And everybody, all stakeholders, including operators like us, training organizations, the regulators, the ministries, everybody has to keep up with the pace because that's how fast science is growing and percolating down right to the industry. a little bit about me before I proceed. I'm an astronautics engineer from Purdue University. As of January of this year, I've been, announced as the astronaut candidate, currently under training with NASA and other space agencies to fly to space very soon and do suborbital missions and research in space. The reason I put it on there is because an important, program I have building with NASA and other space agencies in the US is converting helicopter pilots to spacecraft pilots. Now, if you remember the space shuttle systems, this STS, Space Transport Systems, the one with the great Kalpana Chawla flew on, some of the biggest astronauts in the world have flown, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. They were designed like fixed wings, so they would go up in space, stay in orbit, and come back and land like a fixed wing. But that's not the case today. We flew the SpaceX Orion crew module, we flew, the Boeing Starliner, we flew some of the simulators down in the US at NASA. And a helicopter pilot, that's me, because I'm the only chopper pilot on the roster as part of the astronaut candidate program there, outperformed even some of the fighter jet pilots in terms of operations of spacecrafts. And that's because the fine motor skills that you require to fly a helicopter, especially at low speeds, is exactly the kind of replication of skill you need in space. And gone are the days when only fighter pilots could become astronauts, and which is one of the big programs, is why I've put it on there. And I've always represented, RWSI as the key nodal agency, not just for regulation, but also technology in India, and representing now in Asia with our collaborations globally. I'm a chopper pilot. I've been flying Robinsons and Bells for a few years now. Of course, very, very young compared to all the stalwarts here, and still learning and, walking the footsteps. I'm a lifetime member of the Rotary Wing Society and also the MRO Association of India. And I'll come to that, why that is important too, and why I've put it on there. Basically, I'm running two companies. One company operates choppers under NSOP. It does all kinds of, fancy jobs like aerial works and pipeline surveys and joyrides and stuff like that. And the other one is building drones, or the unmanned sector. Now, we keep harping upon why is the regulator not waking up, or why is there's always problem with the regulation and the policy. And this is the big lesson that we need to take away from the unmanned space, from the drone sector. I'll take you just a little back. I won't spend more than a minute on it, but July of 2021, we presented the first draft cut of the drone rules to the Honorable Prime Minister. And the Honorable Prime Minister took that bundle of pages and just tossed it on the table, and he said, this will not work. Do not repeat the mistakes you have made with the other industries, especially the solar industry. Because that draft was 400 pages long. And it contained all kinds of fancy words and rules and arbitrary draft rules about what will happen if somebody violates the airspace, if somebody uses the drone for a bad purpose and stuff like that. And all the stalwarts of the policy-making world were sitting there, and they said the same thing, that the job for a regulator or a policymaker is to help those who are using these technologies for the good of the community. They're using it for the industry. It's not a regulator's job to make a policy to penalize somebody or to put somebody in jail. That's for the law enforcement to do. That's for the police to do. And that got picked up, and believe it when I tell you, August of 2021, we were scheduled to launch August 15th, Independence Day that year. August 17th, the policy was finally submitted, and it was just 41 pages long. And thanks to that, today, 99% of Indian airspace is in the green zone for drones, which means you don't need any clearance, you don't need ATC approval, you need nothing to fly a drone in India today, except if you're a certain category and class, you need a license. That's all that is needed. And the reason, because that policy push came from the top, is why drone industry is where it is today. Helicopter industry, on the other hand, is always treated as the same as like a commercial aviation or an airplane industry. And airplanes and helicopters could not be any more different, right? And this is the lesson that we need to take about role of UAVs in the future transport. It's not going to be only drones in the airspace in the next 10 years, 15 years. I'm a chopper pilot and I'm biased, and you can call me whatever, but helicopters are not going anywhere. There are some tasks that only choppers can do. And yes, we are maybe 15, 20 years away where all this will be done in an unmanned fashion. I call them vehicles as the younger cousins of helicopters. The reason I do that is because there are companies like Joby Aviation, Archer Aviation, very famous for the kind of stuff they're doing. Archer just got their FAA certification, the preliminary certification. They're building these fixed-wing eVTOLs, almost in the configuration of an airplane, quite near to an airplane than to a rotor wing. And I personally believe that, well, I'm from Mumbai, and in Mumbai, real estate is a luxury. And you pay for every square inch of the space you use in Mumbai. And we know, for all of us who've been in Juhu Airport, who've run companies at Juhu Airport, so creating a heliport infrastructure in a place like Mumbai, which is the hotbed of all kinds of commercial activity in India, is going to be an uphill task. It's going to be difficult, and eventually an industry only succeeds if you have investors to back it. If there are people who see commercial viability in it and actually fund it. And for that, we need machines and technologies that require less and less space, that are safe and easy to use, and most of all, efficient. I'll give you an example of one of the most heavy lift drones in India today, and we work very closely with the Army on this one, the Indian Army. We are constantly building birds that can fly higher and higher over the Indian Army, specifically to carry logistics at 15,000 feet, 18,000 feet, sometimes even 25,000 feet. And from fixed-wing designs in 2022 to 2024 October, just about last month, we tested the first rotor wing design that can do about 100 kg payload carrying capacity across 20 kilometers. And that is a very big achievement, and it could only be done by 2 rotors. The reason I say this is because power to weight ratio. You get most efficiency out of a twin rotor or a multi-rotor configuration than you would get out of fixed wing. For all these reasons, vehicles of the future are going to be the younger cousin of helicopters. What I'm trying to say is, the people who run the helicopter industry, the people who understand the operational nuances of running a rotor wing are, in my opinion, best equipped to handle the vehicles of the future. And possibly these helicopter companies, specifically like mine, would convert into companies in the next decade or so. That's what I was trying to say. And of course, if you're flying at low speeds, at low ranges, you need the most efficient machine out there, which in my opinion is a rotor wing. So as FAA does, as EASA does for the last 5 years or so, I had a discussion with a very senior FAA official just last week on similar topic. They want a person on board when they first start introducing urban aerial mobility, when they first start introducing unmanned air taxis. It's called unmanned only for the sake of it. The first thing, Joby Aviation, Archer Aviation, for example, have to train their staff members who are in testing to get commercial licenses, to actually fly aircrafts first, and then they sit on board. So there will be a human in the loop when this first gets introduced. The first few introductions of in the first 5, 6, 7 years will not be, the fancy videos, the movies that you see where you can hop on, at a stop here in Dholakua in a taxi and end up at IGI Terminal 3 in that same taxi while watching a movie on your iPad. It's not going to be like that. There's going to be a pilot in the front seat, and this pilot's going to take charge if something goes wrong on board. The chances are very slim, but if something happens. So the first sector that will be targeted is logistics and e-commerce. Some of the biggest use cases we have going on in the Maharashtra state government. I'm a policy advisor to the Maharashtra state government for their aviation policy. We are discussing how we can connect MIDC to MIDC in Maharashtra itself. I mean, very, very small places like Satara, like Nasik, like Solapur, like Nagpur, like Ahmednagar. How can all of these places be connected by these small drones that could carry 100 to 200 kilos that will only carry fresh fruits and vegetables early in the morning, drop them off in the afternoon, and do 3 or 4 sorties a day? That's going to be the first 3-4 years of UAM in India. And it's definitely the next generation of transport, but it's going to be a hub and spoke model as far as Maharashtra goes, as far as I'm aware. It will be an auxiliary support for existing road and rail transport. Some numbers for you, for your interest. A rail transport today, and this is right from the horse's mouth, I'm talking about the likes of Amazon, DTDC, Delivery, and all these big companies. Road transport is about 17 rupees per kilo. Rail transport stands at about 6.5 to 7 rupees per kilo. Let's say a Blue Dart or a DHL aircraft, proper Boeing or an Airbus aircraft, costs anywhere between 150 to 160 rupees a kilo for transport. These birds fall into the right sweet spot between that. This falls somewhere between 90 rupees to 100 rupees a kilo. So it's not something that the whole of India can afford, definitely not, but it's good for convenience to start, and going forward, these costs will come down. So it becomes a force multiplier for all your allied technologies as well. So what's needed for all this? Of course, you need an infrastructure layout. You need these drone ports and heliports that the Honorable Minister just spoke about in the morning. You need airspace corridors, you need dedicated drone highways for this to happen. And most importantly, you can't just create a new city filled with drone infrastructure and expect it to work. It still has to work and operate with the older systems, as I'll explain in the later slides. You need modifications to existing infrastructure, the existing aerodromes, the existing heliports or helidomes, or even some of the biggest airports, the tier 1 airports. You need all that to be modified to be able to accommodate all of these drones in the airspace. Most importantly, you need a little bit of public awareness. As everybody knows, we are all professionals from this industry, so we don't share this opinion, but you go out and talk to a layman, and they will always be afraid of a helicopter. And they will say, we don't want to sit in one, no matter how safe it might seem, like, how many flight hours you show me, whatever accident rate you show me, I'm not going to sit in one. And this because there's a lack of public awareness. People are not aware of exactly what this technology is capable of. So you need a little bit of solid effort from the industry and the government on public awareness. You need a safety infrastructure in place, and that is important. I'll come to that in a bit. And you need to invest in high-tech security. I'll come to both these points in a bit, and they're important because of the kind of work we do as well. There are more than 700 applications for drones today, and this number keeps increasing every year. You use drone as a service, you use it for GIS mapping, you use it for industrial inspections, traffic monitoring, agriculture, service sector, law enforcement. And what is peculiar enough to realize about all this is helicopters also have applications in all these segments. And helicopters are actively used from small to medium to heavy to super heavy in almost all of these sectors and segments. But even then, even in the most modern countries today, which have the UTMs in place, which have technologies in place, helicopters are still very much in the fray, and they're not going away anywhere, is what I'm trying to say. That drones and choppers will have to work in tandem to make it work. So simply the challenges ahead, the problems ahead, is of course the mission and traffic management. If you don't have an unmanned traffic management, a UTM policy in place, you can't introduce these drones in your airspace to begin with. And exercise in software. It doesn't come with a stroke of a pen on a policy paper saying we need a UTM and it just magically appears the next day. It is years and years of R&D and research and effort to kind of standardize your OEMs to come on the table and say, okay, this is the traffic app that we will follow. Captain Kumar, this session before, very rightfully mentioned that we don't have an AWOS system in India. We don't have charts. We don't have VFR charts, and that's a big problem. We just, in India, we fly choppers in VFR, with rudimentary stuff like WhatsApp texts and conversations like that. We are relying on humans more and more. And that's not the case with unmanned systems, not with drones. So we need a very rock-solid UTM in place. NPNT stands for No Permission, No Takeoff. It was a very beautiful policy brought out in the July 2021 paper. It said there needs to be a piece of hardware that's installed in every drone in India. If a regulator, if let's say, someone in the DGCA or someone in BCAS, someone in AI says this drone cannot fly, and that drone is maybe hundreds of kilometers away, they can press a switch and the drone will stop. The drone will not take off until it has permission. It was very beautiful on paper. Trust me, it was almost 70 pages of a policy paper. It spoke about this technology in detail, but it was ahead of its time. There were no real developers for this. There were no real takers for this. If you ask me personally, I don't want to give remote control of my drone to somebody sitting miles away who can just randomly decide that I cannot fly. Especially when I've filed the flight plan, I have the FIC, I have the ADC, and I'm good to go. So this is an exercise in control that might come later on in the future, but it's very much required. TTT is the name of the game, and I say this at every policy panel meet: tracker, training, and type certification. You need to be able to track every drone in the airspace. There is no exception to this rule. Tracking is especially a difficult challenge because you simply can't have ADS-B transponders on every drone that is flying. Your radars will get easily saturated and suddenly ATC will black out. It's a real problem. You need training. Training standards have to go higher and higher every year. That comes along with safety standards. But thankfully, let me just tell you this fun point. When I talk to my peers in Europe, in the US, in Australia, Indian drone regulation is actually looked at as an inspiration for the rest of the world. And that's right from the horse's mouth. It's their opinion. They say the kind of rules and regulations you have in place for helping the industry is phenomenal and it's never been seen before in the rest of the world. And just as a matter of fact, we have more than 140 training organizations in India today on drones. 140 RPTOs, and that number is increasing tenfold every year. So that's kind of what policy has brought out in India, and then you need type certifications. Thankfully, both the Quality Council of India and DGC are doing very well on these fronts on ensuring that every drone that goes up in the Indian airspace is properly type certified. Now, I won't spend a lot of time on this because for a lot of you who fly helicopters, this is fairly familiar. We need different kind of navigation systems and communication systems for the drones that go up in the airspace. We need POS units that are independent of GPS and NavComs, fiber optic, optical lidar flow. All these things are readily available in the industry. I'm not giving you any sort of new revolutionary technology on this slide. Actually, all of this really exists in the unmanned world. Any surveillance drone that flies today, or I think I'm stretching too far. Let's say a small photography drone that you buy off Amazon for your kids, that maybe your child takes out in the garden to fly. It already has an optical flow algorithm. It can fly without GPS, and it can maintain its position in the air without a barometer or without a altimeter also. It can do all that because the software is so fine-tuned to do these activities at a commercial level. It's very cheap to buy. What does an Amazon drone cost? About 5,000, 6,000 bucks today? But it's able to do all that. And what I'm trying to say is that this is not new and it can be incorporated. It must be incorporated. You need SATCOM communications and X-band comm systems that are away from the standard frequencies. And I'll come to that in a bit, why I mean that. And we need affordable collision avoidance systems. I don't mean a Garmin autopilot that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to install, but something that is affordable and that is safe and certified by the regulatory bodies that can do the job. And it needs to be out of range of existing counter-drone service. Now, I'll come to CDS in a bit. That would be the last technology point in my presentation. We are talking about introduction of reserve frequencies, and I'll come to why reserve frequencies in the next slide. We need the unmanned airspace corridors to match the kilo routing standards, and thankfully the Airport Authority of India realizes kilo routing as an important aspect, and every year you see more and more changes, especially for those of us who are in Juhu. We see a lot of these changes on the positive side, so hopefully in the unmanned space we will see separate kilo routing for this also. And a separate airspace classification. Now we have the green, yellow, and red zone in India. That is a beautiful way to have an unmanned airspace, but it's under 400 feet, so we need a little bit more of that. And LTE comms for in-station control. Now I'll come exactly why I mean counter-drone systems for public safety. Now my company also builds counter-drone systems, and we realize it's a threat on a daily basis. My company is the only company in India that has provided active counter-drone cover to the Honorable Prime Minister as he moves during Diwali in the forward areas. And we've been deployed for months in advance to track drones that are coming from the other side of the border and bring them down. It's, believe me when I tell you, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. It is almost impossible to find an enemy drone coming across the side of the border. What happens when every government building in India, every airport, every critical infrastructure, every electrical power grid, every oil and gas refinery has a counter-drone system installed? What happens is, if a drone goes off in the airspace, it finds the drone and jams it. And what if it's a friendly bird? We need counter-drone systems everywhere. We need it in stadiums. We need it over Wankhede. There's an IPL, about 7 or 8 IPL matches that happen every year over there. We need it in airports. We need it everywhere else. And that becomes a problem for the unmanned airspace of the future. That is, suddenly your urban airspace becomes RF saturated. You have more than 300, 400 drones flying up in the air. Your counter-drone system does not know which is which and starts jamming everything out of the sky. It will become chaos, which is kind of why the government of India understands that it can be a chaos and they're taking it slow. But now's the time to draft a policy on counter-drones in the civil infrastructure and how you will have urban aerial mobility integrated with the airspace of the future. To give you an example, in the helicopter, in the rotor wing, if we are on a runway, we will follow the FATO procedures, we will follow runway guidelines, we will follow what the ATC says. There's very rarely a direct to take off from the helipad. And that's because that system is built into place. Now with technology coming in, with UTM coming in, with all of these certifications and notch filters and the fancy technology of counter drones that is changing every 3 months, we need something on the policy front that can address this issue much before the technology comes. So this is the one place I beg to differ from everybody else, where people say the tech comes first and the policy comes later. On a safety standpoint, this is where I tend to disagree, and I say for safety of public good and for urban aerial mobility, the policy needs to come first and the technology needs to adapt as the policy changes. And with that, thank you, and we'll take questions after this.
Captain Aman, thank you very much for that wonderful expose into the accolades of Jatayu Aviation, your companies. Moving on from there, interesting to note that there is an unmanned connect to the space as well. Wish you all the very best for that matter, and that perhaps you get to see that. Heartening to also note that helicopter pilots can handle the spacecraft better. That also is a very heartening statement for most of us who relate to actually. The fact of the matter remains that driving point here is a 41-page policy which has enabled all this and got you forward on this account is still being asked to review itself when the counter-drone aspect happens. We want an addendum, we want a chapter 2 to that actually perhaps to come happen. That's an interesting aspect and that we need to take forward. Of course, his kind of devices are going to be in plenty and therefore there is an adequate space for all the people who are doing research in this region, putting policies together to kind of see that actually. Yet another very passionate presentation. Thank you very much for that. I call upon if I can add, star of the session. It was discussed yesterday quite a bit. Foray of our own, very own HAL into civil aviation, civil certification. There is nobody else better than Wing Commander Anil Mamani available with us, who has been involved in development of not one, at least two types that I know of, perhaps third also, happen soon. A very acclaimed test pilot for a long time. A very acclaimed test pilot for a long time. He's been involved with testing and certification of LUH, and now is going to talk today to us about the civil certification. And in fact, there's a fancy name to his topic, and I would leave it to him to come and disclose that to you. Bridging the skies, transition from military to civil rotorcraft. Please welcome Wing Commander Anil Mamani to address this topic. Thank you.
I'm sure you transferred my name. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, RWSI, for the opportunity. And before I start, I would like to specially mention Captain Uday, because coincidentally, it was he and his company who took on the O&M in 2004 for the ALH Dhruv when it first entered into the civil world. 2 decades down, we've gone the full circle, and yes, we are going to make a re-entry into the same world. And what I'm going to talk about is basically how we want to bring about a commonality between our military platform and the civil platform so that we don't have these issues of obsolescence. How do we synergize the certification between the two, commonality of the aero engine, so that we, though the numbers are going to be small in the civil for us initially, but we can sustain them. Before I start, I would like to go back to the history where how HAL transformed from a manufacturer to a design and developmental agency. It was the 1950s when we first introduced the helicopter into the Indian Air Force. And if you look at it, within about 8 years of that, the first thought of manufacturing helicopters in India had already started. And within the 1 decade of the inception of helicopters into the Indian Air Force, we were already into manufacturing. That was quite a speedy start for the helicopters and HAL. Though the first 2 decades, the 60s and 70s, were basically into manufacturing or licensed manufacturing of the Cheetah and the Chetak helicopters, but they did give us a large amount of experience. And just for some old stalwarts, these were the heydays of manufacturing of Chetak and Cheetah helicopters at HAL, where the tarmac was literally full of them. How many did we make? We made 679 of these, out of which surprisingly 414 are still in service. I have included a few Cheetahs into it. Those are not licensed manufactured, but they are our own product, but on this being in the same class, I have taken the liberty of doing it. Now we come to the design and development journey at the HAL and how HAL has transformed. 2 important milestones in the journey are 1976, when the Helicopter Division Design Bureau was set up. It's basically, the purpose of this design bureau was for design and development of ALH, and it achieved its purpose in 1992. Thereafter, it was transformed into the Rotary Wing Research Design Center, and if you look at it, thereafter, every 5 to 7 years, we have been coming out with a new aircraft or a major upgrade on an aircraft. And the journey in the next is going to be the heavy lift IMRH class. Why I talk about the ALH and the LCH together is because this is the mainstay of the HAL as a company currently, and this is what the base on which we are planning to build our civil. We're looking at the numbers, 361 helicopters of the same class built up till now. What I want to draw your attention is the majority of them are the Mark 3s, the utility variants, and specifically at the aero engine choice. The choice that we have, the maximum utilization is the Shakti engine, which powers 72% of the fleet. Now, these numbers will give you an idea as to where am I heading. I'll just basically cover what is the difference between the production or current output versus military versus civil. Where do we intend to take Dhruv from here? Talk about the aero engine Shakti, synergizing the military and civil certification, and finally enhancing the helicopter manufacturing ecosystem. The numbers show their own story. 5% of the total output has only been dedicated to the civil across Chetak, Cheetah, and the ALH. The numbers are very small and tell a story in themselves. Why so? Most of the time, the country, as a country, our requirement was for the defense helicopters. The company was loaded with that, and our focus primarily has been on the advanced light helicopter, or also known as the Dhruv. Starting in 1992, we had the first ALH Mark I given to the services in 2001. The civil certification came soon after in 2003, but we didn't build on it much. Okay, but thereafter, there has been a constant change and upgrades, 2007, 2010. And last year, we started back with the ALH Civil, and we have done an initial program called the ALH Upgrade, in which we brought about a lot of commonality from the military systems to the civil system. And the next is the next generation, the ALH NG, where we intend to break it back to the civil market. I'll talk a lot about the ALH Upgrade and the ALH NG. If you see the evolution of the military variants kept evolving right from first a change of the engine, a glass cockpit, integration of the sensors, integration of the weapon systems, systems for the Navy and the Coast Guard, and finally, we are going to have a naval aircraft very soon for the Navy. Now, why this? Because at each stage, we were learning how to integrate more and more new systems, integrate a new engine, handle the new technology, and this has given us a kind of a foundation on which we can build upon. But if we come to the civil version, we did the initial cockpit or the initial aircraft in the 2003, and only in 2023 did we do a glass cockpit with the same aircraft, purely because of bringing in commonality and getting rid of the obsolescence issues. But what we want to go forward with the ALH NG program is that we want to bring in a absolutely current state-of-the-art glass cockpit and integrate the Shakti engine, which is the mainstay of the ALH fleet. Now, why was the ALH upgrade program done? Basically, as I said, it needed a commonality with the existing military variants. What we did was we took the military cockpit, got it civil certified, and we integrated this into the civil aircraft. We brought on the MRBs, which were on the military side, which were interchangeable, into the same program. Structurally, the helicopter had changed. It had been modified to take care of the issues which had come up in the Mark I. Those all modifications were integrated into this. The FRAM dampers, which were used earlier, had been upgraded, and we also changed some avionics based on obsolescence issues. Now, these are all military options going into the civil aircraft, which has given us a kind of a flexibility that we can have a lot of spare support, production, and a supply chain, better supply chain when it comes to the civil. But we still have certain limitations on this upgrade program. The bigger challenge was the TM333-2B2 engine, which was heading towards obsolescence. Our Cat-A performance for hot and high conditions was limited. The glass cockpit, which we had certified, had a MIL 1553 architecture. We did not have an RMP capability, and we did not have a TOS. Now, these things were mandatory if we wanted to enter into the civil market once again. Hence, we decided to move with the ALH NG program. I need to talk here a lot about the aero engine choice, because without this, this is the heart of the aircraft, and without this, it wouldn't be possible to go ahead with the NG program. If you look at the Shakti versus the TM333-2B2 comparison, the Shakti wins hands down. Okay, it's a higher powered engine. It has a current certification, which is with YASA. It also has a semi-lac certification. We are also going to be talking about the certification with DGCA, whereas the problem with 2B2 was that the FATEC was already obsolete, and redesigning a new FATEC would lead to a new certification, and if we were to do certification with a new standard, we would have had to do a major redesign on the engine, which was going to be a very high cost job. If we follow the path of taking the semi-lac certification and the already existing RDN 1H1 YASA certification, we could move to a civil certified Indian-made engine early in the program, as early as the next year, whereas if you follow the redesign of the 333 2B2, it is going to take about 36 months. The MRO costs for Shakti are going to be much lower because we already have about nearly 200 plus aircraft flying with these engines, and furthermore are in the pipeline, whereas the MRO cost for the 2B2 is ever increasing because of the lower numbers. The risks with the Shakti are much lower. Any advances made on the military can be transferred to the civil, and same, if anything done on the civil can be transferred to the military. Whereas Shakti is going to, 2B2 will keep needing more and more money to keep it running. The advantages of Shakti are as highlighted. It has enhanced reliability, dual channel FATEC, superior thermal and engine margins, especially advantages at the high altitude in hot conditions, both improved Cat A and Cat B performance, especially for 3,000 feet and above altitudes, enhanced payload in all conditions at 3,000 feet and above. Now, comparison of a Shakti versus RD-10. They basically are both the same engines. Let's get to a bit of history behind it. The RD-10 engine was co-developed by HAL along with Safran HE with a work share of about 89% to 11%. 11% is our share. The type certificate is currently held by YASA, type certificate from YASA is held by the Safran HE since 2009, whereas HAL is responsible for taking the semi-lac certification for military applications. And within the framework of co-production, the HAL engine division continues to produce this helicopter in numbers, or this engine in numbers. As to just going back to the certification standard of the RDN 1H1. Now, RDN 1H1 is also known as Shakti 1H1, but what we want to do is take Shakti 1H1 and make it Shakti 1H1 civil. That means give it a DGCA certification. The original engine had already been made as per the YASA's initial standards of CSE and had already been certified as per that. The bill of materials and certification standard and configuration are common for Shakti 1H1 and RD-10 1H1. Hence, they should apply to Shakti 1H1 civil also. At this juncture, considering that both the engines are common, right from production to certification standards, we have applied to DGCA to get a certification for the Shakti 1H1 as Shakti 1H1C. This is going to be supported by Safran to us. With the technical know-how, we will be able to achieve this, and hopefully this should see the light of the day by the next year. Advantage, 3 lakh hours flown on the Shakti engine get transferred immediately to the civil fleet, and we have the experience of about 300 odd aero engines already flying in the, or more flying in the military service currently. How do we go about it? The Aero Engine Research Design Center becomes the type certificate holder for the aero engine. The engine division becomes the production agency for it. RDC becomes the integrator. It becomes the first engine to be DGCA certified in the country. We have 73% of the TOT for manufacturing. We will have to put up a separate line for manufacturing of civil engines, but the commonality of from raw material to the jigs to the technology gives a great advantage, and it will have an IC content of nearly 60%, all heading towards the Atmanirbhar, which is the government policy. A similar approach we are following for the light utility helicopter. I'm not getting into the helicopter. I'm only going to stick toward the aero engine approach for the light utility helicopter. The light utility helicopter also is powered by the RD-10 family only. It is powered by an RD-10 1U engine, but here we took care what we missed out in the Ardent 1H1 was that we did not take a DGCA certification when we did the initial YASA certification. Here we have made amends. The initial type certificate, which was obtained from YASA, was converted, also accepted by DGCA, and we already have a current type certificate on the Ardent 1U. We also have a Semilac certificate on the Ardent 1U. As the helicopter, as the aero engine starts getting manufactured in the country, it will be converted to a Shakti 1U and finally a Shakti 1UC, which will also have a DGCA certification. So currently, at least if you come to the LUS civil program, we have an aero engine which is already YASA certified and a DGCA certified. This is what brings us to the commonality between military and civil. What is the focus of this talk? What we are doing at the ALH-NG program. I talked about the Shakti 1H1C, of course, but we also did a little bit of change in the starter generator, basically to ensure that the civil, where we need to operate off base for most of the time, it will be easier on the batteries. We put in a TSO glass cockpit, which has a TOS, RNP capability. We upgraded a lot of avionics to make sure that we meet the offshore requirements, as well as the other regulatory requirement being brought on by the DGCA. I also added a satellite tracking device. This is what is the, somehow in a nutshell, what we are doing with the Shakti or with the Dhruv ALH-NG program. This NG program finally has to be certified. And we are already in dialogue with DGCA on the subject, and we have a certification program which has been chalked out. The certification program has been chalked out in two phases, the certification program 1 and the certification program 2. The program 1 will constitute of installation of the Shakti 1H1 engine and the integration of the glass cockpit and the electrical system. This is purely ground-based before we start commencing flying. That means we prove that the engine is integrated, the cockpit is integrated, and the electrical systems are integrated. Next comes the part 2 of the certification program, or the same certification program, where we do the engine testing and the complete performance testing. Now, because the same engine and this performance and the helicopter with the rotor blades is same as the military, we can derive a lot of data from the military and take it to the civil world. I'll talk about that, synergizing the two testings in a short while from now. The last would be, of course, the certification program 2, where we will be only testing the glass cockpit and the avionics system purely for the purpose of certification. Now, as I talked about, there are going to be a lot of advantages if we do a concurrent civil and military certification. And what we should be focusing on to making sure that becomes a cost-effective solution for us. It has a significant savings across all resources, man-hours, material, cost and time. Project timelines can be met at a faster rate. The same production lines and maintenance lines can supply both the military and the civil variants. And if we civil certify the military derivative products, civil certification of military derivative products will facilitate international opportunities. An example was that when we took our Dhruv to the Chilean environment, Chile government's contract, we did have to ensure that the certification of Dhruv by Semilac was accepted by them. If it had been a YASA certified at that point or a FAA certified, the certification would have been accepted directly. Also, it will help us between transition of personnel from the defense to the civil sector much easier. What are the recent advances which have been made in the concurrent certification area? The DGCA has updated the CAR 21 very recently and permits utilization of credits from the tests performed during military certification, provided the test objectives align with the civil requirements. Similarly, the Semilac has issued IMTAR 21, which supersedes the DDP MAS 2002, and it also has procedures that are akin to CAR 21. DGCA has already approved a specific POA procedure for the conversion of military production components to civil components within the ALH civil project. So we are on track towards synergizing the two testings. How do we achieve this? Now, especially for the ALH program, which was started in the year, as I talked about, in 1992, that means we had certain work which had been done in 1992. How do we bring it to 2024 currently? So if you have a military analysis report or military analysis for a test done, we can take it to civil analysis today by converting it to a civil report, supplementing it with the military analysis and the military report done, and presenting it to DGCA. If any additional tests are required, then the same can be added to the same report and the military report would be considered for the civil. What we are also doing is that if we can combine the military and flight testing, military as well as the civil flight testing. Now, there can be two scenarios in that. If I do not have a civil participation, that means we did some program before the DGCA came into the scenario, then we take the military test orders, specs, military test reports, and the post-test analysis, and we convert them to a civil technical, and we follow them. Now, the CAR 21 permits this as a compliance matrix in that. So what we are using is the CAR 21 capability to use these opportunities which have been given to us. And the final the best would be if we can co-join both military and civil flight testing, where both these tests are done simultaneously. They are the same test, only the documentation is done separately, the tests are same, and both the reports are submitted simultaneously to both agencies, that is the CEMILAC and DGCA. All these require, however, that the test article should be common, or there should be commonality between the test article and the boundary conditions. What we would aim for is the next level of military and civil cooperation, where we have a common test order and a spec and a common test report, and the same document is accepted both by DGCA as well as CEMILAC. I hope soon that we will have this, achieve this capability by synergizing both these in a very near future. So what was the approach for ALH? Since ALH had already been certified in 2003, basically ALH had been manufactured or designed with a military depth stand as the basis. Hence, additional testing, whatever was required, was done as per the civil FAR 29. But when we come to LUH, what we have started is the basic certification standard is FAR 27. And additional test, if any required, we are doing for the military, thereby ensuring that the basic aircraft will always be able to qualify for the civil requirements. Coming to the HAL as a company and what it's doing, if you looked at the numbers of helicopters manufactured by HAL are all going up. The current facility, which was set up in 1974 at Bangalore, is kind of overloaded. So HAL has gone in for a new factory, a greenfield factory at Tumkuru, 615 acres greenfield factory set up and commissioned last year. Just a view of it, and I'll just give you an aerial glimpse of this facility which has been set up. The first aircraft which will be built here are the LUH, followed by the LCH, and any further program that may come to the company. Okay, where does HAL see itself in the near future? We want to transform ourselves from from component manufacturer to a lead integrator. We would like to develop an aerospace ecosystem. We already have about 2,000 registered industry outsourcing partners. We would prefer to be a lead integrator by developing tier 1, 2, 3 suppliers. We have already, towards this, we have already started partnering early in the projects such as LCH and LUH. We are giving them, all the vendors, support based on design, technical, or extension of facilities or testing facilities as required by the civil partners. We also undertaking training programs in field of aerospace technology and management. With this, I finish.
Thank you very much, Commander Mahmani, for giving us that preview of the approach for civil certification of ALH. One leads the other, military leads the civil. In case of LUH, you've started with FAR 27, so we are already on the good track, and the concurrent, which would happen perhaps, that would be the best thing which could occur. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, maybe open the house for questions, please.
Any questions for any of the speakers?
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the lovely presentation by all three. My question is targeted towards Wing Commander Bandmani, sir. Sir, as I saw in your presentation, what it appears is that the HAL made a military aircraft, but concurrently they didn't go for the civil documentation or the certification, and that is where the lack is seen. And now you're going forward and ahead by concurrently doing the same thing. My question is that the aircraft which have been made, that is the ALH and the LUH, they're on the military specifications, and they are trying to meet certain requirements of the military. But do you think that by just certifying them by the DGCA or the EASA, the civil operator will be ready to buy an aircraft which is to be utilized by the military? Though it may somehow fit into the civil role, but it may prove to him to be of a higher cost and providing system which he actually doesn't require.
Thanks, Ajit. First thing, just correct, the ALH first unit was certified in 2001 by the CEMILAC. It was concurrently, it was also certified by the DGCA, but the programs followed were different. They were not concurrent programs. That means we did the DGCA program separately and the military program separately. There was no commonality between them at that point in time. What we aim today is to bring commonality between the two. The requirement, and what we talked about is using the military platform. All across the world, the military is actually going to be the what feeds into the civil. The military is the larger in the numbers. You have to build on the foundation of the military to be able to launch into the civil. Yes, the issue what you brought up of cost of operation requirements, everything stands. They have to be moderated by the manufacturer in a manner that it becomes viable for the civil operator. Using the military, as of now in the country, we have to use the ecosystem that is already existing in the country to be able to, in some way, support our civil. With a fleet of just, as I talked about, 5% of the fleet overall across 30 years, or pardon me, 60 years has been just civil for the HAL. There is no way 5% fleet can sustain on its own. The numbers are too small. That is why it is commonality which will bring us sustenance. And yes, we talk about it. The civil in this program, we have tried to moderate the civil requirements. We brought in some new avionics. We brought in certain, wherever we found the gap which would have affected civil operations, we have tried to close that gap. The cost of operation is something which will be known once the helicopter is inducted and is accepted by the civil world.
Yeah, right at the back, please. Oh, sorry. Would you please pass on the mic to the back? Sir, thank you, sir. At the mic at the back, please. At the back, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, and thanks to everyone for the lovely talk for the last 2 days. And thanks to RWSA, I'm also a life member. I'm Commander Sharma from the Indian Navy. This question, little thing, is for our doctor. She gave a beautiful talk on life-saving. Now, the problem which we in India are facing is finances, which I could make out. Like many times it has happened that the armed forces, Army, Navy and Air Force are utilized and we don't charge any money from individuals. Like many times I have saved life of fishermen. If I take on, in my whole life, I've saved more than 45 lives. And similarly, the Indian Army and Indian Air Force, of course, many of them which we saw in a few days. Now, what happens is, when you say about the highways and roads, now take an example, if something happens, you request for an ambulance. The first thing is that he says, you pay me, then only I take you to the hospital. So basically, I would only say that, saying that we in India need to change our thought process, that life is more important than money. Till we don't change that, I think it is not going to happen. Because what you mentioned about that one life saved is, the world is saved. So we have that value. I think we need to pressurize every state, every district that this is what is to be done. Because money will be required. And without money, we can't do that. And there will be cases, take an example, when you have an accident on the roadside with a truck, Now he's a truck driver. How much pay does he get? 30, 40,000 rupees a month. He has to run his family, he has to run. And if you ask him, okay, you pay for the helicopter ride for the HEMS, he'll say, sorry, I prefer to die than to pay for this much. My money can be utilized by my family. So I think this needs to be taken at a very high level. And in my thing, what we heard today for our Honorable Minister, very positive on these things. And I will just say that I have the privilege to fly our Honorable Prime Minister 25 times. And I know him very well. He will be the first person to go and help all of us. So we need an organization to really put it across to the government, the state governments, the district level, and things will look good. Because seeing somebody dying is a sad moment for our country. Thank you.
I was kind of presenting to you about the Madhya Pradesh model, where this air ambulance seva is called PM Shri Air Ambulance Seva, where every single citizen there get free air ambulance or free airlifting done if there is a trauma. So trauma, everybody is eligible for a free airlift. And if it comes to we have listed out nearly around 120 medical conditions that almost covers every medical condition, and also there is kind of, we can expand it as well. So in that, everybody having a Ayushman Bharat card. These people, if you have a Ayushman Bharat card, they get free airlifting done. And people who would like to go outside state as well, they also get it, they also get it free of cost if the particular treatment is not available within the state, like for example, lung transplant, a heart transplant, which is only available in the southern states at this point of time. So even if they have Ayushman Bharat card, even they qualify for free airlift. And people who do not have Ayushman Bharat card, immaterial, all traumas are free of cost. So this is like a big example. If you look at the land ambulance services, 108, 10 years ago, no one ever thought this is going to be a free service for India, that land ambulance will be responding. But today, this is the future. The air ambulances or the helicopter emergencies will become the future, sir. Already, like, we have 5 states in the pipeline who are asking for this service.
No, that's what, I'm very happy that you mentioned about one state, Madhya Pradesh. And knowing our Indian population and the number of states, I think it has to come down from the top that every state starts off as a model of Madhya Pradesh or otherwise. Because what happens is that you mentioned about the lung transplant or the liver transplant, that's at a later stage. But the first state and the first methodology of saving a life is more important. That is what I'm saying. Now, like Ayushman card, like I'll tell you, like you go into the rural areas, the people are not aware of that Ayushman card. So that needs to be educated to them, that everything will be taken care and the government is with you. This is just my little submission to all of you, since you all are into this field, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah, please, the side to the right, please.
There's a question to the doctor. Ma'am, you're very right in bringing out the fact that...
A little louder, please. I think microphone closer. Thank you.
You're very right in bringing out the fact that, ma'am, the time restrictions are more imposed by the medical facilities and doctors' availability rather than the aviation part of it. My personal experience from Jagdalpur, when non-election time, we had a soldier collapse, multiple organ failure because of cerebral malaria or something. We could launch an AN-32 taking off from Agra at 2 o'clock in the night, ready for takeoff at 5 o'clock from Jagdalpur. After that, the flexibility was further shown when he got airborne for Vizag. Airborne, after airborne, he realized the specialist was not available at Vizag Naval Hospital. It was in air diverted to Lucknow, and the guy was saved. Amazing. But it took 9 hours to stabilize the patient before the aircraft could be launched. So my submission, rather just thinking aloud, is it possible that you start implementing a medical vertical in each and every ATC complex? My idea is that you have the road access, you have a building, you have non-stop power supply, you have a standing ambulance, you have everything which allows dedicating one big room with comfortable doctors and available other infrastructure to enforce or rather facilitate faster stabilization and be ready when the aircraft comes. Is it a valid suggestion or is it possible?
Absolutely. They say every little help or every little step will definitely strengthen this service further. Like, we need input and support from all, partners in terms of, it could be airport authorities, it could be from the government, state government, central government, state, health is a state subject. So from health authorities, health departments, I think there is kind of no limit what we can do in this aspect. Yes, I'll take that as a very, very good point as well. Thank you.
So my suggestion or request is, ma'am, is it possible that we incorporate it, take it away from the health, which is a state thing, into aviation and ATC facilities, which is a central thing, and airfield, which is a central thing, and make it by default top-down approach to ensure that all the ATCs have it, airfield have it.
Of course, all leaders are here in case we all put in this thought. Definitely.
Yeah, I know, because it's something which is outside her purview. But we will take this point down from RW's side and take it forward.
And just one more question to Bambani sir.
Please.
Sir, it seems the military has contributed a lot by way of data to for all the designs that you have done, and which most likely will be the civil will be benefiting. So just to increase this interoperability, why do we always think that the military has to outsource to the civil as a future? Why can't it be that now that we have given the data and we already have the first line, second line, third line servicing facilities available, ready, infrastructure, manpower, everything ready. Why can't in future we think of the civil co-opting with the military to avail this first, second and third line servicing at the local offices, east, north, west, or rather than coming all the way to the primary bases, like in this case HAL. So can we think of the civil offsetting, contributing, and maybe even financing the military?
Civil is going to be civil world is a business-driven world. It depends on profitability and cost of maintenance and cost of operation. I'm not very clear with the question, however, I'll try my best to answer that. Yes, the military has all the infrastructure available, is already set up, it has put the cost in, okay. In fact, it would be to the benefit of the civil if it could use this military infrastructure to kind of cut down its own cost.
MOD and the MOCA are collaborating on second and third line servicing and training the personnel, civil personnel, and allowing our BRD services to be used. So that is already happening. What he's suggesting between the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Civil Aviation, that collaboration is already.
In fact, it will require a lot of regulatory change. I can give an example. I have got an MRO which does the military. It cannot touch the civil aircraft as of today. For 10 aircraft, we run a separate section,
not the same
hangar.
We are using similar infrastructure, sir. Using the facilities, but not exactly the same equipment.
I think it needs to be within the same facility also. I guess we still need to have the personnel and the whole system certified to operate for the civil.
It's on the ministry level, sir. It'll come down once the regulations are set on that.
It should benefit everybody.
Yes.
I'll just add, as of now for the ALH, we are also trying to set up MROs, one in the northern hub and one in the eastern hub. This is basically for the army, and then it will continue to be servicing the Air Force and other things whenever it comes up. And we are also trying to move some more infrastructure onto Barakpur area so that ALH can be serviced. So as of now, the basic hub that we have, the MRO at HAL, which services the military as well as some portion of it, like you said, some services of the military, testers, tools, something and all, labs and all are being used for the civil world. So the same way, it is also going to happen in the other hubs in future, hopefully depending on how much we are able to get orders from the civil market so that we'll be able to utilize it better. Obviously, basically everything is based on the utilization that's going to happen. More the numbers, I think these things will come in place.
My question is for Wing Commander Bambani. Okay. Yeah, I have recently heard that MOU has been signed with Pavanans for delivering 10 offshore ALH helicopters. And it is under certification right now. My question to you is, since this helicopter will be first time flying offshore for production flying or crew change, how are you going to integrate the training aspect? Are you planning for any simulators for this? Is it going to happen concurrently, or we'll have to make good with the existing Mark 1 simulator?
Thanks, PK, for asking this question. Yes, we have already thought about how do we train. Okay. The basic helicopter is same as the old ALH. The handling qualities and the engine, though it may be a higher powered engine, the basic handling of the helicopter remains same. We have the Hatroff currently, which is a certified simulator for the ALH. Following, we will be using the same facility to do part of the training, not full. Part of the training, we will be utilizing the same facility. The rest of the training we planning on the helicopter. And what you said, yes, a simulator is also in the pipeline. So by that time, maybe we may be delayed by a year or two behind this initial aircraft, but we will have a simulator which will cater to the needs of the civil completely with the current configuration of the aircraft. But the model is very similar to what the Dolphin has been doing, or the Bell 412 does with the Hatroff.
We have put up a paper on this to the DGCA, and last week we also had a meeting with the Minister of Civil Aviation who was here today, and we said the same thing to him as to how we are going about to start our training. The basic thrust of our presentation was that we should, the customer should know exactly what's the training, and CMD of Pavanance was there, and he quickly agreed that this is the same process that they are following for Bell 412 as well as for Dolphin, and it was agreed, and DGCA is also going to support us. Yes, we are in the pipeline to do Mark 3 and Mark 4 simulators for the Army, which will take care of the glass cockpit version, so that you will have a Mark 3 version of civil also, so that full motion simulator will also be available. This is only a gap in between which we are trying to address, between the time that we have that particular simulator to the time that we don't have that simulator. We'll be able to do this. I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Commander MK, may I request to please keep it short. Thank you very much.
It's regarding to Dr. Shalini. I've been operating in the field like you told Jagdalpur. So all the time we have been talking about HEMS. What country needs is now air ambulance first, akin to what we have in fixed wing system. I don't know why we are not thinking of helicopter, and that is convertibility, because most of the operators are very jittery about going into HEMS because it costs a lot of, like Victor Tango ICU, I think. They are sitting on the ground. So first, and secondly, our regulation also does not permit the normal helicopters to carry ambulance, that is stretchers. So our aim should be to first casualty evacuation rather than just high intensive medical care evacuations. All your highways will be a casualty evacuation. It will not be a medical evacuation. So it should be encouraged, like since you are already with PMO and at that level, if you can tell them to change over the AMT car. Now all these NSOP helicopters can't carry primary patients. Primary patients are those accident patients. We can only carry tertiary patients. There is no use. So it should be reversed. All these NSOP helicopters should be allowed with, of course, those STC stretchers to carry the primary patients, not the tertiary patients.
Sir, I think the HEMS definition by itself has been largely, I would say, like, I wouldn't say misunderstood. I think it is been blown out of proportion, the understanding of that particular term. If you look at America, they do single engine, Bell 407 is the one which is carrying all the patients. So I think, as you said, you should think in a broader perspective when it comes to HEMS. HEMS is not exactly what CAR defines. It has to be the advanced avionics glass cockpit and the advanced equipments, but the skill set, no matter which helicopter the patient we bring in, of course, need to have an AMT, Aeromedical Transport Certificate, will have a stretcher which is cleared by STC, and appropriate skill set goes on that helicopter. Like it's not about the machine, it's about the equipment and the skill set that goes. So I think the confusion between HEMS, AMT, air ambulance, if people just forget those terms like critical technical terms and just looking at it as an air ambulance, I think that will kind of dilute this entire obsession about the HEMS helicopter being that particular car document requirement, I would say.
That's one view, sir. We can take it out further for that matter. Thank you. Any other question, please? Yeah.
Once again, let me thank Ramesh, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, and let me thank the organizers as well as Dr. Shalini for such a diversified topic integrating with the helicopters, that is medical. Earlier was food security. Being said that, I feel emergency medicine specialization is one of the most important thing, probably is the need of the hour to handle this aspect also. And as the group captain mentioned, the concern will be addressed probably, I hope, by the more and more emergency medicine specialists available in this country, which is on the anvil and it is developing. And another factor before coming to the question is that the cost factor, there was a slide on cost factor, and it was told that the life lost on the roads were connected to the GDP and per. So I would suggest that it should be that we should not be directly linking it to it. The root cause of road accident should be reduced than higher road accident being connected to the GDP. That is my humble submission on that. Coming to the question, I have two questions. One is for Dr. Shalini and one is for Captain Aman. Coming to Dr. Shalini, doctors nowadays, what the biggest challenge is that if they are not following the medical protocol, which is in addition to the business aspects, etc., which is unethical, probably according to me, is to protect the doctors from the legal aspects. So how your roles, you said you are deviating from the standard protocols many a times. Is it taken care of in this country or that it is in the process?
Yes. So whatever we are following today is the trauma protocol of the world. Like we are not deviating from any of the procedures and the protocols. And we follow the same missed scoring reporting where we report the accident with the kind of injury closest to the tertiary care center. They're all like a gold standards. There's nothing that new or innovative things we have brought in. And this is, India is behind, we are 35 years behind in HEM service or air ambulance service. So this is not something new we are doing it here. All the other countries have been doing it. And coming back to the question of HEMS, we are not looking at day and night operation from day one. See, we have started off Madhya Pradesh with a single engine doing day operations, and then we will go into night operations. London HEMS, which is one of the largest HEMS services, they took 20 years to get into night operations. So I think jumping into night operations where we look at it as a HEMS operation rather than that, we should just stick to the most economic, cost-effective, government fund friendly in terms of pockets and with excellent medical care. That's what we should focus. This is the reason why I've been insisting that this is a medically driven operation, not an aviation driven operation. Thank you.
If I may ask, is India having a standard protocol for these particular operations, what you do, which is probably slightly deviating from the standard IMA protocols which are in established practice now?
So if you look at the ATLS, Advanced Trauma Life Support, this is exactly what we follow. And that all the Indian doctors are also trained on the ATLS. If you look at all the emergency doctors, they get trained on the ATLS. We
Sorry
follow
to
the same
interrupt.
protocols.
My question was, is it legally? Because doctors' protection, you are a doctor, medical doctor, I understand. Your legal protection, is it taken care of in India? My precise question is on that
There are two
aspect.
layers of protection we have, or if you ask me particularly how we address this in our organization. So one is consenting and communication with the families. which happens at 3 levels, which I'll discuss you off
No,
this stage.
it is
And
taken
the
care
second
of.
one is there is something called a medical professional indemnity, which every single doctor have to buy it on their own, and it's the same thing across the world. They are the two protocols, which kind of two legal systems which protect us from any kind of a thing. But whatever we follow is a world standard. There's no deviation. That's all I can say.
Okay, I understand that. That is also taken care of in India. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank
thank
you. And for Dr. Aman, Captain Aman, you talked about jammers and on the drones. What happens if the jammers are jamming the drones? What happens after that?
So jamming is basically a soft kill technique. There are two ways you can get a drone out of the sky. There's soft and hard kill. So hard kill is lasers, rockets, nets. Some countries use trained eagles to catch drones and all of that. But soft kill basically, it depends on what the OEM has programmed the drone to do. Most commercial drones, when jammed, have like a 20 to 30 second timeout where they would just hover in place. And beyond that, if they don't have a GPS signal, they start drifting with the wind. So wherever the wind takes, they'll follow along. And slightly cheaper commercial drones would just basically plop out of the sky. They would fall out of the sky. So it depends on operational perspective, what you want to do with a rogue drone entering your airspace. I'll give you an example. We did a trial at the Juhu Aerodrome, one of the first companies to do a drone flying in a red zone. Where with an active airport, there was Santa Cruz across the highway, which was active, running ATC. All the ILS DME frequencies were active. There was aircrafts coming in and out, and we flew a drone inside with the counter drone system active, with the radar, with the jammer, with the radio detector and all that. It spotted the drone, it jammed the drone, spoofed it and brought it down to the bomb disposal pit at the end of the runway, where you're supposed to have all bomb threats, and without hurting a single frequency of any airport communication. So we proved to all the stakeholders, including AI, BCAS, DGCA, MHA, everybody was there. We proved to them that counter drones are safe to use. And if a drone gets jammed, there are many things you can do to control its movement and get it to a protective place. So that technology keeps improving. But in most cases, if it's commercial, if it's cheap, it's maybe just going to fall out of the sky. So
in that case, it has got a safety aspect. And in the case that you explained, that a jammer can control the drone also, that makes it safe. Thank you.
So maybe have the concluding remarks for the draw session.
All the three speakers have given a very, very detailed talk on the subjects they are allotted. And I think we had a very interesting question and answer session. So on ICAT and Dr. Shalini, HEMS, so one of the points that was probably needs to be looked into is that while state funding is being done on an experimental basis, one in Madhya Pradesh and Uttarakhand, but I believe that there is a limitation to how much of state funding can be done and how many helicopter centers can be set up for the HEMS. I believe that subsequently what we need to look at is a kind of entering into a tripartite arrangement where an NSOP operator, where a hospital and the insurance companies come together so that any patient who is going to be airlifted, it is covered either under the insurance policy or the hospital. That is something that may be considered on that. As regards the drones, I think Captain Aman Johri, who is a potential astronaut from India, he's covered it in all the aspects of it. So we talked about that, especially the point related to the infrastructure, the drone and the helicopters. So that needs to be looked into. And his stand that helicopters will continue to remain. That means they will work concurrently. Both in tandem they'll work. That means drones are there as well as the helicopters. So the concern that will the drones will drive away the helicopters from the active aviation? No. Yes, there are certain roles that were taken away from helicopters by the drones, but helicopters will continue to play a certain role, and I believe that it will be some time before the helicopters actually disappear. So he said that there are 700 plus applications for the drones, and some of the applications are from the helicopters, which is being taken away, but helicopters will remain. Coming to Wing Commander Anil Bambani, we had an interaction with him 20 years back. I think probably Marshal Budala also would be aware when we had the contract to start operating and maintaining the ALH way back in 2005, 2006. So we're just talking about it. 20 years down the line, are we still at the same place which way we talked about it? He said, why it's not making a kind of a success in the civilian world. There are some issues that are there which I believe HL is overcoming in that, overcoming those aspects of it. But one of the points that needs to be known is the cost of operations. Every civil operator, before he goes and buys a helicopter, he would like to know the safety record of the helicopter, which is going to be established by the flying in the military. When 300 helicopters fly in the military over 1 million hours and the accident rate can be shown, that safety standards are established. But what a commercial operator needs to know is that how much is going to cost him, a direct cost of operations per hour, because he has to market his helicopter. Until unless he knows the cost of operations, he would not be able to fix the rates. Until the time that is done, it's very difficult for a civil operator to actually go and invest in the Mark III ALS, but I'm sure HL will work that out. With that, I conclude this session.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Captain Gary, our president from the Western region, to please facilitate the speakers.
Thank you. I just want to add a line which is we have been discussing with Butala Saab, Singhdeo Saab and Captain Nitin Velte about bringing a world-class platform for giving a mental health support to the pilots because they work under a high-stress environment and also isolating, it's a very isolating job as well. So I just would like to say that that will be, we will bring that forth and make that a platform where anonymously or with your names revealed, you can access that. I mean, a lot of pilots are here. I would just like to say as a joint, like, you know, we would like to bring that to platform. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the information. So, may I call upon Dr. Shalini to please accept her medallion from Captain Gailey. Thank you very much. Captain Aman Johri, would you please and may I request Wing Commander Anil Bambani to please accept a token of appreciation from us. Can we have a group photograph, please, all of the speakers up front? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The cup of tea awaits, tea and coffee awaits you from outside, and perhaps a quick return back to the hall for just one final session, 2 more speakers. Thank you. हाँ, 2 चेयर मतलब only 3 chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an announcement here. One gentleman has dropped his car keys somewhere in the parking area. It has got a Rashtrapati Bhavan logo at the end of the key. So, yeah, so if somebody finds it, could you please hand it over here? We'll be grateful, actually. Thank you.
ये देखो ये फ्रंट से नहीं आएगी ना, ये फ्रंट से नहीं आएगी। एक्चुअली क्या होता है, देखो क्या होता है, कैसे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं ये है ना सर
तो और कैसे क्लिक कर सकता मैं
एक सेकंड सर हो गया
कहाँ पे Probably should control alt delete and close up the app because the app's overloaded I think. Yeah, close that off. Now what? Now try. Okay, you're good.
Okay. फर्स्ट सबका है कि फर्स्ट उनका है
First is and then where do I click?
या पॉइंटर
Pointer. Click
इसे
this
डाउन
one.
है
Okay.
उनका है ना फर्स्ट पहले तो
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. तुम मेरी वो तैयार कर दो उसके बाद मेरी पेन
हाँ
ड्राइव
हाँ बस ये
कल
हो
का और
गया
आज का जो भी
ये
सब आ गए।
सारे आके
मैं डाल
मैं डाल देता हूँ
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I request you please settle down? So while we are waiting for some people to just move in from the foyer, after this session, we will be moving straight away to the basement. The life members will be there for the AGM. RWSI life members are requested to just move to the basement after this from outside the foyer, and we will have our AGM there immediately thereafter. Is there anyone else left in the foyer? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Dr. Vijay, sir, please to come and take the chair for this session, a short session of 2 presentations. And I can invite Captain from Blue Skies to please come. Jason, will you please be here? Thank you very much. As we settle down, allow me to introduce the chair of this final session of our HPI 2024 9th version. Dr. Vijay Kumar is the erstwhile Executive Director of Rotor Wing Research and Design Center. He's been responsible for several pioneering designs of the ALH family. LUH has done the first flight under his aegis, and so has the IMRH, what you heard yesterday, has taken shape in 2017 with the full mock-up coming up there. He's an alumni of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and has been awarded by them on the Platinum Jubilee. As also, he's the Excellence Award holder of RWSI. He has kindly consented to chair this final session. Our first speaker for the day is Captain Captain Bumidu Vadanami from Blue Skies Aviation Private Limited, and he's going to talk about the inlet barrier filters, as what we heard yesterday about the military aeroplanes, today in the civil context. Yeah, sure. Come.
We got a video here to play. Just give me a second. Here we go. I'll start with things off with a quick video clip. This should be a pretty familiar sight, especially for when we're operating outside of our nicely sealed helipads. So I'll make this quick and skip some of the videos. Good evening, everyone. I'm Bhumindu Nambi, and thanks for joining me here. I'm representing Aero Metals and Blue Skies Aviation. Special thanks to the RWSI and the team for this opportunity here for me to present our product. Today I'm here to represent a revolutionary new technology that can significantly improve the longevity and reliability of your helicopter engines, and that is with air inlet barrier filters. These amazing devices are set to transform how we protect and maintain our engines, making them last longer and work more efficiently. So let's dive in. We all know helicopters are incredible machines that are capable of soaring to great heights and operate over vast landscapes. However, this versatility comes at a cost. Dust and sand are abrasive particles that can erode the engine's components, leading to reduced reliability and increased maintenance costs. The ingestion of salt can also accelerate the deterioration process of engine components. This is particularly noticeable for the coastal areas of India. For us Indian helicopter operators who frequently operate in these diverse environments, these issues are particularly noticeable. So helicopters face some pretty tough conditions. To keep them flying smoothly, we need to protect their engines. When the engines breathe in dust, sand, salt, and other urban pollutants, these tiny particles can wear down the engine's delicate parts. And not only that, it also shortens the engine's lifespan. And of course, all this extra wear and tear means frequent repairs and more maintenance costs. As you can see from these photographs, the turbine blades have suffered significant damage from the harsh operations that our helicopters operate in. This particular example comes out of a CT-7 engine that was operating in Saudi Arabia for only after 300 hours. And we can say happily that after the installation of an RBF system, they managed to get this up to 1,500 hours before this condition is experienced on the identical helicopter. If we don't protect our helicopter engines from these contaminants, our operations may run into some serious problems. Firstly, the requirement for more repairs and maintenance means they'll be out of action for longer, reducing their overall availability. Secondly, operating in these harsh environments can significantly impact the engine's reliability and lifespan. This can lead to mission failures and costly repairs, making it harder to achieve our goals. And finally, the buildup of debris inside the engine, as well as the glacification and erosion of turbine blades, forces the engine to work harder, leading to reductions in the overall fuel efficiency of the aircraft, which is not good for us as an operator. Let's explain this chart here. Shows the potential risk for operations by plotting the exposure time against the dust concentration. So the brown box there represents the critical time for any helicopter, which is the near ground operations where there's most likely to get damaged by these particles that can be ingested to the engines. So we can't change the environment that we operate in, but what we can change is by modifying our machines. So our aim with the IBF is to move this area of operation, the brown box over here, move it into this into the envelope of the safe to fly zone. That's the basic idea behind. So let's talk about a solution to the issues. An inlet barrier filter, or IBF, acts as a shield protecting the engine from these harmful debris and contaminants. It is able to greatly reduce the wear and tear on the engine and extend the life of the engine. It also cuts down on maintenance costs for operators, which is a good sign. So engine manufacturers publish a time before overhaul, which is a TBO. And as operators in this region, we all know how hard it is to meet the full service life of this TBO, due to those reasons I mentioned earlier. All right, so Aero Metals is a company that specializes in protecting helicopter engines. We design, build, and test specialized filters called the RBF. And as you can see on these photographs, that's how they look installed on a military, the Mi-17, as well as the Sikorsky helicopter. So for decades, Aero Metals have been leading the way in RBF technology, meeting the diverse needs of operators worldwide. At this time, Aero Metals produces over 20 different RBF systems for various makes and models, all of them which have an approved STC. These STCs cover the filter itself, the installation process, the cockpit annunciators, as well as any amendments required for the flight manuals. So far, over 3,000 units have been sold and installed on aircraft worldwide. These are some of the makes and models that we provide services for. Let me introduce you to the Aero Metals IBF filter, or inlet barrier filter, RBF for short, providing a robust defense against environmental contaminants. When an Aero Metals inlet barrier filter system is installed on your helicopter, it protects the engine from foreign object damage and the potential for bird strikes as well. It also reduces the amount of dust and sand that gets ingested to the engine, which in turn eliminates this micro erosion of turbine blades, which can happen even in normal operating conditions. So overall, this reduces the likelihood for premature withdrawal of components. The certification of an RBF system is a rigorous process. It takes extensive ground testing and over 100 hours of flight testing to ensure compliance with all the regulations. This whole process usually takes about 3 years to complete from start to finish. So let's talk a bit about our filter. The filter itself, it's a multi-layered plated design that's treated with a specialized tasifier oil. Airflow into the filter, airflow into the engine, I should say, is channeled through this filter media, which can help trap all of the particles and the contaminants that would otherwise be ingested into the engine. And in this way, the filter can just be taken off and washed instead of the particles building up inside the engine. Testing has shown a capture efficiency of 99.3%. Our filters are made of 7 layers of cotton gauze that is sandwiched between a fine metal mesh screen. This acts as a shield against foreign object damage instead of just being the paper filter. The plated media is cased into an aluminum frame and is attached quite easily into the aircraft structure without major modifications. Our RBFs are housed in usually made out of carbon fiber or Kevlar housings, and this photograph here of the simulation shows that there's no the attachment of the filter doesn't drastically impact the aerodynamic characteristics of the aircraft. Aero Metals RBF work on a pretty simple working principle. Firstly, the elements are treated with a tasifier oil, and the air flows through the filter. As it flows through, it captures all the contaminants that will be gone in. And as needed or periodically, these filters can be easily removed from the aircraft, washed, and then re-oiled before reinstalling back on the aircraft. As I said earlier, our Aerometals filters are able to capture 99.3% of the SAE course test dust, but despite the name, it's a quite fine powder, very similar to talcum powder in feel. Aerometals IBFs are also able to limit salt deposits from forming on the turbine blade, which is a common issue experienced in the coastal regions of India, particularly the coast guards of India. Our filter media is able to trap up to 96% of the aerosols present in the air during coastal and offshore operations. Let's have a look at this map over here. It shows us just how tough the conditions are for helicopters all across Asia, but particularly in our country, in India. These areas in orange are of high airborne salt content. These harsh conditions can really take a toll on our helicopters. Besides the obvious threats like salt and sand, we also had to worry about pollution from our heavily populated cities. Industrial pollution such as sulfur dioxide or nitrous oxides can accelerate this deterioration process of engine components. The use of an IBF has also been shown to nullify the conditions experienced during high temperature environments. So some of these conditions such as turbine engine popping and blade damage, which is often experienced during aerial firefighting ops. Another case of concern with any type of filter is the issue of filter clogging. To address this issue, Aerometals have features a bypass door system. These are typically made of aluminum with an electromechanical actuator to open and close. Similar diagram as before, but this one shows how even in the case of a severe filter blocking, our bypass doors can be opened by the pilot and let sufficient airflow into the inlet to make sure the engine keeps from running smoothly. This is just a couple of photographs with the Sikorsky helicopter. Filters on, bypass doors closed. If you need, you just simply press a button in the cockpit, opens the bypass doors, and functions as normal. And that's just the diagram of how the actuator works on the inside. So this was that switch that I was talking about. That's the pilot has to operate. Our Aerometals IBF systems have built-in sensors to monitor how well the filters are performing. This is done using differential pressure transducers. If a filter is clogged, a low inlet pressure light illuminates in the cockpit. The pilot may then push the button, open the bypass doors, and continue the mission as normal. He can return back to home base afterwards safely, and then wash and clean the filters, and off you go again. For added peace of mind, we offer an optional health monitor that keeps you updated as a live feed on the condition of your filter. This instrument provides the pilot with continuous information on filter performance, which is excellent for situational awareness and proactive cleaning. The main questions that comes to mind is how having an IBF filter impacts the performance and engine health. Obviously, the addition of an IBF results in slightly more inlet differential pressure than on an unrestricted engine. This requires the engine to spin faster to provide the same airflow. But it is the same effect seen on a partially degraded or eroded engine if it wasn't filtered to start with. This graph shows the degradation of a turbine engine health margin with normal operation. Keep in mind that this is just a generic graph on a theoretical turbine engine, does not represent any specific make or model. The red line here indicates a standard turbine engine in its unfiltered configuration, showing a continuous and linear decline over time with use. An identical system, an identical engine, I should say, is fitted with an IBF system. That is indicated by the blue line over there. While there's an initial drop in the engine health margin, as you say, differential pressure, that can be installed after the installation, The remaining engine health will be preserved and maintained for longer. And as visible at the intersection marked in the green there, the point in the margin there, it's the same effect as seen on an unfiltered engine after only 75 to 200 hours of operation. The rate of engine health degradation is significantly reduced with the installation of an RBF. And these spikes on the chart just represents how some engine health can be regained simply by washing and cleaning off the filter, reattachment. And the continuous nature of the blue line is there to represent the increased potential of an engine installed with an RBF to maintain robust operability until the TBO. So for best results, the ideal time to install an RBF is obviously after a freshly overhauled engine or one with relatively low operating hours. The benefits of installing an RBF may not be as pronounced when it's installed in an engine that's already quite significantly degraded. Again, for this whole process, no special tools will be required. Another interesting picture over here that was taken in Australia just shows how much dust can be collected inside the hollow shaft of this particular Ariel 1D1 model of engine. It was taken after only 800 hours of operation, so it's quite a low number of hours to collect that much dust. Maintenance of an RBF system, as I said earlier, is fairly straightforward. Basically, the filters are removed from the aircraft, cleaned, and then reinstalled back again. We recommend the cleaning of filters every 300 hours or earlier if one of the low pressure light is illuminated, depending on the type of mission that you're operating. The cleaning process does not require any special tools, and there's no limit on the number of cleaning cycles that can be performed on our filters. Aerometals recommends replacement of the filters at 4,500 hours. You might still be wondering why you should install an RBF on your helicopters. Well, let's break it down into three. First and foremost, RBF saves you money. By keeping dirt and dust out of your engine, they reduce the wear and tear, and this means less downtime and lower repair cost. Secondly, RBFs extend the life of your engine. This means fewer engine replacement and significant cost savings again over time. Finally, a cleaner air intake means the engine operates more efficiently. This again translates into lower operating costs and increased profitability, which is what we all want. So installing an RBF saves you money, helps your engines last longer, and makes your helicopters run more efficiently, which in turn improves safety. With Aerometals RBFs, your helicopters will be ready for action more often. Let's get into a conclusion here. Inlet barrier filters are a big step forward in helicopter engine longevity. RBFs can significantly improve the life and reliability of your engines, which is essentially the heart of the aircraft. So I encourage you to consider Aerometals RBFs for your engines. You can protect your engines, protect your aircraft, and protect everyone on board. Numerous military and civilian operators have already experienced the benefits of our Aerometals RBF system, so join them and see what a difference an Aerometals RBF can make for your helicopter. So thank you for listening for my speech and for your time here. You can contact us using the following information or come see us just out the front there in the Aerometals booth. And I'll conclude my presentation with that one. Thank you. We'll just finish that off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. So the next speaker for the final speaker for this entire session, the mantle falls on Jason. Jason's resume is very interesting. He says, I'm an innovation enthusiast, and he's part of a great team. So we maintained that, and we saw that what kind of a synergy they have right outside in the stall. Without much ado, I would request him to please come here and speak about comprehensive helicopter solutions driving optimization. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us here today. On behalf of Eagle, we're really happy and delighted to be here. I understand it's dinner time, so I won't take too much of your time as we go through this. But before I get into the presentation, I'm going to create a bit of a picture in your mind here. You know, we've heard a lot of things in the last 2 days. We've heard a lot about drones and helicopters. We firmly believe there's going to be a space for both assets depending on the mission profile. And we've also heard the barrier to capital, which is truly a situation that we all need to consider. I think it's a lot more prevalent in emerging markets, as well as markets in India, which is a developed market, but the reality is the barrier to capital is significant across the board. So the question comes down to is, what are the different levers at hand for the operators to address the barrier to capital, okay? So before I get into this presentation, I want to provide some kudos to the key OEMs that we support today. The caveat here is what Eagle Copters does is extremely unique. We are here to augment and enhance the value of the OEMs. The OEMs are simply not in a position to address every single customer they have with the thousands of aircraft they have to the same level of urgency that every customer wants. It's simply not possible. In fact, we believe the OEMs focus on tier 1 customers. These are premium revenue streams. These are high fleets. These are military. But when you think about operators with the 1 aircraft or the 2 aircraft, which is a very predominant situation here in India, it becomes a bit of a problem. So what do OEMs do to address that problem? You know, I want to call out Bell in this case, because we are a Bell CSF for 45 years this year, out of our 50 years of existence. And Bell has got a fantastic network of global CSFs around the world. And the philosophy there is, through the CSFs who are embedded in the markets, Bell is able to provide exceptional support to the end users, not just to the large customers that Bell will deal directly with, but also through the CSFs. And we think this model is, quite frankly, extremely important for the ecosystem in general. And Bell is, quite frankly, the only entity that does that. Now, you'll have that with Airbus to an extent, Sikorsky to an extent, but none more so than the way Bell has developed this ecosystem around the world. Now, moving to Eagle as such, I just wanted to give you guys a perspective of why am I going to speak to this topic? Because in the last 50 years, as Eagle Copters, we have built a comprehensive ecosystem that enables us to provide these low-cost solutions, meeting the mission profiles of customers around the world and complicated mission profiles, from military to commercial to HEMS to SAR. We can still provide the same solutions, but at 30% the cost basis. So here's what I'm alluding to. You've got the OEMs on the far side of the equation. You've got the operators on the other side of the equation, and the lessors. But in between, a lot of us forget about this ecosystem that exists. Okay, you've got Hemi MRO, product development, fleet management, used aircraft sales, a very key element of engineering certification solutions, because the OEMs cannot simply produce the STC to the requirements of the market. The volume is too high, and the cost to benefit ratio might not be there. Parts and programs, and then leasing. And in this ecosystem itself, there are players who will play in 1 or 2 of these segments, but very few that play in all of them. There's probably 4 of us around the world that do that today. There's 1 in Germany, 2 in North America, and 1 in Southeast Asia. But when you have this sort of ecosystem, I call it the extension of the OEMs. So today, Eagle, we represent Bell, Sikorsky, and Leonardo. And collectively, we can address multi-mission profile requirements for customers around the world. So how do we do this? These are the headwinds today impacting our markets. These headwinds are faced by everybody, whether you're an OEM, you're a supplier, you're an operator, you're a lessor, it doesn't matter. It's affecting everybody. We are all in the situation together, and now we've got to start thinking out of the box. Based on cost of operations, I've decided to break it down into a combination of cost basis. So you got your aircraft acquisition costs, whether it's new or whether it's used. You got your annual variable costs with all those line items. And then you have your fixed costs, such as insurance, crew, et cetera, et cetera. The bottom line is, what are the levers between these three segments that you can adjust to impact your cost in a way that's more preferable to you? So what I've done is I've broken it down to the following aircraft segments, from light 1, I call it light 2, depending on payload, the intermediate, medium, and then super medium segments. At Eagle, we can speak more to the light 2 segments, the intermediate and the mediums, because that's where we've focused on. We are not experts in the super medium, nor we do much in the light, I would say the light 1 segments, a little bit of the Bell 505s. So here's an interesting model. And this model has been charted after talking to multiple customers, as well as building it from Conklin to Decker. So it's a triage of information coming in to drive this model. And what this tells you is, over the course of 5 years, if you break your percentage of operations down between those three elements of acquisition costs, annual variable costs, and annual fixed costs, this is really what the summary states. The bottom line is 74% of those costs are from your acquisition and your variable costs. That is significant. Now let's take it over 10 years. What does that look like? It's still significant. It's 65%. And these are costs that are completely within the control of the operator, depending on the decisions that they make. So what are the options? When you're thinking about acquisition, lead times is a real problem. Operators are faced with high liquidation costs because they can't meet timelines to a contract, or they can't get into a contract because they're waiting on the aircraft. We call it lost opportunity. So there's different scenarios. Today we're working with OEMs around the world to call it bridge programs, where we offer an aircraft for 3 to 5 years while the lead times ease. That is one option that is very much on the table today. Another option is looking at a lease to purchase option, where an entity like Eagle can buy an aircraft, whether new or used, and we can provide a financing solution where you're not having to wait for an aircraft coming off the line. Completions is another piece. You know what, we work very closely with our OEMs, and I can tell you firsthand, the OEMs are in place to increase the install base. And yes, they got some specialized capabilities and completions. But when you're talking about onesies or twosie completions, something that's very unique for 1 or 3 or 4 aircraft, it takes a lot of resources away from them to create that, that specialized situation or configuration. That also costs the operator a lot more money, because from a cost-benefit basis, they cannot put the recurring costs or non-recurring costs of engineering across a larger fleet of aircraft. So what the option here that we're suggesting is, at the end of the day, to potentially find entities who can design, validate, certify, issue the STC, and move it anywhere in the world with the bilaterals that exist through ICAO. We have done this a lot on H-125 Airbus police helicopters, on Bell 412 EP helicopters for police and firefighting, Bell 407s for police as well as HEMS. And we've got STCs in place that we can quickly move into aircraft. They're validated by EASA, FAA, Transport, JCAB, and if they're not, we can use the bilaterals to move them. So it really gives you a lot of flexibility where the operator can look at a green ship to reduce the time of acquisition, move it to an entity that has this capability, do it for a quicker lead time and at a lower cost compared to the OEM, and still try and make the contract timeline. It's something that we have worked with Bell, for example, to deploy, and we've done this in the past on quite a few different customers. On variable costs, this is interesting. So it comes down to the maintenance plans and the parts procurement plans. Look, the reality is we are in a global supply chain squeeze today, and that squeeze is not going to get better anytime soon. You know, we turned off the manufacturing during COVID, and to turn it back on doesn't mean that we alleviate the situation right away. So what are the options? we today work within the regulators' framework to get approvals to buy used aircraft, to carry out the ground runs, to make sure all systems are go, and then remove these components, document them, and issue the Form 1s or the 8130s. So we're moving components around the world today that have 20%, 30% to 60% or more life remaining. That is actually more preferable to the customer. Because why would you buy a 4,000 hour, when you have a service life limit of 4,000 hours, for example, why would you buy a new part or a new component when your runtime is only 300 hours a year or 400 hours a year? You know, you got 12 years to exhaust that capital. Why don't you put in a component that has 20% life remaining that will take you out 2-3 years sometimes, depending on your runtime, and where your capital cost is not significant, right? So bottom line is, we've got to think about reducing the cost of operations for the operators. We work closely with the OEMs, we work closely with our regulator, and we're able to issue these components around the world. So that's a key solution. Another one that comes to mind is finding other entities like Heli One, like Eagle Copters, like Arrow Aviation, that provide PBH program alternatives that compared to the OEM, that are quite frankly extensions of the OEM. The quality is just as good, if not the same, because they're also CSFs in many ways, right? And they are in many ways supporting the brand value of the OEM because you're keeping the aircraft going. And they're in a way reducing the bottleneck that we're seeing. So there are entities around that provide these solutions, and they're pretty good. The part of strategies is the last thing I'll speak to. So, you know, sometimes the idea is, why do you want to spend money on a PBH program that includes on-condition items that you might never use, or you might use one-off in a span of a 5-year or a 7-year contract? This is when we believe part-out strategies come into play. Work on the major components as a PBH, and then work to source your piece parts from third-party suppliers that have certifying capabilities. So you're getting the paperwork, whether it's FAA approved, EASA approved, JCAP approved, and you're putting a part on the aircraft that is validated. But then again, you're not paying into a program that you might never use. So bottom line is, it's key to understand, how do you manage your parts? What's your trend rate? What's your consumption rate? What's your sourcing strategy? Because that in itself is a significant percentage of your cost per hour. Now, in terms of the leasing solutions, you know, at the end of the day, there are entities that provide support programs, but most lessors don't. There's probably 3 of us in the world that provide support programs. That means airframe as well as engines. And what we do is we invest in millions of dollars of inventory ourselves. We have high volume of this inventory, so we get preferential treatment from the OEMs. Like Pratt & Whitney, we have about 30 to 40 PT60 engines. And because of the high volume and the constant flow, we're able to get treatment that gets us up to the level of one category. Bottom line is, we can provide a solution that is cheaper, faster, reducing your AOG, at a rate that makes sense. And that resonates with a lot of our customers. So your AOG is minimal at that point in time. The impact from these variable costs, and we've measured this, is between 20 to 40% reduction over a period of a 5 to 7 year lease profile. Imagine that, 20 to 40% reduction over a 5 to 7 year lease profile. In terms of fixed costs, this is something that is a little bit, I would say it's at the infancy here in India. Most entities today take on a lot of the major interval inspections internally, but I would argue that that might not be in the best interest of the whole ecosystem in the country. What I'm getting at, imagine if you have a service center or an MRO center that has the capability to take on heavy MRO across 15, 20 operators in the region, call it the Northwest. Okay, imagine the savings now from reduction of headcount of specialized MRO AMEs. It's very difficult to find heavy MRO aircraft maintenance engineers today. And when you find them, they come in at a high price. The tooling impact, the hangar and footprint costs, the camo management to the extent that you need it for heavy MRO, the training costs, this is all a direct impact to fixed costs. And these numbers add up pretty quickly. The other piece too is inventory reduction. Folks who are typically doing most of their major intervals themselves have to also source their own critical spares. But if you have a program with a heavy MRO facility, that's completely off your hands. You just have critical running stock, but you're not worried about holding significant number of engines or MGBs or TGBs or IGBs on the site. That reduction manifests itself in the inventory reduction, it increases cash flow, and also has an impact to warehouse space and then the management of all of that. So when you think about these different concepts at hand, that's about a 7 to 10% reduction, if not more, in terms of your operating costs over a 5 to 7 year period. Here's an example, I'm going to run through this. Here was basically a proposal to an entity here in India, a PSU, and this was the competition aircraft, all right? And basically, this was other lessor offerings. We understood what their lease rate would be. We understood what the OEM PBH rate would be to get to an EBITDA percentage of about 19%. Then here was a program that Eagle got involved in with the OEM, but these are with the OEM costs. So imagine the PBH coming from the OEM and the monthly rates coming from the same lessor that provided the other option. Still not the best, around 11%. Now at Eagle, we could come in with a relatively competitive lease rate, and we were able to really change the game on the PBH program because of our parts, components, piece parts. The other piece we did, we were able to take on completion, I'd say 50 to 60% of the completion at Eagle, and drop the cost on the aircraft by about 5 to 7%. Now that's quite a bit of money across 3 to 5 aircraft that cost millions of dollars. So bottom line is we were able to come in a much more favorable position by partnering with the OEM to do this. And we were definitely on the front end leading the race there. So why the need for comprehensive service centers? At the end of the day, it allows the operators to focus on their core business, that is flying and customer experience. Managing an MRO center, the personnel, the tooling, the training, it's a significant challenge in itself, especially in today's environment. I believe central mass, call it regional comprehensive MRO centers, will help provide all these solutions in a timely manner while the customers don't have to, or the operators don't have to worry about investing in these costs, you know. Increased volume with these regional centers will, at the end of the day, drive costs down. It'll be the economies of scale that can be shared with the operators over a period of time. And I think, in my personal opinion, at Eagle, for our 50 years now, we have made a concerted effort, and it's a strategy, not to be an operator. Because when you are an operator, you have a direct conflict of interest with your competitor and your customer, who is also your customer, right? So if I could sum it up here, you know, comprehensive MRO centers are focused on the back-end support. They can indulge in the safety, the investments, the toolings, very focused on safety and quality, I would say, is number one. They're able to rebuild and rebuild aircraft, used aircraft that can be 15 to 20 years old in like new conditions. What does that do? It offers a solution at 30% the price of new sometimes, 40% the price of new. I believe in India there's a fair blend between new and used, moving more towards used as we take the aircraft quantity up when the central mass moves, and then that changes back to what we're seeing in the US and Europe. Leasing solutions with PBH, critical. If we can find options to support leasing solutions and solutions that will make sure your AOG is addressed is a game changer. Aircraft completions, not only to support the operator, but to support the OEM and relieve the capacity constraint on OEMs, I think is also another critical item. Economical parts and program solutions by the part-out option, by using parts that are certified with ours, certainly an option. And to help take on more of the engineering design to support the MRO, this is also critical because, you know, STCs are not cheap, they're expensive, they take time, but if you have the right tie-in to the regulators, you can move things at a faster pace and at a low rate. All in all, it's a global positive impact, whether it's the OEM, it's the partners, it's the MROs, it's the lessors, it's the operators. In my view, it's a win-win situation across the board. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Maybe invite some questions from the house, sir, in case there be any.
Yes, we do.
Because when we approach Leonardo, they say they have got no engines available for the next 6 months because of the Ukraine war and what have you. The logistics are far too many as of today.
You know, we're well aware that Leonardo is having an Hello? Yeah. We're well aware that Leonardo is having an issue with their engines. I mean, even though you're on the Pratt & Whitney program, which is what Leonardo flies on the 139s, you're looking 6-8 months out. You know, with our engines that we've had in stock, we rented out about 4 engines in the last 6 months, and we're continuing to move it to help our customers get back up and flying. So we see that issue continuing for some time to come. Now, Leonardo is doing a lot to ease the issue, but it doesn't help the operator in the meantime.
So, ladies and gentlemen, very interesting perspective on the financial aspect of leasing and optimizing the cost. If there are any more questions for the house, please. Right. Dr. Vijay, sir, over to you.
Okay. It was an interesting presentation by Captain Bumindu Vadanambi on the use of inlet barrier filter. Certainly those who are working in sand and heavily sand environment or dust environment or even in the saline, this will be useful. But my only question is certainly there will be some difference in the performance. See, pilots are given in a map, a performance map. When you add an additional filter, there will be some difference, 2%, 3%, or it will be less than that. That is something they have to handle, isn't it? And you have a solution for complete, you go and fit it everything?
Yes, certainly. As I mentioned in the presentation, there will be, I wouldn't say it's a performance loss, but there will be a difference in the differential pressure, but we guarantee the minimum amount of power would not be decreased. So you'll have the minimum performance required.
Okay, it's an engineering compromise. Yes. Instead of 300 hours, he would say engine will come for 1,500 hours. That's a lot of
that was in a real-world example.
Yeah, in a real-world example, case, certainly. Yes. And there is something like low pressure warning and a bypass filter. You have a bypass lane also.
Yeah, just in case of a filter clogging, which is possible. We can just it's a simple bypass door. Yes, and we have. To the number of the 20 different makes and models that we supply so far, they're ready to go. Whenever there's an order, we can certainly get them into the country and fit them up.
Yes.
So quite readily available and ready to go.
Yeah, this is something I think all customers and clients can really think about fitting this in the aircraft. At least in the case, the days when they go for, let's say, sand, something on the desert, etc., they can put it, if not every day.
Yes, and it's such a simple solution to a very commonly encountered
Thank you, it was a very good presentation.
Appreciate it.
And coming to the second presentation on the comprehensive helicopter solutions by Mr. Jason Diniz from Eagle World. It's a very fascinating world, I have felt, because what we have found is, if you are with 2 helicopters or 5 helicopters or something, if you are a small client, if you go to Bell or Leonardo or anybody, they won't respond. From HAL itself, we have found the moment any foreign company or any company becomes big, they are an elephant. You can't move them easily. But this kind of solution, what he is talking about as a middle, you can go to Eagle and then, he will give you some changes or something like, engines they can offer or some other MRO they can offer. Probably this is a better solution sometimes, because we have found that when it is too big, even when we have paid billions, we have found it difficult to move the vendors. Or some changes that you want, you want fitment of some extra MECO or something. Instead of going to the original manufacturers, if these people, I understand they have been approved by Bell, Leonardo and Sikorsky and Airbus. Probably they will fit that and then give you the certified solution. That will be easier because big companies don't respond to you at all. Or they do respond in principle, but they take their own time because their priority is something else. This concept of leasing, they come in between the company and you for leasing or giving the parts or giving the used machine. You can even buy used machine. These concepts are very exciting. I think here small players in India also can use this concept. Instead of going directly for 2 or 5 helicopters to a big company, which their response is as good as your numbers, because finally it is the finance that drives them. This kind of intermediate I felt is a good concept in terms of MRO or reducing the leasing cost, reducing the fixed cost, or even leasing, don't have to acquire, lease it, etc. That was very interesting position that we have found. Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Thank you for giving this. Yeah, with this, the permission of Ashu, we can declare this session closed, and then I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, sir. May I request you to please hand over the medals to?
Yeah, sure.
Captain Govindu. May I request Mr. Jason, please? Thank you very much, sir. And there's a group photograph, sir. Sorry, there's a group photograph which, please come. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wing Commander Dawn Asita Manange from Blue Skies Aviation wishes to present a memento to President RWSI. May I please request him to come on the stage, please? Air Marshal Butola, sir, would you please accept the mementos? Come. Sure. Pleasure, sir. Just a moment, sir. Just a moment, sir. May I request you to please hand over a medal to Captain? Just a moment, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with the permission of President RWSI, we are pleased to bring this chapter of HPI 2024 to a close. I'm going to request the life members to move in the basement right away for the AGM, please. Thank you very much for your patience and your cooperation. Thank you.